matchmaking. Hwang Dae-myung, a man with a title match on the horizon, finds the idea of sparring with high school kids insulting to his professional standing. Their coach, however, sees the bigger picture. He explains that since these kids were trained by Jung Do-cheol, crushing them isn't just about the win. It's about the viral attention it'll bring to the gym. In this industry, being skilled isn't enough. You have to be trending. The logic lands, and the two pros agree to the setup, with An Dong-yeop already looking forward to making it a one-sided beatdown. This isn't the first time Lee Do-hak has chased a narrative over actual results. While the public might remember him as a proud UFL player, his actual track record was a dismal 2 wins and 5 defeats. He knows better than anyone that in the fight game, what people remember is often more important than what actually happened in the cage. For years, Lee Do-hak lived in the shadow of a man he could never surpass, even with the help of drugs. Seeing Jung Do-cheol again after all this time brings a twisted sense of pleasure, but that familiar look of hope in Do-cheol's eyes is an insult he can't ignore. This isn't just about a fight anymore. It's a chance to prove he's the superior teacher by breaking everything his rival spent years building. Back at the gym, the scale of the setup finally hits home as Do-cheol scans the crowd, recognizing several high-profile figures from the martial arts scene. He realizes this wasn't just an invitation. It was a deliberate move to humiliate him in front of the people who matter most. Despite the pressure and the hostile crowd, Hee-woo and Hyun-sung remain completely composed, their lack of nerves catching even their mentor by surprise. Hyun-sung focuses on the task at hand while tightening his gloves, wondering if the crowd of professionals gathered for this sparring session means the fight is going to be a struggle. Do-cheol shuts that thought down immediately, explaining that this isn't about the difficulty, it's about the statement. If the brothers can drop national-level pros, then no high schooler on the scene will ever be a threat to them again. Watching them, Do-cheol feels a rare surge of pride. For a man like him, seeing his own blood boil through the success of his students makes this whole teaching gig actually feel worth it. Inside the octagon, Dae-myung looks down at his younger opponent with pure contempt, blaming the kid's upcoming beating on his choice of teacher. Looking across the octagon, Hyun-sung finds himself more irritated by his opponent's attitude than his actual stance. The bell rings, and the professional doesn't waste a second. Dong-yeop lunges forward with a shout, aiming to dismantle the kid's composure with raw aggression. But Hyun-sung isn't just standing there. He intercepts the charge with a heavy kick that catches the specialist completely off guard. The impact leaves a mark, and Dong-yeop has to admit this high schooler has genuine training behind his strikes. He starts calculating the rhythm, watching as Hyun-sung mixes levels by feinting toward the head before dropping into another kick. Thinking he's seen the pattern, Dong-yeop reaches down to catch the low strike for a counter, only to realize too late that the target isn't the thigh, it's a calf kick, sinking into the most vulnerable part of his lower leg. Hyun-sung lands a calf kick that connects with a sickening impact, sending a jolt through Dong-yeop's leg that grinds his momentum to a halt. It's a calculated strike designed to kill a boxer's footwork, and Dong-yeop can feel his mobility slipping away with every second. He grits his teeth, realizing Hyun-sung is specifically exploiting his boxing background to pick him apart from a distance. He isn't about to let a few leg kicks end the night, so he drops his focus, bracing to catch the next strike even lower. From across the ring, Hyun-sung watches the shift and realizes the veteran is now hyper-focused on his feet. It's the classic mistake of a fighter trying to solve the last problem instead of the next one. If Dong-yeop is so worried about the legs that he's willing to overextend for a takedown, Hyun-sung is more than happy to give him exactly what he wants. Dong-yeop lunges forward with everything he has left, desperate to turn this into a ground war and end the kicking game. Dong-yeop panics as the realization hits. He's just too slow. If he can only bridge that half-second gap, he might have a chance, but Dae-myung doesn't give him the time, landing a massive counterpunch that sends him crashing into the canvas. The referee calls the match immediately as Dong-yeop hits the floor, unconscious. Standing over his fallen opponent, Dae-myung isn't thinking about the win. He's thinking about Hyun-sung. He's convinced that Hyun-sung is planning to leave for Seoul without him, using his lack of skill as an excuse to cut him loose. He has to prove he belongs at the next level, even as Hyun-sung watches from the sidelines with a cold, calculating gaze. Daemyeong knows his journey doesn't end here in Daesen. He's ready for the big C. Kang Si-woo doesn't bother hiding his contempt, mocking the pro fighter who couldn't even survive a single round against him. He feels untouchable now, offering to take on the next challenger himself, so his teammate, Hyun-sung, doesn't have to waste his time. The disrespect is too much for Lee Do-hak, who nearly lunges at the kid before his own students catch him. Enraged, Do-hak turns to Jung Do-cheol, demanding that he step in and teach the arrogant brat a lesson for what he's calling a fluke victory. Do-cheol isn't so easily swayed, pointing out the cold reality that the pro lost fair and square, and anyone hosting a sparring session needs to be ready for the results. It's a cynical take on the professional world, but it puts the pressure right back on the gym owner. Do-hak grinds his teeth as he weighs the options. If he backs down now, the rumors of this humiliation will ruin his reputation in the industry. Trapped by his own pride, he accepts the next match, and the stakes just shifted from a simple spar to a desperate attempt to save face. An Dong-yeop bows his head in apology, the weight of his defeat heavy on his shoulders. But Lee Do-hak isn't in a forgiving mood. He snaps at the young man to shut up and get back to training, then immediately pivots to his next hope. Hwang Dae-myung steps up with a confident grin, assuring the coach that he's an expert at handling this kind of opponent, and Do-hak can only offer a firm hand on his shoulder as he places all his trust in this next fighter. The cage doors close as Dae-myung squares off against Kang Hyun-sung, both men circling and looking for the first mistake. Daemyeong stays unusually passive as the match begins, drawing comments from the spectators who notice he's not fighting with his typical aggression. But Do-hak watches with a smug smile, dismissing the gossip as he realizes Daemyeong is just testing the waters before he makes his real move. Hwang Dae-myung is testing his opponent, moving just enough to get the hang of his range and gauge the reactions of the high schooler in front of him. From the sidelines, Lee Do-hak watches the pro fighter work with a calculating gaze, recognizing the level of skill it takes to control distance that effectively. The pressure in the ring is suffocating, forcing Si-woo onto the defensive as he eats heavy shots and struggles to find an opening to breathe. He knows his opponent is on another level, but giving up now would mean every hour of hell he put himself through was for nothing, and he refuses to let his hard work end in the dirt. Kang Si-woo is drowning under a relentless assault, every second in the ring feeling like a losing battle as his opponent picks him apart. He takes another heavy blow to the head, but through the haze of the impact, he forces himself to anchor his resolve in the pain of his past. He has to remember why he put himself through that hellish training, the months of being broken down every single day just to reach this moment. As the next strike misses, Si-woo spots a massive opening in his opponent's guard. Before the other man can recover, Si-woo launches a desperate counterattack and drives a powerful strike directly into his face. Exhausted and barely able to stand, our protagonist watches his target stumble, knowing he finally landed the one hit that might actually change the momentum. Daemyeong thinks he has the match in the bag, but the kid isn't staying down. Despite taking a massive beating, Hyun-sung lunges back in, catching the fighter completely off guard with a desperate counterattack. There's a new look in the boy's eyes, a sharp, cold intensity that shouldn't belong to a high schooler. As they trade blows in the ring, Daemyeong can't reconcile this version of his friend with the cheerful kid he used to know. He watches the young man and realizes that underneath the new, ruthless exterior, the core of the person he once knew is still there, even if he doesn't understand why Hyun-sung is trying to carry the weight of the world on his own. Hyun-sung drives into the clinch, his focus entirely consumed by the win as he forces his opponent against the fence. Despite the heavy pressure, Daemyeong looks back with a clarity that isn't about the fight. He knows he might never fully understand the weight Hyun-sung carries, but he's already made his decision. Years ago, Hyun-sung was the one who reached out during his darkest moments, and now Daemyeong is determined to return that loyalty, refusing to let go no matter the cost. The choke tightens until Daemyeong's vision starts to blur, forcing him to tap the mat as the referee rushes in to kill the match. Finding a way to make a name for yourself in the underground fight world isn't easy, but Shin Chang-hoon has the look and the muscle to make it happen. He knows exactly how much power he's packing, and he's not shy about showing it off to anyone watching. For a guy like him, the gym isn't just for training. It's a stage where he's already the main attraction before the bell even rings. Even when he's just catching his breath, that cocky smirk never leaves his face, because he knows he's the biggest threat in the room. This kind of confidence can either carry you to the top or set you up for a massive fall, and in this world, there's always someone looking to prove you're not as untouchable as you think. Still, watching him move, it's clear he's ready for whatever challenger thinks they can handle his brand of violence. The crowd isn't even trying to hide their amusement. A pro coach being forced to submit by a high schooler is exactly the kind of public execution they came to see. Ki Do-hak stands at the center of it, staring at the floor while the weight of the humiliation sinks in. If it ends like this, his reputation is gone, and he'll spend the rest of his career living in the shadow of his rivals. He can't let that happen. Turning to his secret weapon, Shin Chang-hoon, he asks the boy to step in for just one match. This was supposed to be a carefully planned debut for his most talented student, but now Do-hak is just desperate enough to use him as a shield to save his own name. He puts on a fake smile and pitches it as a sparring session to grab the audience's attention, hoping the kid doesn't notice he's being used for damage control. Chang-hoon tightens his gloves and makes it clear he expects a favor in return for this. The other trainees are already whispering, pressing the coach to put his newest student in the ring to see what he can actually do. Coach Do-hak leaves the decision entirely up to Hee-woo, who watches the ring with a cold, analytical focus. In his previous life, Hee-woo knew the landscape of the national scene better than anyone, and he remembers Chang-hoon as one of the two titans who would eventually dominate it. Known as Dynamite for his explosive style, Chang-hoon was a prodigy who reached the top leagues within 2 years of his debut. This version of Chang-hoon hasn't reached that legendary level yet, but the talent is already there, making him the perfect yardstick. Hee-woo accepts the challenge, seeing it as the ultimate chance to prove his own progress. He tells Si-woo they'll talk later and heads toward the cage. Kang Hee-woo doesn't wait for the opening. He creates it, closing the gap so fast that Shin Chang-hoon barely has time to register the shift. Chang-hoon thrives on this kind of aggression, convinced that the kid is just walking onto his own deathbed by coming in close. But the confidence vanishes when Hee-woo's strike actually connects, a heavy blow that rattles Chang-hoon to his core. Grabbing his shoulder as the sting sets in, the fighter spits out a curse, his ego bruised, much worse than his arm. Hee-woo lands a heavy counter that catches Chang-hoon off guard, fueling a relentless exchange that leaves his opponent feeling insulted by the challenge. Chang-hoon can't believe the kid has the nerve to trade blows head-to-head like this. And from the sidelines, Coach Ki Do-hak notices the shift immediately. This isn't the technical, cautious style he's used to seeing. Hee-woo is done with calculations and meticulous planning, deciding instead to bury his restraint for good. In a world full of enemies where he'll constantly be outmatched, he realizes he only has one choice: stop thinking and let his combat instincts take over. Shin Chang-hoon reels as the momentum of the fight flips in a heartbeat, his confusion turning to panic as he realizes the boy he was just driving into a corner has somehow turned the tables. He's pinned against the cage before he can even register the shift, the weight of his own mistake landing harder than any punch. From the sidelines, Coach Ki Do-hak watches with a grim understanding of what makes his fighter so dangerous. On paper, Hyun-sung has everything: the physique, the talent, the mind for the game, but his true edge isn't a skill you can teach. It's a total, terrifying disregard for his own safety. He's already decided that the victory is worth whatever blood he has to leave on the mat to get it. Shin Chang-hoon falls back, completely unconscious before he even hits the mats. The gym erupts as the other trainees struggle to process the upset, while Coach Ki Do-hak stands frozen, unable to wrap his head around the defeat he just witnessed. Hyun-sung bows deeply to the man who made him, his voice thick with a gratitude he can barely put into words. He finally made it, and he knows exactly who to thank for keeping every promise made in the dark days of training. Jung Du-cheol watches his prize pupil go, offering one last piece of fatherly advice to stay safe out there in the world of professional fighting. He did it. He took a group of nobodies and used them to absolutely dismantle the students of a top-tier rival, shaking the entire national martial arts scene to its core. Now the world is calling Hyun-sung a rising god, and the same vultures who used to ignore Du-cheol are suddenly flooding his phone with offers to manage his talent. But as he sits alone in the quiet of an empty gym, surrounded by drained bottles and fading dreams, the victory tastes like ash. He thought seeing them succeed and move on would feel like a fresh start, but with his students gone, the man who built a legend realizes he's lost the only thing that kept him going. Our protagonist admits that while he started teaching martial arts just to pay the bills, he eventually realized it was more than a paycheck. He actually loved the work. He used to struggle with feelings of inferiority toward Lee Do-hak, but training his latest students made those bitter thoughts vanish. Even as a ringing phone offers a path back to easy money, he wonders if he'll ever find another student who truly satisfies his standards. A voice cuts through the quiet of the gym, asking if he's Coach Jung Du-cheol. A silver-haired young man approaches, explaining that Du-cheol's recent sparring match left a massive impression on him. Despite what the rest of the world might say, the kid is certain about one thing: the coach is a rare talent. Jung Du-cheol studies the young visitor, weighing the boy's reckless energy against the memory of a ghost from his past. Kim Mu-yeol doesn't blink, offering a wide, desperate grin as he begs for the chance to train and climb the ranks of the championship. The resemblance is too strong to ignore, and with a faint smirk, Du-cheol finally asks the kid for his name. Thrilled to finally be seen as more than a nuisance, the silver-haired boy introduces himself as Kim Mu-yeol. A few days later, the reality of their situation settles in under the golden light of a park at sunset. Du-cheol breaks the news that he's heading to Seoul alone, refusing to drag a kid into the kind of violence he's planning to stir up. Mu-yeol snaps, demanding to know why they bothered training at all if he was just going to be left behind in the dirt. But Du-cheol isn't throwing him away. He makes it clear that while Mu-yeol isn't coming now, he is definitely needed. The promise is simple: stay ready, wait for the call, and when it comes, find him in Seoul. The next day, the atmosphere in the classroom shifts as Siwoo walks in with a question for Kim Siwoo, pressing him on who exactly should take over the top spot once Hyun-sung leaves. Kim Siwoo doesn't hesitate, claiming the seat for himself and dismissing the protagonist's lack of accomplishments. But our lead only agrees that this is exactly where the problem starts. He explains the reality of a power vacuum. Once the current leaders graduate, the seat will be empty, and the school bullies won't cooperate with a successor they already look down on. Nae Seom-ho doesn't take the challenge seriously at first, reminding the kid that the taste of power isn't something easily surrendered. He believes the school hierarchy is still under his control. But Kim Siwoo has spent too much time watching the top players to be intimidated by a senior with a scar. Siwoo has evolved, and he proves it in a single motion by catching Sung-ho with a kick that ends the conversation. Word travels fast through the hallways. The senior who thought he was untouchable just got crushed. The students can't believe the shift in dynamic, but it's not just a one-off fight. Siwoo is systematically dismantling the school's old order, leaving the previous generation of bullies in the dirt as he looks for the next name on his list. After his fight with Bai Sung-ho, Kim Siwoo begins a systematic purge of the school's hierarchy, disgusted by the arrogance of the students who previously held power. He doesn't wait for them to come to him. He initiates the transition by crushing the third-year students first. And it isn't long before the decent fighters from the second and first years step up to challenge him as well. Starting after the ad break, we're back in the classroom where Kang Hee-woo is already mapping out his next moves. He knows the landscape of this high school better than anyone, and while the other students are just trying to survive the day, Hee-woo is playing for much higher stakes. A student with glasses approaches him with a hesitant look, clearly needing something but unsure if Hee-woo is the right person to ask. Hee-woo just watches him, weighing whether this interaction serves his long-term goal or if it's just another distraction in a life he's already lived once before. Either way, he's ready for what comes next. Our student with glasses knows he was a coward, admitting how wrong it was to turn his back on the one person who actually helped him. He's ready for the fallout, even though that choice already made him a ghost in his own school. Everyone branded him as selfish and cut him off, but the silence of being invisible was a relief compared to the noise of being a target. For the first time in years, he finally felt like he was just living a normal life. Being alone isn't nearly as hard as being choked out in a hallway, and now, for the first time, he actually has people around him who know exactly what that feels like. Even now, he wonders what would have happened if he'd found the spine to make a different choice back when the review board first opened. But the truth is, he probably wouldn't have changed a thing. He admits he's always been a coward, hiding away because he was too scared to face the words that had him cowering for so long. That changed the moment he heard Hiwoo was transferring, a realization that finally forced him to stand his ground. Looking the other boy in the eye, he delivers the one truth he refuses to let go. They were all thankful because Hiwoo is the reason they're still standing. Lee Jung-min's decision to speak up acts as a catalyst, and suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung finds himself surrounded by classmates offering their sincere thanks. Jung-min promises never to forget what he did for them, and even students on their way to graduation stop to credit him for getting them through the year. To them, he's a hero, but Hyun-sung doesn't see it that way. In his mind, he didn't take out the bullies to save anyone, he just found them disgusting. He tries to let the praise go in one ear and out the other, worried that if he lets himself feel too much, he'll lose sight of his actual goal. He's here for revenge, not for a fan club, and he needs to keep his emotions cold to stay on track. But the problem doesn't stay confined to the school hallways for long. A stranger stops him on the street, already knowing his name and his school, making it clear that his reputation has officially outpaced him. On a quiet city street, a student from Daesan High approaches Kim Hyun-sung with an earnest confession. He's only standing there tonight because of him. Hyun-sung isn't interested in being a hero, rejecting the gratitude by claiming he only crushed those bullies to prove his own strength. But the messenger doesn't back down, insisting that the motive doesn't change the outcome. Hyun-sung pulled them out of a living hell, and that's the only truth that matters. Pulling out his phone, the student reveals a reality Hyun-sung hadn't considered. Ever since he took over Daesan, the school's social media page has transformed from a place of fear into a community board. As Hyun-sung scrolls through the posts, the sheer scale of his influence finally lands. He wasn't just winning a fight, he was accidentally starting a revolution. The student speaks for everyone on the page, thanking Hyun-sung for changing their world. Walking through school now, Hyun-sung notices more and more students smiling as he passes. It's a sharp contrast to his memories of the fear he used to inspire. He used to think he was just evil, believing that his violence would only breed more hatred, and he didn't care if people called it twisted justice. He accepted that he had stepped into something truly filthy. Kim Hyun-sung knows that removing the trash makes everyone else happy, but he still has to ask himself, is this truly evil? He settles on a different name for it: judgment. A judgment of blood. It's a role nobody wants to take, a burden he'll carry alone because it might be the whole reason he came back to the past. Winter vacation is starting, and his time at this school is officially over. He finishes coordinating his transfer and says his last farewells, ready to leave this life behind for whatever comes next. Hyun-sung's past was a series of closed files and broken lives, a history of targets who never saw him coming until it was too late. Even when people tried to help, he didn't care. His world was binary, and any scumbag was a rotten leaf that needed to be trimmed before it could spread. That's why he didn't even slow down when Siona approached him outside school, dismissing her attempt at a private conversation before she could even finish the sentence. But Siona wasn't there for herself. She was a messenger for her father, a man whose reach and influence made his invitation more of a summons. A short time later, Hyun-sung finds himself in a private dining room, sitting across from a man who studies him with the clinical eye of a shark, ready to see if the boy lives up to the reputation. Choi Sung-pil offers a warm, diplomatic smile as the introductions wrap up, but Kim Hyun-sung remains focused on the tactical weight of the man sitting across from him. Sun-pil is a former government heavyweight who now heads the Anti-School Violence Committee after the tragic loss of his own son. Hyun-sung knows that aligning himself with a man like this, especially one with a daughter who despises bullies, is a move that could yield massive benefits. The table is set with tea and sweets, as Sun-pil admits he requested this meeting out of pure curiosity. He spent years trying to dismantle the culture of school violence without success. His grip tightens on his teacup as he wonders out loud if his son would still be alive today if he'd had a friend like Hyun-sung, someone willing to raise their voice when things went wrong. The reflection in his tea is a reminder of his own perceived failure, leaving him convinced that he was an incompetent father who missed every hint his son tried to give him. Sun-pil leans into a memory that clearly still hurts, the time he spent pestering his son about falling grades without ever bothering to ask why they were dropping in the first place. When the boy finally begged to transfer schools, Sun-pil assumed he was just running away from hard work and doubled down on the pressure. The guilt of those choices hasn't faded, leaving him to wonder what exactly he was prioritizing back then if it wasn't his family's actual happiness. It's the reason he moved to Daesan, a desperate attempt to do better by his daughter and stop school violence at the root, but he admits his methods failed where Hyun-sung succeeded. He knows Hyun-sung is the one truly swinging the club against the city's bullies, and if the young man is headed to Seoul, it means the scale of the fight is about to change. Sun-pil makes it official. No matter what happens in the capital, he'll be standing right there as a shield, using his NGO and every bit of his political weight to make sure no one gets in the way. Seona's father makes his stance clear. Hyun-sung isn't just acting alone anymore, as he has the full weight of a powerful political backing behind him, and offers a formal thanks, promising that the support he received today won't be forgotten. Later, Seona sits alone on a playground swing, haunted by her own past weakness. She had talked a big game about killing the people who murdered her brother, but when the moment came, she did nothing because she couldn't face the consequences. Hyun-sung finds her there and tries to ease her guilt, but she's already moved past looking for comfort. Thanks to him, she has a new dream. She sees the filth in it, but that's exactly why she wants it for herself. She's decided it's time to get her own hands on that kind of power. Seona's ambition has shifted. She's no longer just surviving. She's aiming for the prosecutor's office to seize the kind of power that ensures her own freedom. With the pressure of school and fighting momentarily paused for winter vacation, he shifts his focus back to the people who matter most. He takes his brother and grandmother out for a proper meal, finally acting as the provider they've needed while they enjoy a quiet moment of peace together. They spent their days taking in the quiet scenery together, even making the trip to an amusement park for the first time. Looking at the photos later, Hee-woo couldn't help but notice how his grandmother seemed more like a young girl than an old woman. Back home, she'd tease him about his soft hands and joke about finding him a wife, though he'd remind her he was only 19. He'd offer to dye her hair to keep her looking young, but she'd just tell him to save the money for fried chicken. And in those moments, Hee-woo realized the best part of returning to the past wasn't the chance for revenge. It was seeing his family's pain disappear. Hyun-sung watches the final message from Go Chang-beom light up his screen. The last piece of the puzzle is in place, and everything is set to move forward in a week. He sends a quick confirmation back, leaving the rest of the operation in Chang-beom's hands. It's done. Now, the time has finally come for him to leave. The Dae Taeyang Group stands as the third richest conglomerate in Korea, a massive empire spanning everything from electronics and cars to life insurance. At the center of this corporate powerhouse is Yoon Hyun-min, the group's heir, who carries himself with the heavy, unshakable confidence of a man born into absolute wealth. He is a celebrity in these halls, drawing stares and whispered praise for being the rare heir who has the looks to match his inheritance. His public persona is meticulously crafted, projecting a warmth that matches his high-end suit and effortless charm. Hyun-min greets the morning with a practiced smile, clearly savoring every ounce of the attention he commands. As Yoon Hyun-min strides through the hallway, he leaves a trail of whispering admirers in his wake. To them, He's the golden boy of the school, an heir who actually has the talent to back up his name, standing far above anyone else in the building. But the elite image fractures when he overhears something that makes his grip tighten. Dropping the polite act, he adjusts his tie and lets a jagged, manic grin spread across his face, demanding to know exactly what is going on. Meanwhile, the principal's office has turned into a war zone as a group of furious mothers corner An Iksu. They're shouting over each other, demanding an explanation for a sudden change that has thrown the school into chaos. Iksu can only wipe the sweat from his face as they scream about their children's future, knowing the high stakes of 12th grade mean any mistake here could end his career. The news that a top-ranked student is transferring in hits the school like a grenade, and the mothers are already at the principal's throat demanding an explanation. Principal An Iksu tries to deflect, stammering that the decision is final, but the parents aren't interested in excuses while their own children are at risk of being displaced. Iksu is visibly cornered, caught between the people who fund his school and a pressure he can't name out loud. As it turns out, the principal's hands were tied a month ago when a set of documents was dropped on his desk. The evidence was damning. A drunken night out, a family man caught in the wrong company, and an underage girl involved. Shaking with terror, Iksu realized his career and his life were over if the files went public, leaving him with only one question for his blackmailer. What do they want? The threat is straightforward. A new student is transferring in, and Principal An Iksu is the one who has to make it happen. The principal tries to push back, explaining that the wealthy parents in this district have far too much influence for him to override, but the man in the cap isn't interested in excuses. He makes it clear that the principal's life is worth more than a few college admissions, and he promises to send along some help to manage the fallout. Back in the present, An Iksu is drowning. It's only been 5 minutes, but the pressure is already breaking him as he desperately checks his watch and prays for backup to arrive. He's currently cornered in his office, trying to explain that the transfer student's paperwork is perfectly legal and impossible to refuse. The mothers aren't buying it, screaming that their own children's futures are at stake and demanding to know how he intends to fix this. When he tries to plead for a calm conversation, the women only boil over further, insulted that he'd call their very calculated outrage emotional. Jo Hae-ju drops the act of civility, admitting she clearly overestimated the principal's ability to be a logical man. She pins An Iksu against his own desk, warning him that if he's taken this many bribes, the least he could do is make the money worth it. She intends to make him a witness to his own destruction by taking every bit of this corruption public. When he tries to beg for mercy, she cuts him off with a sharp strike to the head. As Iksu cowers and pleads for her to calm down, she demands he stop hiding behind his silence and start talking. The violent confrontation is suddenly cut short by a voice at the door asking what all the fuss is about. Hae-ju freezes, recognizing the woman standing there as Min-woo's mother. Just a room away, the woman is the picture of maternal grace, offering a snack to a polite Kang Hee-woo while the chaos behind them hangs in the air. Lee Miso's entire life took a sharp turn the moment she started following Kang Hee-woo's lead. As her son's grades climbed, her standing within her husband's family rose right along with them. But the real shift happened when Hee-woo called her with a specific request. Under his direction, she began sharing exclusive study tips online, causing the user count on her private education forum to explode 30-fold in just a few weeks. It didn't take long for Miso to realize she had become the most powerful moderator in all of Gangnam. Walking into the principal's office, she finds a group of mothers trying to bully the school leadership into punishing a transfer student just for being a high achiever. Miso doesn't hold back, calling their behavior unacceptable and beneath the dignity of a parent. When the ringleader, Jo Hae-ju, tries to tell her to stay out of school business, Miso just smiles and asks if that means the woman is ready to give up the insider information Miso provides. Hae-ju panics instantly, her confidence crumbling, as she realizes that crossing Miso means being cut off from the very data that keeps her own child competitive. Min-woo's mother plays her trump card, framing Hyun-sung's transfer as a matter of personal interest to her family. She smiles while making it clear she won't stand by and let her son's dear friend be mistreated. The room goes cold as she drops the mask, telling the other parents they are free to act however they like, so long as they're ready to have that choice interpreted as a declaration of war against her. Jo Hyaju's confidence evaporates into a forced, nervous laugh. The pressure is too much, and the group of angry mothers begins to scatter, with Hyaju scrambling to save face. She claims they'll overlook the matter only as a personal favor to Minwoo's mother, but the victory is already absolute. Minwoo's mother has effectively shut the entire investigation down with a single conversation. Hee-woo wraps up the call with Bae Minwoo's mother, keeping his tone grateful while she clears the path for his school transfer. As she promises her full support in exchange for him looking after her son, Hee-woo hangs up, knowing the real work is just beginning. His target is Daesungmire High School, a place where a powerful group called the Golden Circle runs things from the shadows. He isn't just transferring to study, he's walking in as the top-ranked student specifically to draw their attention. In a school built on underhanded deals and secret commissions, he's counting on becoming their next target, even if his old influence won't follow him to this new battlefield. Sitting in his new residence, Kang Hee-woo realizes that the fear he expected isn't there, replaced instead by a rush of adrenaline. Gangnam, the crown jewel he's dreamed of conquering, is finally within his reach. But the reach of his enemies is just as long, as a messenger from the Golden Circle confirms that the plan to eliminate him is already in motion. Back in a high-rise office, Yoon Hyun-min listens as his assistant lays out the history of their primary obstacle, Kim Yeon-sung. The target has been in their sights before, but the mission has been a game of failing brokers and passed torches. They were told the job was done, but the investigation revealed the opposite. A total collapse. Everyone involved in the hit, from the connections to the local commissioner, has been wiped out. Hyunmin demands to know why he was kept in the dark, only to find out the situation is worse than he thought. His best brokers and mercenaries have already been compromised. The realization comes too late. By the time the team moved on Jung Chanso, he had already cleaned out his space and disappeared. Back at the office, the report is delivered with a deep, submissive bow. Chansu wasn't just a member of the Golden Circle, he was a mole leaking insider information the entire time. Yoon Hyun-min listens, his gaze flat and dangerous, asking for a conclusion that the assistant doesn't have. The man drops to the floor pleading for mercy, but Hyunmin simply plants a foot on his head and grinds him into the carpet. He doesn't want apologies. He wants to know why it took this long to figure out they were in deep trouble. If the leak spreads, the rest of the circle will panic, creating a disturbance their organization simply cannot afford to handle right now. In his office, Yoon Hyun-min weighs the cost of the recent chaos, knowing he can't risk his control over the Golden Circle just to deal with one nuisance. The organization's survival is the only thing that matters, but as he looks over the transfer records for Kang Hee-woo, he finds himself genuinely curious why the boy would leave a quiet life in Daesun to bring his fight all the way to Seoul. He explains that Hyun-sung likely understands the Golden Circle system, judging by how easily he handled their recent request. The target has already unified every school in the Daesun region, and despite the area being less competitive than Seoul, his personal strength is estimated to be at a monstrous S-rank level. This level of influence didn't happen by accident, as Hyun-sung is backed by a powerful network, including Principal Oh Dae-hwan, his teacher Kim Young-cheo, and a heavy-hitting sponsor in Go Chang-byom. Even when a local parent committee tried to block the boys' school transfer, they were shut down by Lee Miso, a woman with deep ties to the prosecutor's office. Inside a dim meeting room, the brokers of the Golden Circle gathered to analyze their newest problem. The briefing man goes over the connections, concluding that Kim Yeon-sung didn't just stumble into Gangnam. He arrived with a specific goal. When the room pushes for details on legal backup, the man dismisses the threat of the deputy chief prosecutor. Sitting in the crowd, Executive Park Hyun-jun rubs his head, annoyed that a single high schooler has forced the entire organization into a strategy meeting. Hyun-sung is coming at them openly, and the Golden Circle doesn't have a tradition of losing. Looking for a way to crush the momentum, Hyung-jun asks for their best local assets, learning that Daesung Mirai High is currently housing 2 S-ranked fighters, including one monster at S+. Inside the Golden Circle, the internal cleanup is already underway, but Park Hyung-jun is still looking for loose ends. He needs to know if the faculty will be an issue, and the answer is exactly what a syndicate wants to hear. The teachers are already in their pocket. The only outlier is the current principal, and he's being purged in favor of a puppet who knows how to follow orders. Satisfied with the lack of resistance, Hyung-jun decides to handle the next phase personally. This is the top priority now, a mission so critical that even the massive Bae Sang-hon knows he has a blank check for whatever support the operation requires. The organization gave them a month to dismantle their target, but Hyung-jun isn't planning on taking that long. He'll have it finished in a week. School is finally back in session, but for Kang Hee-woo, this isn't just a new semester. Walking through the heart of Gangnam, he takes in the wealth on every corner, the towering skyscrapers and luxury cars that mark this place as a different world entirely. At the center of it all stands Daejeon Mirai High School, an immaculate campus that functions as a factory for the country's elite. The families here aren't just rich, they hold the connections that will shape the entire future of Korea. For Hee-woo, crossing that front gate is the single most important move he's made yet, the first real step toward his revenge. Inside the classroom, his new homeroom teacher, Jang Won-gi, can't wait to show off his latest prize, introducing Hee-woo as the top-ranked student in the entire country. Standing at the front of the class, Kang Hee-woo realizes his new teacher, Jang Won-gi, has a problem with him before he even opens his mouth. The hostility doesn't stop at the desk. The other students are just as cold, watching him with a coordinated silence that feels rehearsed. It's a heavy welcome for someone they're supposedly meeting for the first time. Whether they're jealous of his rank or someone has already put a target on his back, he doesn't much care, offering only a blunt introduction under his new alias, Kim Yeon-sung. Since this is a top-tier school in Gangnam, the pressure is on from the first bell. The math teacher immediately dives into advanced test prep, and Hee-woo can feel the difference in tempo compared to a normal classroom. It isn't long before the teacher singles him out, calling him the national top ranker and noting that his reputation for good looks was well earned. Hee-woo takes it in stride. He didn't come back to high school for the grades, but if these kids want a fight, he's happy to give them one. The school's math teacher puts the new transfer on the spot, calling on the national #1 to solve a problem for the class. Even as the staff piles on the praise, asking if they even have anything left to teach him, their smiles don't reach their eyes. Hee-woo can see right through it. Behind the compliments, every teacher in the room is wary of a student who might know more than they do. It isn't just the staff, either. The rest of the class is already turning, venting their frustration at having to compete with a top-ranked genius who just ruined their curve. The leader, a purple-haired student, tries to frame Hyun-sung's arrival as a personal insult to their academic culture, even calling him a sociopath for being selfish enough to transfer in. Hyun-sung doesn't even look up from his desk, dismissing the provocation as low class and reminding them that this isn't the lawless school they might be used to. Insulted by the lack of fear, the bully slams his hand down onto Hyun-sung's notebook to demand a response. He leans in close, his face twisted as he barks a demand for an explanation, but Hyun-sung only asks why he'd have any obligation to answer a guy like him. The room tenses as the leader's patience snaps, his frustration boiling over at being ignored by a bastard who's supposedly ruining everything. Cracking his knuckles, he decides that if Hyun-sung wants to play it this way, things are about to get physical. The confrontation starts with a sudden rush as the purple-haired bully swings a fist, but Kim Hyun-sung doesn't even flinch. He just watches with a cold, clinical detachment that makes the entire effort look pathetic. The bully stops, his expression twisting into a jagged grin as he realizes a direct fight isn't the play here. He has something much more petty in mind, and it starts with him dropping to the floor and screaming in fake agony. Students crowd the windows and doorway, drawn by the sound of his theatrical wailing as he claims the new kid is beating him. It's a transparent setup, and while the bully begs for help from the ground, Kang Hee-woo watches from his desk. Just another witness to a very loud, Very obvious lie. Kim Hyun-sung watches the scene unfold with a cold, detached silence. In the faculty office, Jang Won-gi erupts into a performance of moral outrage, accusing Hyun-sung of beating a classmate just to keep him quiet while he studied. Hyun-sung offers a flat denial, but Won-gi is already playing to the room, grabbing Go Dong-soo by the face to display a fresh bruise as undeniable proof. Hyun-sung maintains his composure, repeating his innocence to a man who clearly isn't interested in the truth. Seeing his opening, the teacher turns to the gallery, demanding that the student witnesses tell him exactly what they saw. Right on cue, the two boys start their scripted performance, claiming Hyun-sung started a one-sided fight while they watched, too terrified to help their innocent friend. One of them even adds a layer of character assassination, digging up rumors of Hyun-sung being a violent lunatic at his previous school. Looking at them, Hyun-sung doesn't feel fear, only a clinical curiosity about who's behind the curtain. Either these kids were bought off by the Golden Circle, or they've simply decided that framing their biggest competitor is the easiest way to the top. Kim Hyun-sung realizes he's walked into a trap on his very first day of school, and it's already far deeper than he expected. He's managed to hide the truth behind his transfer to Seoul until now, but if the Golden Circle is moving against him, it means they've already figured out his identity and his intentions. Without his contact, Jung Chan-so around to track the group's internal movements, he's effectively flying blind. The quiet infiltration phase is over. Now, he's standing in the school office, surrounded by people who have already decided he's the villain. The school's attempt to frame him relies on a handful of biased witnesses who are all friends with the boy he supposedly attacked. Hyun-sung calmly suggests they find someone neutral, but teacher Jang Won-gi isn't interested in a fair process. To him, the bruises on Dong-soo's face are all the evidence needed to bury a new transfer student who doesn't know his place. Won-gi tries to lean on his authority, dismissing Hyun-sung's national-level reputation, but his confidence shatters when the boy simply pulls out his phone. By the time the teacher realizes what's happening, Hyun-sung is already reporting the school's violence to the police. It's a calculated escalation. If the school is going to rig the game, he'll just change the arena. Won-gi stammers as he watches the boy take control of the room, but Hyun-sung ignores the panic, insisting that solving this mess requires the actual facts. Reaching into his jacket, he pulls out a pen and reveals that every word spoken has been recorded. It's a total realization for the teacher. He thought he was setting a trap, but he was the one being hunted by a student who is far more cautious than he looks. Standing tall with a mocking smile, Hyun-sung asks if this isn't the most convenient evidence possible. Hyun-sung pulls out his final card, a recording pen containing every word of the confrontation. The teacher freezes as he realizes he's been outplayed by a student who leaves nothing to chance. Back in the school office, the weight of the situation settles in. A school official demands an explanation for the lapse in judgment, forcing the teacher to offer a pathetic excuse about his own stress and frustration over a top-ranked student transferring in. This isn't just a mistake anymore. It's a criminal act, and everyone in the room knows the career he spent years building just hit a dead end. The detective slams a hand on the table, stressing that this isn't just a school scuffle. It's a major incident that has the victim, Kim Hyun-sung, terrified for his future on the very first day. When he tries to dismiss the pressure of grades, Vice Principal Jin Kyung-hee stops him cold, adjusting her glasses as she explains that in Gangnam, grades are the only thing that matters. She wears a sympathetic smile while defending the perpetrator, claiming the boy never intended to cause harm to his classmates or his teacher. The detective starts to waver, wondering if the whole thing was just an unfortunate misunderstanding caused by the high-pressure environment. Kyung-hee sighs, playing the part of a burdened administrator who knows a punishment would set a good example but claims her hands are tied by school politics. She quietly shifts the blame to the principal, mentioning how a forced transfer student has left the faculty drowning in internal audits. By the time she asks for leniency for their blossoming youth, the detective is completely caught between his duty to the victim and the school's complicated reality. Before the official turns to Hyun-sung and pressures him to just accept an apology and move on. Watching them, Hyun-sung realizes he's stuck in a well-choreographed play where everyone is working together to force the ending they want. It's a familiar, shitty feeling of déjà vu that drags up old memories of the helplessness he felt as a victim back in Daesan. Only this time the cartel includes everyone from the students to the teachers and the cops. He can't help but mutter how bizarre the whole situation is, catching the investigator off guard. He sees the truth in their eyes. To them, he's just an obstacle making things difficult by refusing to let a perfectly good cover-up happen. The detective tries to play the concerned mentor. He warns Hee-woo that his current attitude will only make his remaining school year miserable. Hee-woo offers a hollow thank you for the advice. He calmly points out that as a minor, he shouldn't be talking business with a room full of adults. Right on cue, the door opens and a scarred powerhouse named Park Jong-soo makes his entrance to take control of the room. Then the real surprise walks in right behind him, a woman named Lee Miso. She was the one variable Hee-woo didn't account for, and her presence forces him to rethink his entire plan. Kang Hee-woo sits alone at his desk, weighing the biggest hurdle in his current path: Lee Miso's husband. Having a deputy chief prosecutor for a spouse gives her a level of protection most people can't touch. And while Hee-woo knows his plan would be perfect if he could get the man on his side, the research says otherwise. Kang Dong-chul isn't just another bureaucrat. He's a man with a reputation for integrity so sharp they call him the cattle prod, the kind of person who lives for social justice rather than a paycheck. It's a complete contrast to Miso's habit of throwing money at her problems, and in his field of work, Dong-chul is considered basically untouchable. Hee-woo looks over the man's file, realizing that a wrong move here won't just fail, it'll get him crushed before he ever reaches the golden circle. But the risk doesn't bother him. He still needs a competent, uncorruptible partner in the legal field, and the challenge of finding one just makes the game worth playing. Lee Miso keeps her voice smooth and cooperative, playing the part of the concerned parent as she checks in with the school. But the atmosphere in the office is anything but smooth, as Deputy Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul reviews the file and drops a hammer on the room, announcing that the scale of this incident is more than enough to bring criminal charges. The prosecutor cuts him off with a look that turns the room cold, making it very clear he isn't interested in a conversation. He makes the stakes plain. The school had every chance to handle this internally with a proper response, but since they chose to offer a slap on the wrist instead, he is holding the entire institution accountable. Jin Kyung-hee tries one last manipulative play, asking if this isn't all a bit too harsh for children so young. Dong-chul doesn't even blink as he shuts her down, leaving the final verdict to the court. Jang Won-gi is on the floor, begging for a mercy he didn't earn, swearing it was just a one-time mistake that will never happen again. But Deputy Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul isn't buying the act. He knows exactly what a mistake looks like, and this wasn't it. In his world, situations like this aren't accidents. When you act with malice, it's called a crime, and the court doesn't care about your excuses. He turns that same cold pressure on the vice principal, demanding to know how she plans to handle the fallout. The staff can only watch as the school's leverage evaporates. Knowing they're trapped, Jin Kyung-hee finally folds, agreeing to every term Kim Hyun-sung and his lawyer demanded, including a $10,000 fee for every single appearance the legal team has to make. $10,000 for a few hours of work is a payday most lawyers only dream of, especially when it keeps the client out of a courtroom. Park Jong-soo walked away from being a prosecutor to chase his own brand of justice, but his years as a defense attorney have taught him one immutable truth: the world is never fair. Still, this assignment is different. Kim Hyun-sung didn't just hire him for a case. He told the man to wait around on the first day of school as if he knew exactly when and how he would become a victim. Meanwhile, the school's power players are busy cleaning up the mess his arrival caused. Jin Kyung-hee demands an explanation for the failure, but with the recording already out, she decides to cut their losses. They'll move on from this one, but she warns her subordinates to be far more careful now that they know what kind of student they're dealing with. Under pressure from the higher-ups, Jin Kyung-hee feels the walls closing in. knowing that missing a single deadline could mean the end of her career. She resolves to move forward with the same cold care she's always used, deciding it's time to handle things the old way. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at school has shifted completely after Hyun-sung's legal move resulted in Go Dong-soo's suspension. His classmates now whisper behind his back, warning each other not to even make eye contact for fear of being sued next. Hyun-sung ignores the fear radiating from his peers and stays focused on his notes, cementing his reputation as both the national top-ranked student and the one person nobody dares to touch. Whether it was the plan of the Golden Circle or just the local social order, Kang Hyun-sung has been completely isolated, with the rest of the student body keeping a wide berth while they whisper about how much he eats. He never expected his move to Seoul to be a warm welcome, but the rejection is actually a good sign. If the students are this desperate to stay away from him, it means he's already managed to rattle the entire school. A heavy set of footsteps breaks the quiet of the cafeteria as Bae Minwoo approaches, mocking the top-ranked student for being diligent enough to actually show up for lunch. The massive student looms over Hyun-sung's table, dropping a low, aggressive taunt to see if he can finally get a reaction out of the kid who's been ignoring the world. The peace of the cafeteria breaks when a hand reaches into Hee-woo's tray, and Choi Myung-hoon invites himself to a taste. Hee-woo doesn't flinch. He's been waiting for this exact moment, watching as the Golden Circle's top-tier hitman spits out the food with casual disgust. Walking through the school halls, Choi Myung-hoon's lackey can't wrap his head around why they just let a target walk away with a warning. They have the teachers on their side and the numbers to end it now, but Myung-hoon knows better because the intel from the Golden Circle says this guy is anything but normal. He tells the story of a monster who took on his entire school alone, dismantled every last student, and left them broken. Apparently, one of those victims was a heavy hitter from the Golden Circle itself, and the audacity of the move actually makes Myung-hoon laugh. It explains why the organization is putting 100 million won bounty on the guy's head, with a bonus if the job is handled perfectly. Myung-hoon isn't underestimating him. He knows they're dealing with a freak who won't stop fighting even if his limbs are snapping. Choi Myung-hoon is done playing nice, and he wants his crew to understand one thing. Seoul isn't like the countryside, and it's time to show the newcomer exactly how miserable life here can get. His lackey can only nod along, clearly terrified of whatever sadistic plan the boss has in mind. Meanwhile, Hee-woo is back in class, calculating the window he has left before the Golden Circle's deadline hits his midterms. He knows if his grades slip, the commissioners will be all over him, but a sudden tap on his shoulder turns out to be nothing more than a stray eraser shaving flicked at his notebook. He expected some kind of retaliation, but the sheer level of childishness is almost insulting as the thug behind him continues to push for any kind of reaction. Hee-woo realizes this is just another test of his endurance, designed to make him snap so the Golden Circle can finally get the explosion they've been waiting for. Hee-woo can't help but find it amusing. They know exactly how far he's willing to go, yet they're still bold enough to come at him like this. He's already made his peace with the life he's chosen, and simply taking out one bully like Myung-hoon won't fix the problem. Someone else would just step up to fill the gap. What he needs is to set a clear example, proving once and for all that the school system is powerless to stop him. He needs to become a permanent thorn in their sides. He approaches one of his harassers with a cold question. Are they having fun? The boy is caught off guard, stammering as Hee-woo repeats the question with a clenched fist. Then Hee-woo reaches for the pen in his pocket and clicks it. The realization hits like a physical blow. Hee-woo just turned off the recording device. Without the risk of a paper trail, he finally lets loose, slamming a desk straight into the boy's head. Go Dong-soo hits the floor in a heap, stunned that the same kid he's been tormenting just struck him back. He scrambles backward, desperately trying to hide behind school regulations and claiming that he was hit first. He grabs Dong-soo by the hair, dragging the bully back down to his level with cold, clinical force. There's no anger in it, just the execution of a plan he's already mapped out in his head. He raises his hand and calls out to the entire room, making sure every student present understands their role. They aren't just onlookers anymore. They're his witnesses. Hee-woo doesn't stop. delivering a systematic strike that catches Go Dong-soo right in the jaw, his face twisted into a predatory grin as he savors the turn of the tide. With his target effectively neutralized, the protagonist turns his attention to Kim Yeonho, commanding him to explain exactly what he just witnessed. Yu Yeonho sits with his head bowed, doing his best to look like a broken victim. In front of the school disciplinary board, he spins a story about how he was only sticking up for a friend who was treated unfairly by Hyun-sung. He claims it started as a harmless joke. The chairwoman listens with a steady gaze, noting that while Hyun-sung's previous actions against a different bully were fair, this new incident is a different story. She stares Hyun-sung down, telling him that hitting a friend over a simple joke makes him no better than the thugs he's been fighting. She leans in with a shark-like grin, daring him to show the recording he's been bragging about if he's really as innocent as he claims. Surprisingly, Hyun-sung doesn't fight back or reach for his phone. He just admits it. Kang Hyun-sung knows exactly which lever to pull, admitting to the assault and demanding they open a formal disciplinary council. The room goes quiet as he welcomes whatever punishment they have in mind, leaving the committee staff confused by how easily he's digging his own grave. The chairwoman studies him, convinced that the boy is just being young and complacent, assuming he thinks his old connections from Daesun will save him in a place like Gangnam. She smiles, already certain of the outcome. As far as she's concerned, he's just played his last card, and he won't be setting foot in this school ever again. Humming a happy tune, Bae Min-woo's mother approaches her son's room with a plate of snacks, opening the door with a doting smile. She checks in on his studies, only to find him looking pale and shaken. The news is heavy. His tutor Hyun-sung has suddenly quit. The shock is enough to send the plate of fruit crashing to the floor. Across town, a group of concerned mothers gathers at a cafe to dissect the scandal. Their sons are being taught by the top-ranked tutor in the country, but his recent transfer to a high-pressured Gangnam school has brought nothing but trouble. The gossip is grim. Hyun-sung is facing a disciplinary council after claims surfaced that he brutally attacked another student. Bae Min-woo's mother plays her part perfectly, leaning into a performance of helpless concern as she gathers the other parents at the cafe. She isn't just worried about her son's grades, she's framing her plan as a fight for justice, convincing the group to join forces against any external influences that might threaten their tutor. Back at home, Miso switches tactics, turning that same calculated vulnerability on her husband as she begs for his help with the rest of the members. But her husband is a prosecutor, and he isn't moved by her charm or her desperation. He spent his career living by a strict moral code, and he refuses to leverage his public office or the power he's been given to serve a private agenda. To him, the line is clear, leaving his wife simmering in silence as he offers the cold comfort that their son failing to get into a top university isn't actually her fault. Bae Min-woo's mother puts on a submissive face, admitting she has been far too detached from her son's life lately. Her husband, Kang Dong-cheol, draws a hard line. He refuses to abuse his power as a prosecutor to help Min-woo, but he promises to step up as a father and tutor the boy himself. 5 days before the council opening, a voice erupts inside the law office of Park Jung-soo, claiming this new offer is nothing like the previous one. The muscular lawyer Park Jung-soo explodes at Hee-woo, demanding to know what kind of person the boy thinks he is. He refuses to represent him, shouting that what happened on school grounds was clearly an act of violence. Kim Hyun-sung slides the recorder across the table, explaining the strange reality of his situation. The threats aren't coming from thugs, but from the teachers themselves. He's realized that the Golden Circle is using the school's own authority to try and bury him, because he's become the one weakness they can't cover up. The explanation leaves Park Jung-soo speechless, as he realizes the boy sitting across from him isn't just another victim, but a permanent stain on the organization's record that they simply couldn't erase. Hyun-sung sits with a calm, heavy presence, forcing the older man to face the ugly truth of their world, that in this city, even trying to fight back against the Golden Circle is treated like a crime. It's a pattern Jung-soo has seen far too many times, recalling past clients who came to him covered in bruises only to drop their lawsuits out of pure, unshakable terror. Park Jung-soo hunches over his desk, the weight of a decade's worth of bad trades finally catching up to him. He'd walked away from a career as a prosecutor to live with pride, but the cost of that choice sits right there on his desk. A framed photo of a wife who divorced him the moment he stopped being useful. He'd stood against corruption only to be treated like a snitch, and now he's left wondering what the right choice actually looks like for a man who wants to be a father and a husband. He's clung to his convictions, because if he lets them go now, every bridge he burned would have been for nothing. Straightening up, he looks across at Kim Yeon-sung and finally yields, admitting that the kid hasn't done anything wrong. In Jung-soo's eyes, Hyun-sung was just doing what was necessary to survive. So he asks the boy what he actually wants. Hyun-sung leans in with a shark-like grin and drops the request that stops Jung-soo's heart. Stay away from the upcoming council. The school violence hearing opens with a narrative that frames the entire conflict around a single moment of escalation. According to the council prosecutor, everything started when Yoo Yun-ho acted out over a friend's punishment, but what followed was a brutal, one-sided retaliation that went far beyond self-defense. As the prosecutor lists the consequences, the room shifts, and the mention of permanent damage sends a wave of shock through the assembled parents. The evidence is clinical and devastating, detailing how the assault left the boy missing 3 teeth and struggling with trauma that requires ongoing psychiatric care. As the opening statement concludes, the weight of the accusations leaves Hyun-sung's mother spiraling in silence, realizing she has no way to protect her son from what's coming. Things are moving exactly as the mother planned, yet the boy's composure is starting to get under her skin. Kim Yeon-sung hasn't said a word, and with his lawyer nowhere in sight, his silence feels more like a threat than a surrender. She tries to shake it off, reminding herself that the trap is airtight. Between the medical diagnosis and the witness statements, there's no way out for him. The prosecutor calls for a rebuttal, and Hyun-sung finally speaks. While he admits to hitting Yoo Yun-ho, he flatly denies that the injury caused any permanent damage. It's a bold claim that brings the room to a standstill, especially when he holds up 2 fingers to signal he has evidence of a cover-up. His first point hits like a physical blow. Yeon-ho never showed signs of losing teeth during the actual fight, and the sudden symptom looks suspiciously convenient. As he continues, he reminds the council of the school's past bias against him, using their own history of false accusations to suggest they're simply falling for the same trick twice. Hyun-sung isn't backing down, openly questioning if the school's investigation can even be trusted when they're so eager to hand out punishments without looking at the facts. He suggests the report against him was faked. The headmaster watches him with cold eyes, already dismissing his defense as trash and deciding there's no point in listening to him further. She stands to deliver her final judgment, citing his lack of reflection and past conflicts as the basis for her decision. With a smile that borders on triumphant, she officially expels Hyun-sung from the school, and our protagonist just stands there with his arms crossed, completely unbothered. As it turns out, the whole thing was a setup. Somewhere else, a bearded man confirms the success of the plan over the phone, thanking the headmaster for taking the risk to kick the kid out. The clients are satisfied, and for a job this well done, a special bonus is already on its way to her. Jin Myung-hee is officially moving up, taking the title of principal along with the full control of the high school. With the backing of the Golden Circle and a seat of real power, she's convinced that life couldn't be more beautiful. The celebration doesn't last. By the next morning, the office doors are nearly kicked in as a furious man storms the room, screaming for the bastard who ignored his warnings. Jin can only watch as her new authority is immediately challenged by a very loud, very angry problem. Hyun-sung doesn't even look up as he rejects the council's decision, driving her into a blind rage over his brazen defiance. Instead of arguing, he hands her a slip of paper and tells her to take it up with his lawyer before calmly asking for his textbook back. The audacity of it leaves her reeling, unable to process the absolute mess he just handed her. The reason for his confidence is Park Jung-soo. The lawyer explains that since yesterday's council was controversial, they've already filed to suspend the execution of the result. It's a legal loophole that leaves Myung-hee staggered. As long as that suspension holds, the school has no power to touch him. No matter what they try, Hyun-sung has zero obligation to listen to an expulsion or a transfer. Jung-soo makes his plan clear. He's going to drag this out with every trick in the book until his client has safely graduated. By the time the school manages to fight through the red tape, the people who tried to ruin Hyun-sung will be the ones left in the wreckage. Jin Myung-hee stares up from the floor, unable to wrap her head around the fact that anyone would actually dare to challenge the Golden Circle. He tosses the crumpled paper at her, mocking the idea that she could ever escape their influence within the country. As he begins to smooth out a new set of documents, the tone shifts from a threat to a lecture on how the legal system actually works. He slams a stack of papers onto the table, revealing he has documented every single time the Golden Circle used this exact method to bury their problems. The realization hits Myung-hee like a physical blow as he looms over her, asking if she truly understands the weight of what he's holding. To stop him now, she would have to dig through the very history she spent years trying to keep hidden. Hyun-sung recalls a case from his past life where a student with a bright future was framed for a classmate's attempted suicide. The legal trick was simple. A lawyer named Young Chan-soo would request a suspension of any disciplinary action, which allowed the assailant to keep attending school as if nothing had happened. It was a perfect way to outsmart the law, and Hyun-sung realizes he has to use that same dirty strategy to stop the Golden Circle from touching him. He brings the proof to the council, laying out a list of students who all shared one common factor. They were clients of the Golden Circle. Despite their crimes, every single one of them had their suspensions approved and graduated without a single mark on their record, leaving the principal trembling as her history of corruption is dragged into the light. Park Jung-soo narrows his gaze, dropping a final ultimatum. If the Golden Circle continues to harass his client, he'll take every legal precedent he has to court and burn their operation down. Jin Myung-hee stares back, her composure finally snapping into a mask of pure malice as she dismisses him as delusional. To her, sacrificing a single judge is a small price to pay if it means getting rid of Kim Hyun-sung. She explodes in a fit of rage, demanding to know how he dares to defy them when he's nothing but Jung-soo doesn't flinch. He tells her to do her absolute worst because they aren't touching his client. A smug smile touches Jung-soo's face as he notes the perfect timing of her outburst, knowing full well how much people in her position hate having their identities dragged into the light. He suggests that if she really wants to make this a mess, she should take a look at what's happening right outside the window. On the street below, Choi Sung-pil has already begun his move, projecting his voice through a megaphone to catch the attention of every passerby. As the president of the Anti-School Violence Committee, he addresses the gathered crowd about the hidden cues of torment, making sure the public is watching before Jung-soo pulls the curtain back on the Golden Circle. On the street outside the school, a small crowd gathers as the warning goes out. Adults can't afford to ignore the signs if they want to keep their children safe. Even a small suspicion requires action. Choi Sung-pil stands at the center of it all, gripping a megaphone and shouting a desperate plea for parents to learn from his mistake before they lose a son to school violence, just like he did. Hyun-sung's play is finally out in the open, and in the Golden Circle's inner sanctum, the bearded executive can't help but find the audacity amusing. Hyun-sung is threatening to expose the entire organization if they touch him, effectively daring them to make a move. It's a calculated strategy to burn everything down before it can be hidden, and his associate agrees. This time, the kid really has crossed the line. The associate wonders what their next move is, but for the executive, the answer is simple. They use the assets they already own. He picks up the phone and delivers a cold order to the teachers. Tomorrow, they are to do absolutely nothing. No matter what happens, they are to stay out of it. While the leadership plots, the actual work of the Golden Circle continues in the school's back halls. Kang Jae-wook slams a student against the wall, screaming about how much he hates people who act smart. He's already given the boy his options: drop out or transfer if he wants to stay alive. The victim can only sob and stammer out an apology, completely broken as Jae-wook leans in to savor every bit of his terror. High school is supposed to be about grades and graduation, but for the boy pinned against the restroom wall, it's just a cage. Kang Jae-wook stands over him, surrounded by a small audience of students who are more than happy to watch the show. Jae-wook mocks him with a fake bit of sympathy, but the mask slips the moment he reaches out and snaps the boy's finger. As the victim screams in agony, Jae-wook just laughs it off, telling him to quit crying because a broken bone isn't going to kill him. Things weren't always like this for Jae-wook, and the shift started just a few days after he topped the midterm exams during his first year. That was the day Choi Myung-hoon showed up, a predator who took one look at the top student and decided to dismantle his entire world. Kang Jae-wook had reached a point where his life was no longer his own, a victim of a system where his only plan was to survive another year of Choi Myung-hoon's merciless bullying for the sake of his parents. But the weight of the abuse eventually pushed him toward the windows, wondering if jumping would be the only way to make the pain stop. At the same time, rumors began to swirl about a senior named Kim Hyun-sung, who had chosen a different path by retaliating against the same bullies and was now facing a disciplinary council for his actions. A few days later, Jae-wook overheard his classmates discussing the fallout, stunned by the news that Hyun-sung was somehow still attending classes despite being expelled. Apparently, a legal loophole allowed him to stay until his appeal reached a final court ruling, which was a level of defiance that Jae-wook couldn't even imagine for himself. Watching from the sidelines, a spark of hope finally cut through Jae-wook's despair. If a senior like Hyun-sung could actually stand his ground and stop a monster like Myung-hoon, then maybe there was a future for him after all. A junior named Kang Jae-wook stops Kim Hyun-sung in the courtyard, clearly nervous but desperate to speak. He warns Hyun-sung that a bully named Choi Myung-hoon is purposely baiting him, admitting that he's also a target of the same group. Hyun-sung isn't looking for sympathy or an ally, coldly asking why the boy is sharing this with him. Before the junior can find the words, a carton of milk splashes directly over Hyun-sung's head, leaving him drenched while Jae-wook panics. Looking up, they see Choi Myung-hoon laughing as he mocks them both for being victims. Hyun-sung doesn't lose his temper or even look back. He simply tells the junior to stay out of it because he has no idea what's actually happening. On the roof, Choi and his friend Jung Min-ho watch him approach, amused that their target is actually coming up to face them. From the top of the stairs, Choi Myung-hoon gives the order to pull the trigger on their little trap. Kim Hyun-sung is already on his way up, moving with a focus that should have been their first warning. Myung-hoon just watches from the landing, waiting for the heavy lifting to start. Jung Min-ho tries to play it smooth, using a respectful tone to mask the fact that he and a half-dozen others are currently blocking the only way forward. One of the thugs barely gets a greeting out before Hyun-sung's fist finishes the sentence for him. Hyun-sung isn't here for the social act or the fake respect, and he lets them know exactly what he thinks of their senior-junior hierarchy. Myung-hoon screams for the rest of them to stop shaking and just swarm him, but Hyun-sung is already moving through the crowd like he's checking items off a list. Kim Hyun-sung drives a knee into his opponent's chest with enough force to lift the boy off his feet. He flows through the stairwell like a shadow, ducking under a desperate swing and pivoting with a speed the group can't track. They hadn't expected this kind of resistance from a student, but Hyun-sung isn't just any student anymore. He's a man armed with information from Jung Chan-so about his target, Kang Jae-wook, and a burning memory of what happens to the weak. The thugs trip over their own feet in the chaos, realizing too late that the distance between them and their target is closing fast. One lunges with a scream, swinging for the kill, but Hyun-sung doesn't even flinch. He sees the shape of the past repeating itself. A diligent student targeted by predators, desperate enough to ask for help. Hyun-sung was that kid once, and he knows exactly how this story ends. Hee-woo catches the first one with a palm to the face, slamming his head into the floor before he can even react. He knows exactly how this needs to go. If he can walk down these stairs safely this time, then the cycle finally breaks. He ignores the panicked shouting from the second attacker and keeps his focus sharp. As the boy tries to lunge from the steps, Hee-woo simply pivots, catching him mid-air with a brutal knee to the gut. He follows through by throwing the kid over the railing, letting gravity finish the job. One after another, the bullies who used to own this stairwell are dismantled with clinical efficiency. Peace is coming back to this school, one broken jaw at a time. One of the remaining thugs watches the scene unfold, frozen by what's happening right in front of him. Below him, his friends are scattered across the concrete, barely able to groan for help. He doesn't even have time to run before Kang Hee-woo reaches up, grabs him by the hair, and drags him down. To Hee-woo, this isn't the end of a fight, it's just the warm-up. Down the hall, the boy Hee-woo protected walks alone, his mind racing with concern as he realizes exactly where the protagonist is headed. Before he can process it, another student sprints past with news of a massive brawl breaking out in the next building. The word on the street is that every heavy hitter in the school has cornered Kim Yun-sung at once. To anyone else, it sounds like a spectacle, but the victim knows the truth. This isn't a fair fight, it's a public execution. The boy's world is narrow, and right now, it's closing in on him. He realizes Choi Myung-hoon hasn't just started a fight, he's set a trap, and if senior Kim Hyun-sung walks into it, everything is over. He's spiraling, caught between his own terror and the knowledge that he's the only one who can stop it. He bursts into the teacher's office, desperate for an adult to finally step in and do their job. But the moment he starts explaining that Hyun-sung is in trouble, he's cut off. The teacher doesn't even look at him. He just gives a cold, one-word command to leave. The boy tries to push through, pleading that this is serious, but the man's patience is already gone. Getting right in the kid's face, the teacher makes it clear that whatever meeting they're having is more important than a student's life. He doesn't just dismiss the boy, he threatens him to get lost. Kicked out into the hallway, the betrayal of trust hits harder than any punch. The people meant to protect him are openly siding with the bullies through their own indifference. With the school turning its back, the boy realizes he has one last card to play. He draws his phone and decides to take this outside the school walls. He's calling the police. Inside the school hallway, Kang Jae-wook desperately dials the police to report a massive fight and begs for an immediate response. The dispatcher confirms the location, and for a second, Jae-wook thinks help is actually on the way. But the officer quickly pivots to an excuse. A drunk driving accident nearby has tied up every available unit, and the school will have to wait. The realization hits Jae-wook like a physical blow. The teachers are all stuck in a sudden meeting, the police are conveniently busy, and the odds of both happening at once are zero. He can't even fathom the scale of the trap he's standing in. The truth was decided the night before. In a dark lounge, a scarred executive tells Myun-hoon that the school is about to become a lawless zone, a total blackout designed to turn the campus into a playground for violence. With no witnesses and no interference guaranteed, Myung-hoon stands over a fallen student and smiles, already looking forward to the purge. Jae-wook stands alone in the stairwell, his heart hammering against his ribs as he weighs the cost of being a coward. He could just turn a blind eye, walk away, and pretend none of this has anything to do with him. But then he remembers the way his senior looked out for him, the only person who ever truly stayed on his side. A sudden snap of decision hits. He can't just stand by like a loser anymore. Gripping a cleaning mop like a makeshift weapon, Jae-wook decides this is his business too, but a sudden scream from above stops him cold. He doesn't hesitate this time, racing up the remaining stairs and shouting for his senior, only to freeze at the rooftop door as he witnesses the brutal reality of the fight he's about to join. Kang Hee-woo stares ahead, his vision blurring as he tries to hold back a level of rage that's becoming impossible to contain. His fists are clenched so tight, the skin splits, and as blood drips onto the concrete, he isn't thinking about the pain. He's just deciding exactly what he's going to do to the person who pushed him this far. Back in January, before he ever made the move to Seoul, Kang Hee-woo was already grinding away in a gym set up by Go Chang-byam. He throws himself into the training with a desperate intensity, hammering the heavy bag until his knuckles burn and his lungs feel like they're about to give out. Every strike is driven by a singular, sharp focus, a need to push past his limits and become the kind of fighter who doesn't just survive the coming storm, but dominates it. The timer hits 0, but the work doesn't stop. Kang Hee-woo throws himself into the heavy bag with a desperation that looks more like survival than sport, drawing a warning from Chang Biam. His mentor points out that he's already won the spar and conquered his recent hurdles. At this rate, he's just going to kill himself. Hugh Woo doesn't stop. He knows exactly what's waiting for him with the golden circle. They are irrational, dangerous, and likely to cross lines he can't even see yet. To survive them, he has to prepare for every possible worst-case scenario. As it turns out, he was right to be paranoid. Hee-woo catches a goon with a strike that drops him instantly, leaving the rest of the Golden Circle group frozen on the stairwell. They scramble back in panic, watching one man move like he's ready to take on the entire building alone. They wanted a fight, but they didn't expect to be the ones being hunted. He admits the situation is messed up, but he finds one silver lining. If no one is coming to help, then no one is coming to save the bullies either. On the school rooftop, the rest of the gang waits in a tense silence until Hee-woo kicks the door wide open, dragging a beaten goon behind him like a trophy. Myung-hoon greets him with a slow, mocking clap, seemingly impressed that the boy actually fought his way to the top alone. He leans back with a wide grin, calling Hee-woo a psycho and promising that he's already prepared a special scenario just for this moment. Choi Myung-hoon weaves a convenient lie, laying out exactly how the police will find the scene. A tragic accident where a violent student simply lost his footing and fell. In Myung-hoon's head, the plan is perfect, leaving the truth buried under enough ambiguity to protect the Golden Circle. Our protagonist doesn't argue the point. He just agrees that someone is definitely dying today. He doesn't wait for the circle to close in, planting his foot and exploding into a strike before the gloating even stops. In the lounge below, two teachers watch the rooftop through the glass, one drowning in guilt, the other reminding him that they've already sold their souls to the Golden Circle. In the school lounge, the complicit teacher reminds her colleague that they have friends in high places: police, prosecutors, and politicians who will bury any trouble they make. Jang Won-gi isn't convinced, asking what happens if the plan fails, but she only scoffs at his fear. There are more S-rank students in this school than just the one currently fighting, and she is certain Hyun-sun won't be walking away whole. Back on the roof, the fight is getting brutal as Kang Hee-woo lands another heavy strike. Choi Myung-hoon takes the hit, realizing his reaction speed is starting to fail him. He shouldn't be getting tagged like this, but his body isn't keeping up with his eyes anymore. Hee-woo is feeling the drain too, his face battered and his breath short, but he knows the stakes haven't changed. This whole setup was rigged against him, and he knows exactly how it ends if he doesn't find a way to win. He gives the S-rank fighter credit for being tough, but in his mind, it's not enough. Compared to the director, this guy is nothing. An Dong-yeop lands a heavy strike that sends blood spraying from Kang Hee-woo's mouth, but the focus quickly shifts to Choi Myung-hoon, who screams out in agony as he clutches his broken hand. Dong-yeop doesn't give them a second to breathe, driving a knee into Hee-woo's chest before turning his relentless assault back onto a desperately defending Myung-hoon. The rooftop descends into a blur of violence as Hee-woo and Myung-hoon trade brutal blows until a massive uppercut catches Hee-woo under the jaw and snaps his head back. Despite the damage, Hee-woo just spits blood and laughs, calling them out for finally stopping the act and hitting like they mean it. He's clearly reeling, and seeing the state of him, Myung-hoon's grin returns. He's convinced the protagonist has finally hit his limit. Choi Myung-hoon lunges forward, convinced he's about to put an end to this fight once and for all. But as he closes the distance, the pressure shifts, and he finds himself frozen under Kang Hee-woo's shadow. Hee-woo is battered, his breath coming in ragged hitches, but he forces a grin and claims this level of pain is still bearable. The world stops for a second as a dark mania takes over Hee-woo's expression. He invites Myung-hoon to keep going, suggesting they find out exactly which one of them is going to drop dead first. He screams in frustration, throwing everything he has left, but Hee-woo refuses to go down, Looking up at the monster he's unleashed, Myung-hoon finally realizes that he's actually going to lose. The bully finally snaps, his frustration boiling over into a scream as his grip on the situation slips away. Hee-woo lunges forward to end it, but the boy's desperation has turned lethal as he reaches into his jacket and pulls a hidden knife. It's a split-second realization for Hee-woo, but it isn't fast enough to stop the blade from sinking into his stomach. Hee-woo doesn't collapse. Instead, he reaches down and clamps his hand over the bully's fist, trapping the metal inside his own body to keep the coward from pulling it out or striking again. The onlookers can only watch in horror as their simple high school brawl turns into a scene of cold, bloody consequence. Choi Myung-hoon manages to find his voice first, snapping at his partner for leaving him out to dry as he wipes sweat from his face. But the bully isn't listening. He's busy watching the monster in front of them, desperately banking on Myung-hoon's history of escaping arrest to salvage this. He screams a frantic command for Myung-hoon to do something, anything, because the way Kang Hee-woo is holding on to him isn't human. The realization finally hits as the bully stares into Hee-woo's cold eyes. This is the trash from the rumors, the S-rank who built a reputation on cruelty. He can't wrap his head around the fact that Hee-woo nearly took a blade to the gut and didn't even flinch. That psychological wall finally crumbles, and the regret is the last thing he feels. Hee-woo stands bloodied among the wreckage of his own making, taunting his opponent with the cold reality that even at his best, the other boy was never a threat. Looking past the wreckage to Choi Myung-hoon, he delivers a verdict on the entire school. The violence, the broken kids, and the chaos are the direct result of adults who chose to look away. When the teachers finally burst onto the rooftop, the man among them can only stammer in panic at the sight of the bodies filling the stairwell behind the boy. He assesses the damage he's done with a clinical eye, warning the faculty that an infirmary won't be enough and they need to call for an ambulance immediately. As he brushes past the stunned teacher, he drops one final instruction to bring the police in, making it clear that the school's internal politics can no longer hide what happened here. Dae-hun rushes to catch up, asking after his senior's condition, but Hee-woo just keeps moving, heading away from the rooftop in silence. Kang Jae-wook freezes at the door, unable to process why the one person who shouldn't be standing is currently walking into the classroom. Hee-woo doesn't lower his voice, calling out the sheer insanity of a school where dozens of guys can jump one student with knives and not a single teacher says a word. Even the ambulances are running silent, secretly clearing out the bodies while ignoring the actual victim standing in the hallway. Jae-wook tries to play dumb, but the act dies the second Hee-woo names the golden circle and reveals he knows exactly who placed the hit. High above the city, Mrs. Kim gathers the school staff to issue a direct order. The recent violence will be buried as a simple student dispute, and the mention of a knife is strictly forbidden. When Jang Won-gi asks if such a cover-up is even allowed, she snaps at him, reminding the group that they're all finished if the truth comes out. They had effectively turned the school into a lawless zone just to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung, but the boy survived and used the chaos to his own advantage. The staff is visibly shaking as the weight of the situation lands, knowing they can't possibly manipulate every witness or hide the physical proof scattered across the school. Mrs. Kim silences their fear with a threat, making it clear that Jang and the others will be the ones to take the fall if this plan fails. To save their own skins, they must stick to a shared lie, that they were locked in an important meeting and simply arrived too late to stop the bloodshed. Despite her meticulous planning, the feeling that she's overlooked a fatal detail refuses to go away. Mrs. Kim is in a state of pure panic, barking orders for Jang Won-gi to head downstairs immediately as the boy stands there, completely lost. She's looking for a scapegoat, hysterically screaming for Myung Soo-chin, the school's second-ranked student. This isn't just about a school rivalry. The truth starts to surface about why a top student like Jang Jae-wook was beaten half to death in the first place. It turns out Soo-chan couldn't stomach the fact that someone from a modest background, who didn't even have expensive tutors, was outranking him. He reached out to a shadowy group known as the Golden Circle, an organization that ruins students' lives for the right price, and commissioned them to dismantle the top ranker's life. This explains the strange pattern of bullying everyone has been forced to watch, a systematic effort to break a boy's spirit just to tank his grades. Suchan doesn't even try to hide the venom anymore, snapping back that by that same logic, someone likely hired that same group to come after Kang Hee-woo. Hee-woo knows his story sounds impossible, so he decides to let the school's own corruption provide the proof. He's only been in this classroom for 5 minutes, but he's already baiting a specific reaction. If the teacher stayed silent while he was being jumped by dozens of students, he wants to see exactly how fast they'll move now that their prize student Myung Suchun is the one on the floor. Right on cue, the homeroom teacher Jang Won-gi bursts into the room in a blind panic. The teacher tries to push past the other students, demanding to know why Hee-woo is picking on an innocent boy like Suchan. Hee-woo doesn't let him finish the sentence, cutting the man off with a roar that stops the entire room. He calls out the hypocrisy in front of everyone, reminding Won-gi that he was supposedly too busy with the meeting to help when Hee-woo came to the staff room earlier. The teacher's selective hearing has finally been exposed. He treated the victims like nobodies, but he came running the second one of his favorites got hurt. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, a man named Hyunmin takes the news of the failure over the phone with cold disbelief. The academy staff on the other end is already distancing themselves, demanding that Hyunmin clean up the mess and stop the situation from escalating any further. And while the simplest solution would be to take him out quietly in the streets, the rules of the Golden Circle are absolute. All commissions have to be finished inside the school, exploiting the loophole where adult indifference towards student violence keeps the organization's hands clean. Hyunmin reflects on the logic that has kept the Golden Circle running for decades, but the current total failure is a first in their history, leaving him completely speechless. He knows his schedule is about to be packed with damage control when a call comes in from a man he's not expecting to hear from. Back at the school a little while ago, Myung Hyun-suk had already lost his mind, screaming threats and promising that Hee-woo's entire life was officially over. The executive from Gunman Enterprise tried to lean on his power, vowing to use every connection he had to ruin the boy, but Hee-woo only offered a flat, bored response. It's a calculated move. Hee-woo warns the man that if he's ever actually punished, he'll just come back with the entire organization behind him, to drag every dark truth into the light. Kang Hee-woo finally names the motive that started this whole mess. Myung Hyun-seok hired the Golden Circle to bully the school's top student just to clear a path for his own son. He knows the executive is already on shaky ground at work, and the timing of his son's corruption is a disaster he can't afford. Hyunmin watches the exchange and realizes how badly he messed up. He didn't bring in a VIP. He brought in an enemy who knows every one of their secrets. He taps the table, signaling that he's done wasting his time on small talk. He puts the blame squarely on Golden Circle for letting their names leak before Hyun-suk finally snaps, screaming into his phone for a fix while his bruised son stands silently behind him. Myung Hyun-seok isn't interested in excuses anymore, and he makes it clear that the trust is gone. He threatens to burn everything down by informing the Golden Line members and filing a formal complaint, and as it turns out, the panic spreads through the organization like wildfire. The high-profile clients are already demanding that all personal data be destroyed immediately, leaving Hyunmin standing alone in the wreckage of his own network. He tries to breathe through the pressure, but the weight of the collapse is too much. His composure finally snaps in a violent outburst of pure frustration. The math is simple. If Kim Yun-sung doesn't disappear, the organization will need someone to blame, and Hyunmin is next in line to be the scapegoat. He needs a plan, but right now, his mind is a total blank. Hyunmin stares at his phone. The identity of the person dismantling his operation still a complete mystery. He lashes out at the empty air, desperate to make the threat disappear. But the reality of his situation finally breaks through his rage. He's finished. He knows it, where the man known as the proxy is already waiting. As the direct mouthpiece for the Golden Circle's boss, his presence alone is a death sentence, yet he offers a drink with a calm, practiced smile. He doesn't waste time on small talk, asking if Hyunmin understands the gravity of why they're meeting. The proxy cuts straight to the bone, naming the traitor responsible for exposing their clients. As he pours the tea, Hyunmin's hands shake so violently the liquid splashes over the rim. This wasn't just one mistake. The damage has spread from the regional branches all the way into the heart of Gangnam. The proxy leans in with a shark-like grin, forcing Hyunmin to admit the final truth. Once a member's name is out, the foundation of their entire organization's trust is gone. The threat from the proxy is clear. If this failure isn't fixed, the golden circle is finished. Hyunmin begs for one more chance. But the proxy isn't looking for apologies, only results. He reminds Hyunmin that their reputation is built on the fact that anyone crossing them pays a heavy price, and if he can actually dismantle Kim Hyun-sung, he might finally earn a meeting with the true boss of the organization. Hyunmin knocks back his drink, the weight of the ultimatum sinking in. He gives his word that the job will be done, knowing there isn't a second chance coming after this. Meanwhile, Kang Jae-wook walks through the night, his face still bandaged from his recent run-in. He knows he's still a problem for the circle, and as long as he's breathing, they'll never stop coming for him. Kang Jae-wook knows the golden circle is about to overextend itself, pouring every resource into burying him to hide their own internal rot. In their desperation to get him out of the picture, they're going to expose a weak point, and that is exactly the opening he's waiting for. He's already decided to use himself as bait, walking a tightrope between his midterm exams and a literal target on his back. Meanwhile, at a high-end restaurant, a server delivers a meal, only for Hyunmin to crush the food under his fist in a sudden burst of aggression. He's on the phone, cold and focused, ordering his people to mobilize anyone available for the task ahead. The order is simple and bloodthirsty. They're going to clean up Daesun once and for all, unaware that Jae-wook is already smiling into the coming storm. Chang Baeom stalks past the front gates of Daesan Science High School, cursing the fact that he had to travel this far just to deal with one guy. Sitting in his car, he looks over a document with a smug grin, confident that his target won't be able to protect anyone on his own. He's convinced the man picked a fight with the wrong person, but a sharp knock on his window cuts his revenge fantasy short. A police officer leans down, his eyes shadowed and sharp as the window rolls down. He asks what the problem is, noting that Chang Baeom has been idling in this spot for quite a while. Chang Baeom forces a polite smile, claiming he was just finishing a phone call and is leaving immediately. Internally, he's fuming, annoyed that the local cops are even more strict about parking than the ones back in Seoul. He moves to close the window, but the officer's hand stops it, and the professional tone shifts as he demands to see some identification. The officer leans in with a practiced grin, explaining that they've been getting reports of someone targeting local students. He claims his patrols are just a safety measure during school hours, but he quickly softens the tone, assuring Chang Baeom that he isn't being accused of anything. It's all just standard procedure. With no other choice, Chang Baeom hands over his identification, and the officer looks it over, noting the name Jung Ki-ho and a home address in Seoul. He plays the part of the polite civil servant, thanking the man for cooperating despite being on a business trip. Then the friendly mask slips just enough to show the teeth underneath, as he warns Chang Baeom to be careful during his stay in Daesan. The officer's voice remains calm as he mentions that the local police are preparing thoroughly to make sure no issues arise. The realization hits Chang Baeom like a physical blow. This isn't a random check, and the officer isn't just making small talk. He realizes he's been spotted before he even started, and this bastard knows exactly why he's in town. An Dong-yeop's first day on the job has already fallen apart. He wonders if his target actually made him, but he isn't ready to call it a loss yet, deciding instead to scout the area near a man named Kim Hyun-jin. Stepping into the alley, he lights a cigarette to take the edge off, his mind still fixated on the violent things he should have done to the cop who crossed him earlier. The quiet doesn't last long before a group of students and a hired thug corner him, with a messy-haired youth demanding to know if he's actually smoking there. The kid isn't just asking, he starts taunting Dong-yeop about his eyesight and tells him to put it out, threatening to get physical if he doesn't comply immediately. Dong-yeop just stares at them in pure disbelief, wondering who these kids think they are to be looking for a fight with someone like him. The messy-haired youth doesn't back down, claiming to represent the neighborhood's youth council while ordering Dong-yep to take his cigarette elsewhere. It's the wrong day to push on Dong-yep. He was already on edge, and the sight of a bunch of kids acting like they own the street finally snaps his fuse. He throws a punch, but his target isn't there. The kid moves with a speed that leaves Dong-yop swinging at air and questioning his own eyes. Within seconds, Dong-yop is on the pavement, looking up at a mocking grin as the youth tells him he should have listened. He doesn't even bother finishing the job himself, simply signaling his crew to take over. A massive thug looms over Dong-yop, pinning him down with a warning that if he keeps looking for trouble, they'll be there to meet him every single time. The group closes in, delivering a coordinated beating in the middle of the alleyway. Watching the feed from a surveillance camera, Changbaum's eyes go wide as he recognizes exactly who they're dealing with. Dong-yop thinks he's finally found his exit strategy, shouting for the officer to handle the thugs who beat him. He leans into the victim act, wondering out loud if smoking in an alley is really worth this kind of violence. Feeling emboldened, he points toward a nearby camera and demands they check the footage so everyone can see the truth. He's already savoring the revenge, promising to bring in an expensive lawyer and ruin them, until the officer drops a single name. Jung Ki-ho. The world stops for Dong-yep. That's his real name, a detail that shouldn't be in any local police file, and the officer's casual smirk says this isn't a random patrol. The cop leans in close, listing the exact school and apartment building Dong-yop has been staking out, proving he's been watched for a long time. Then the trap closes completely as the officer reveals that the CCTV he wanted to check doesn't even work. The narrative is being rewritten on the fly. The youth council didn't beat him. They were just upstanding students stopping a home intruder. The officer drops the planted evidence onto the pavement with a smug grin, warning An Dong-yop to have an expensive lawyer ready because the youth council is already lined up as witnesses. Dong-yop explodes at the blatant corruption, unable to believe the police would falsify a crime scene so openly. But the officer just shoves him forward and tells him to read the room unless he wants an obstruction charge on top of everything else. Meanwhile, at a high-end balcony overlooking the city, Chang Beom takes a call from the police chief, who confirms the bait has been set for the higher-ups. Chang Beom offers a thin smile and a bribe wrapped in corporate talk, promising that Myeongjin Construction will take full responsibility for any trouble, and won't forget this favor. He hangs up and stares out at the sunset, reflecting on how rotten the world has become. He thought he was the one going overboard, but even he's disgusted by the trash trying to tear apart Hyun-sung's family. Go Chang Beom sifts through the paperwork on his desk, realizing that every name on the list is a threat sent specifically to dismantle Hyun-sung. He knows his local influence won't stop them from escalating, so he decides to move first and orders his workers to prepare a secret countermeasure. Meanwhile, An Dong-yep stalks down a city street on his phone, irritated and pressing his contact for confirmation that Daesun was already braced for their arrival. Back at a quiet office, Hyunmin weighs the situation. If Hyun-sung's family is too well protected, the plan has no leverage. He realizes Chang Beom's presence in the city is the real roadblock. Chang Beom is no longer just a contender. He won his family's inheritance battle and secured his position, making him a major player in the region. Hyunmin knows that men with everything to lose are the most dangerous, so he shifts the target. Chang Beom has to go first, or none of their other moves will matter. While Go Chang Beom has his own plans, An Dong-yop isn't interested in just standing by. He proposes a more aggressive move, taking out Go Chang Beom and Kim Hyun-jin at the same time. It's a bloodthirsty play, one his contact tells him to give a shot, and Dong-yop is more than ready to unleash the Golden Circle way. He grins at his phone, already savoring the hunt for Hyun-sung, convinced the boy has finally messed with the wrong person. Later, out on the neon-lit streets, Dong-yop corners someone poking around for information on the local kids, delivering a blunt warning to back off before things get ugly. He can't help but wonder what exactly the target did in school to stir up this much trouble. At the center of it all was Jung Ki-ho, a man who believed he could manipulate the local youth for his own ends, only to find his petty revenge ending before it even truly began. A few days later, a fleet of black vans pulls up to the front of the building. A group of professionals in suits marches through the lobby with a purpose that stops everyone in their tracks. Their leader announces they're from the National Tax Office, ordering an immediate halt to all work as he gives the command to seize every piece of evidence in the room. Standing before his father in the fading light of sunset, Chang Beom lays his entire career on the line. He makes a heavy vow. If his arrogance ever costs the company, he'll accept the consequences without a second thought. He promises to take full responsibility and step down. His father looks at him with a new sense of respect, realizing his son isn't the immature child he once was, and admits that a man should always be prepared for such a fall. But the old man's tone shifts, turning the conversation into a grave warning. This isn't just about losing a title. If Chang Beom fails, he'll have to leave everything behind. His father views people as mere tools to be used and discarded, claiming there's no need to protect a replaceable asset. Chang Beom bows, showing respect for his father's skill as a craftsman, but he refuses to adopt that cold logic. He isn't the president yet, and until he is, he'll treat people according to his own beliefs. Chang Beom holds his ground, declaring that he has chosen his own path and knows exactly what kind of president he intends to become. His father isn't moved, pointing out that even the most solid corporations have crumbled under a single tax investigation when faced with billions in fees. He admits that Myeongjin Construction is just as dirty as the rest, built on a history of pushing harder and cutting deeper than any of his rivals. This is the core of his ruthless logic. When the investigation starts and the foundation of the company begins to shake, he will do whatever it takes to save the empire. If it takes a sacrifice to protect Myeongjin, he's ready to throw any bait necessary at the investigators, even if that bait is his own son. The Beard executive stays focused on the call, pushing for a final decision on how to handle their revenge. He wants to know if they're just giving Hyun-sung a warning, or if they're going for total destruction. Hanging up, he dismisses the kid's efforts as nothing more than a child playing a man's game. Without his protector, Hyun-sung is just a target waiting to be hit. With the trap fully set, the executive smiles, ready to turn the pressure onto Go Chang Beom and finish this. But then his phone rings again, and the name on the screen freezes him. It's a high-ranking executive from the Golden Circle, someone way above his pay grade. Before he can even ask why, the executive is met with a wall of pure rage. The Golden Circle is backing off, and if he doesn't kill the tax investigation into Myeongjin Construction right now, his head is the next one on the chopping block. And he tells Song Young Chang as much, hiding behind a fake apology about orders from above. The defiance earns him a scream of pure rage from the other end of the line, warning him that Myeongjin Construction is a bomb just waiting to go off. Meanwhile, back in his room, Kang Hee-woo sits in the quiet, methodically going through his medical kit. He pushes himself hard, maybe too hard, and he knows he's lucky he didn't do permanent damage to his nerves during practice. These hands are his only tools, and he needs them in perfect condition if he's actually going to tear down the Golden Circle. He can't afford a single mistake now, because once the war starts, they'll go after everyone he cares about. Jung Ki-ho is out of the picture, and while Kang Hee-woo has secured his family, his allies remain exposed. Men like Go Chang Beom are valuable, but they're also perfect bait for an enemy who plays by the books. A corporate tax investigation is a slow, legitimate way to bleed a company dry, and for an entity like the Golden Circle, it's a weapon that's nearly impossible to counter. Flash back to several months ago, and Hee-woo was already pitching a solution to Chang Beom that seemed like a total pivot. He presents a drive filled with data on the Golden Circle's top tier, proposing a high-stakes transfer from Myeongjin. The logic is simple. Once the enemy takes the money, they're legally tied to the fallout. The very investigation, meant to destroy Myeongjin, becomes the snare that forces the hidden rats into the light. Hee-woo leans in, baiting Chang Beom with the one thing he can't resist, the identity of the person sitting at the very top of the Golden Circle. Looking back on his previous life, Hee-woo remembers how the downfall started. with information spreading about every person who had ever made a deal with the elites. At the time, Chang Beom was riding high on rising share prices, and the powerful men in his pocket never imagined there would be a price to pay for their greed. That changed the moment the tax investigations hit his company, Myungjin Construction. Facing total collapse, Chang Beom didn't just roll over. He used the situation to tighten the leash on his contacts, essentially telling them that if he went down, he was taking everyone with him. Back in the present, Chang Beom decides to bet everything on Hee-woo's strategy. He looks at the playboy-turned-businessman, realizing a year was all it took for Chang Beom to finally learn how to play the game. Several days later, a phone call arrives that will put their entire plan to the test. Go Chang Beom, the director of Myungjin Construction, finally takes the call he's been waiting for. On the other end is Park Hyung-jun from the Golden Circle, and he isn't calling to make friends. They meet at a quiet cafe where Hyung-jun cuts right through the pleasantries, demanding that Chang Beom walk away from his own company before things get even worse. Chang Beom doesn't flinch, laughing off the threat as a desperate move from a man who's clearly cornered by a tax investigation. He leans back and asks if Hyung-jun even knows the history of this specific cafe. It's the place where Chang Beom first met Hyun-sung, a kid who looked like he'd already decided that dying on the spot was a perfectly fine option. Seeing Hyung-jun sitting there now, Chang Beom finally understands the difference between the two. All he sees is a pathetic man driven by nothing but malice and greed. Hyung-jun doubles down, warning him that declining the offer will mean the total destruction of his company. But Chang Beom is finished playing safe. He isn't about to be pushed around by someone who profits off children, and he's more than ready to go down swinging if it means taking the people who robbed him into the dirt along with him. Chang Beom grabs Bae Sung-ho by the collar, making it clear that this isn't just a fight, it's a reminder that they are standing on his home turf. Before Seon-ho can even process the shock, Chang Beom delivers a brutal strike that sends the massive man crashing through the restaurant furniture. Standing over his defeated opponent, Chang Beom tells him to figure the rest out for himself, leaving Song-ho humiliated and seething on the floor. Alone on a park bench, as the sun sets, Min-woo's father stares at the documents in his hands. The name Golden Circle is one he's heard before, but the weight of it is different now. While he doesn't know exactly what they are, the growing stack of reports makes it clear that the stories he's seen so far are just the tip of the iceberg. He's stunned that someone could hand him such a deep map of their corruption on the spot, and it leaves him with a grim realization. If this information is true, the rot in the country goes deeper than he ever imagined. Looking at Hyun-sung's file, he remembers when his wife pleaded with him to intervene on the boy's behalf. But he stayed his hand even when things got ugly. It wasn't that he didn't care, but as a prosecutor, he lives by a rigid code that doesn't allow for personal favors or excuses. Kang Dong-cheol has seen enough corruption to know the shape of it, but this is a different breed of filth. He recognizes a system where the rich and powerful discard their status to band together, all to protect their wealth and destroy a single individual. Ultimately, the man decides he refuses to live with the shame of doing nothing. He makes the call, reaching out for a meeting at his office the following morning. It's an old connection, a favor he shouldn't be asking, but the reasons for investigating this case as a prosecutor are piling up too high to ignore. A high-ranking member of the organization calmly eats his meal while mocking the failure of the man sitting across from him. He pointedly notes that despite being given every advantage, the results have been the exact opposite of the confidence originally promised. On the floor, the bearded executive prostrates himself, offering no excuses and desperately promising to fix the mess he made. The top-tier member isn't buying it, explaining that the executive's clumsy attempt to get results has actually destroyed their best path for dismantling Kim Hyun-sung's network. His tone shifts as he delivers the real threat. Their master is beyond furious. The executive slams his head against the floor in total submission, screaming an apology for his failure. This is his final warning and his last chance to make it right, and he's willing to put his life on the line if it means surviving the night. Deep inside the Golden Circle, the directive comes down from the top: eliminate any doubt about the organization's reach. The target is Kim Hyun-sung, and the order is to either tank his midterm grades or ensure he never even makes it to the exam room. Under the crushing weight of the demand, the local executive begs for one last chance to prove he can actually handle the job. Meanwhile, Kang Hee-woo's own counterplay is starting to gain momentum. He checks in with his business associate, who confirms their latest threat worked well enough to kill the tax investigation into Myeongjin Construction. Hee-woo acknowledges the risk the man took by siding with him, but the associate just laughs it off, though he warns Hee-woo that while their base in Daesan is secure, the transition to Seoul is going to be a completely different animal. Kang Hee-woo hangs up the phone with a sense of finality, ready to handle the next phase of his plan. He admits he had originally viewed Go Chang-beom as a tool he could easily replace, but this new life keeps proving him wrong. Chang-beom has become a vital ally, a connection that is finally giving the protagonist a clear shot at the people running the organization from the top. Hee-woo's gaze shifts to his board, as he realizes the Golden Circle only functions because its most powerful members trust the network's faceless master. This makes the recent tax investigation more than just a legal headache. It's a targeted strike at Congressman Lee Kyung-cheol. In his past life, Hee-woo remembers this man thriving during the Golden Gate incident, spending 20 years building a reputation that likely hides a deep connection to the Circle's origins. Since he was suspicious from the start, our lead has already set the trap, using Kim Pan-ho to bait the congressman with a briefcase full of bribe money. As the tax investigation tightens, Lee Kyung-cheol takes the bait, forcing the Golden Circle to reveal its hand as they scramble to react. Hee-woo begins mapping out the full scope of the network, starting with Lim Cheol-young, the CEO of Future Investment and Securities, before moving on to the top-tier members he identified through Jung Chan-so. He connects the dots through Park Hyung-jun's contacts, narrowing his focus toward the operative known as the proxy. The shape of the conspiracy is finally becoming clear, and if he can bridge the final gaps in their movements, he'll have the path he needs to dismantle the entire organization. Since the blackout incident, the atmosphere at Daesung-mire High has shifted completely. With many of the injured students still missing from classes, the student body now views Kim Yun-sung with a volatile mix of respect and genuine fear. Rumors about the Golden Circle have begun to poison the air, and while the students suspect the truth behind Myung-soo Chan's commission, the weight of the situation is more than any teenager can handle. They keep their distance, watching and waiting, but the students aren't the only ones feeling the pressure. Behind the closed door of the deputy's office, the conspiracy is beginning to fray. Vice Principal Jin Kyung-hee is spiraling, her composure gone as she realizes that neither the faculty nor the students trust her anymore. To her, naming the Golden Circle out loud was a death sentence for their secrecy. She pleads with her associate to lay low and let the situation cool down. But he isn't interested in a retreat. He reminds her with cold finality that they are in the same boat, and his orders are clear: use every teacher on staff to make Hyun-sung's life a living hell before midterms even begin. The associate isn't interested in being the only one to take the fall, making it clear that if this operation fails, he's dragging Jin Kyung-hee down with him. The threat hits home, leaving her stunned, as he reminds her that they're both on a sinking ship if they can't deliver. Realizing she has no exit strategy, Kyung-hee yields and agrees to push forward with the plan. Back at Daesung-mire High, the pressure campaign shifts to the classroom, where the math teacher corners our protagonist the second he walks through the door. Hee-woo offers a calm excuse about running an errand for another teacher, but the man isn't looking for a reason. He's looking for a fight. He mocks Hee-woo's top rank, leaning in to provoke a reaction and feigning fear to make the boy look like a violent delinquent in front of the class. This is a coordinated strike, with the math teacher slamming the podium and screaming about a lack of sincerity. It doesn't stop there, as the English teacher immediately piles on, waving homework assignments and joining the chorus of manufactured outrage. Good grades don't buy a free pass in this classroom, and the math teacher isn't shy about making an example of him, using every opportunity to paint our protagonist as the reason for his own lack of motivation. From the outside, the other students see a situation that is spiraling out of control, but Kim Hyun-sung takes it with a level of composure that borders on indifference. Even several days later in the faculty office, the lecture continues. The teacher admits the boy has the marks, but insists he needs to start acting like he actually belongs in a classroom. Things are moving exactly the way Kang Hee-woo planned, with his predictions landing one after another. The Golden Circle is failing on every front. They couldn't even manage a simple move against his people, and for an organization that survives on results, being outplayed by a high schooler is a death sentence. Now that they've lost their leverage, they'll naturally start burning the evidence and cutting every tie that links them to the group. Hee-woo knows he's a ticking time bomb in their world, a loose thread the master of the Golden Circle will try to cut at any cost. But since the master is restricted to acting within the school, the boundaries of the game are set, and Hee-woo is more than ready to dig deeper. Compared to the real war he's fighting, the petty school sabotage he's dealt with so far is nothing. Hee-woo already knows the enemy's next move. If he doesn't act fast, they'll just swap his answer sheets or bury his grades under a pile of fake numbers. To stop their underhanded tactics, he has to finish this fight before the midterm exams even begin. His plan relies on a chain reaction. First, Jang Won-gi will scramble to discuss a reflection paper with Jin Kyung-hee, who will then turn to the Golden Circle to handle the fallout. But while they plot in the shadows, the scandal is already breaking out in the light at the Civil Service Support Center. Despite the staff's attempts to quiet him, the man's fury only grows as he calls out the vice principal for the exact corruption Hee-woo is counting on to tear this school apart. The evidence lands like a hammer, detailing how wealthy parents are buying their kids' way out of class with illegal payments. Outside the office, the pressure reaches a boiling point as a group of protesters makes their move, led by a man demanding justice for his son. They aren't just asking for an inquiry, they're demanding the Department of Education do its job before another victim is made. For the civil servant, the situation has officially spiraled out of control. Just when he thinks it can't get any worse, a news crew from a major outlet appears, notebooks out and cameras rolling. He knew student Kim Hyun-sung was the one who leaked the info, but seeing a powerhouse like Junhan News on the scene changes everything. This isn't just one kid with a grudge anymore. Hyun-sung has serious players backing him, and the scale of this setup is finally starting to sink in. Several days ago, Hee-woo's contact sat down for a high-stakes meeting with an elder politician, opening the conversation with a blunt demand for the man to finally use his influence. One name stood out above the rest: Lee Kyung-cheol. As a key figure of the leading party, he's exactly the kind of target the elder has been waiting to destroy. Hee-woo's man pushed the advantage, explaining that the stage is already set for the older man to step into the light and solve a problem that has the entire country on edge. If he can successfully take down the circle, the path to becoming a presidential candidate won't just be open, it'll be guaranteed. Politician Kim Pan-ho is genuinely impressed, finding it almost amusing that a kid actually delivered on such a massive promise. He's already thinking about the future, deciding right then that he wants this kind of talent on his own payroll. For now, the game is enough, and he agrees to play his part in exchange for the entertainment Hee-woo has provided. Pan-ho lets out a roar of a laugh, fully embracing the chaos and giving them permission to use his name as a weapon. The timeline shifts to the present. On the surface, it looks like a standard scandal, but the underlying pressure is enough to force the Golden Circle to abandon their hold on the school entirely. Officials from the Department of Education arrive at the school, ordering the students to document every instance of violence or corruption they've witnessed. It's a staged show of concern to avoid public backlash, and for students like Kang Jae-wook, the pressure is suffocating. He stares at the blank paper, paralyzed by the fear that speaking up will only make things worse. The injustice of the school feels like a weight he can't lift, leaving him wishing he had the strength of someone like Kim Hyun-sung. But then he remembers the advice he was given, that living an independent life means being willing to pay the price for standing up. The realization snaps something inside him. He can't just sit here and let this pass like he did before. This is his one chance to change, and Jae-wook finally grips his pen with a desperate, shaking resolve. Jung Won-gi is spiraling, reporting to his superior that the situation is already out of control. With the public watching and a government investigation closing in, he's desperately searching for a scapegoat to take the fall before the trouble reaches them. He's terrified they're being abandoned, arguing that the organization hasn't handled anything correctly since getting involved with Kim Hyun-sung. He's practically pleading to take action, only for Kyung-hee to crush out her cigarette and tell him to settle down. There's a grim reality here that she has to remind him of. But her lecture on the true nature of the Golden Circle is cut short the moment her phone begins to vibrate on the desk. Deep in the shadows of the vice principal's office, the bearded executive vents his frustrations about the higher-ups. The founder of the Golden Circle might be creative, but they've grown rigid, clinging to the rule that all their business stays strictly within the school walls. He admits it was a clean setup at first, easy enough to write off the brutality as just another case of student violence. While the world sees a few immature kids lashing out, they completely miss the architecture of the scheme happening just out of sight. He lights a cigarette, already calculating how to turn a profit while pinning Kim Hyun-sung into a corner. But he knows that even a perfect plan fails once a single crack appears. Sensing the shift in the room, Jin Kyung-hee presses him for a real answer, warning him that the situation has already spiraled past the point of no return. The executive lays it out plainly. They're caught in a pincer move between a politician looking for bait and a news outlet hungry for a lead. It's a classic play for higher ratings, and the scale of the exposure means a quiet cover-up is no longer on the table. The executive flashes a cold, predatory grin as he delivers the verdict. Since the opposition won't back off, he needs to offer them a sacrifice to keep the rest of the circle safe. The realization hits Kyung-hee like a physical blow. She isn't part of the plan anymore. She's the bait. Jin Kyung-hee tries to stand her ground, but her desperate resistance hits a wall of cold dominance. The executive doesn't even blink as he lays out her only two options: trust the organization and hope for a future, or fight back and face total destruction. The power dynamic is absolute, and Kyung-hee is left paralyzed by the realization that she's been nothing more than a tool to be discarded once the debt is paid. Across the city, Jang Won-gi stares out at the skyline, feeling the walls of his life closing in. He'd been promised a massive payout for his sacrifice to the Golden Circle, but looking at his current situation, he knows how this story usually ends for failures. The weight of a 20-year mortgage and his children's school fees starts to crush him, and he spirals into a panic over the pension he already blew on a bad bet. He blames Kim Hyun-sung for everything, but as he catches his own reflection, a dangerous thought takes root. Rumor has it that Hyun-sung actually takes care of the people who listen to him. Jung Won-gi stares at his phone, the silence of the night doing nothing to calm the sweat on his face. He's been cornered by Hee-woo, and he immediately starts throwing out every excuse he can find: the mortgage, his 2 children, the heavy weight of being a provider. It's a desperate play for sympathy, an offer to be used as a tool just to avoid whatever fate met the last man who crossed Hee-woo's path. Our protagonist doesn't care about the mortgage. Instead, he asks the teacher if he remembers a student from 5 years ago named Yang Min-ho. He describes a boy who had everything going for him, with grades high enough for a top university, before he was suddenly targeted by bullies. Even after escaping to a prestigious school, the trauma followed him until he tried to hide from the world by joining the military. Hee-woo leans in close, his voice dropping as he asks if the army is really a place where a broken man can find peace, and then he answers his own question with a flat no. The truth hits Jang Won-gi like a physical blow. The senior he's been talking about has been dead for 3 years. Kang Hee-woo leans in with a cold, mocking smile, questioning how his victim could be so slow to realize that working for the Golden Circle was always going to end this way. The Department of Education usually looks the other way when it comes to school corruption. But they moved fast on this one. They released an official statement confirming that Vice Principal Jin Kyung-hee and teacher Jang Won-gi were involved in embezzlement and bribery, and that both were being dismissed immediately. It looked like a clean sweep, but the investigation was carefully curated. The students had mentioned a lot more than just a few corrupt teachers. They talked about a blackout incident and the mysterious Golden Circle, but the authorities made sure those details never hit the press. Since most people don't spend their time browsing official government websites, the deeper truth stayed hidden. Public opinion focused on the simple scandal of teachers stealing money, with some noting that in the modern world, students with phones make it impossible to keep these old-school secrets anymore. But this wasn't going to end with a few simple firings. In a cold interrogation room, Jang Won-gi sat hunched over and refused to say a single word until his lawyer arrived. He knew exactly what was at stake, and he wasn't going down alone. Jang Won-gi thinks he's safe, betting his life on the idea that the Golden Circle can't afford to abandon him while he still holds their secrets. He expects a lawyer, but the interrogator only sees a naive man who doesn't understand how high-level cleaning works. The truth lands like a hammer. No one is coming for him. The interrogator reveals that everyone involved, including Won-gi's own bosses, wants this wrapped up quietly and permanently. There was one final piece of business handled last night that sealed his fate. A flash drive slides across the table, containing an audio file sent directly by Kim Hyun-sung. Whether Hyun-sung knew the Golden Circle would cut their losses, or he just wanted to break the last of Won-gi's trust, the move was perfect. Won-gi is officially on his own. The interrogator leans in with a cruel smile, asking if Jang Won-gi really thought the Golden Circle would ever protect a traitor. Won-gi spirals into a panic, screaming that he's being framed by a devilish bastard named Kim Hyun-sung, but the interrogator isn't moved. He presses for a confession, knowing the silence across the table is just the sound of a man realizing his life is over. Won-gi desperately asks if his former backers would have protected him if he hadn't taken the meeting, and the interrogator delivers the cold truth. They only ever paid him so they could have someone to discard. The realization snaps something inside Won-gi's mind. Jang Won-gi is losing his mind, screaming threats at the prosecutor as guards haul him away in handcuffs. Behind him, Vice Principal Jin Kyung-hee is a different kind of wreck, catatonic and completely broken as she's wheeled out on a hospital gurney. Our protagonist watches the fallout in stunned silence, seeing the weight of the investigation finally crush the two people at the top. Elsewhere in the school, the panic has already started to spread through the halls. Two staff members huddle outside their office, terrified that they'll be the next ones dragged out after seeing their leaders abandoned so easily. One man tries to rationalize the situation, insisting that the Golden Circle can't possibly punish every person who was involved. He's betting his life on the idea that the organization would rather cut its losses and let these two take the fall for everyone else. Inside the hallway, one staff member desperately tries to talk his colleague out of whatever move they're considering, warning that doing something now will only get them bitten as well. Their panic is cut short by the cold arrival of Kang Hee-woo, who informs them they're late before commanding that every teacher outside be brought to the staff room immediately. Our protagonist stands his ground with a chilling level of composure, watching the adults scramble as he grants them a mere 10 minutes to comply. He waits until they're gathered before noting that the vice principal and Mr. Jang are already terrified of losing their livelihoods, but he isn't finished with the rest of them. Walking into the room with absolute authority, Hee-woo asks the group of silent teachers if they consider themselves accomplices, dropping the heavy question into a room paralyzed by guilt. Kang Hee-woo stands before the faculty, dropping a bombshell that shifts the power in the room. He is the one who orchestrated the recent scandal, and he's the one who holds their careers in his hands. The gray-haired staff member is cornered, desperate to know why a student has gathered them there and what he could possibly want from them. The answer is simple but terrifying. Hee-woo tells them to just keep doing exactly what they've been doing. He clarifies the terms of their survival. No matter what orders they receive or what chaos unfolds in the school, they are to play the role of the incompetent staff and look the other way. It's a cold ultimatum, delivered with a casual gesture. As long as they stay out of his way, he has no reason to destroy them. Hee-woo leaves the staff paralyzed in the meeting room, reminding them that he's already proven he doesn't make empty threats. With the teachers neutralized, Hee-woo moves on to the next phase of his plan, satisfied that the first stage of his purification is complete. With his current moves finished, Hee-woo turns his focus to stage 2 of the plan. He isn't just winning a fight, he's planning to rewrite the entire school's social order, while his next target, Choi Myung-hoon, is still away. Back at the hospital, Myung-hoon receives a frantic call about the total collapse of their safety net. The school is a crime scene, and the teachers who usually covered for them are already being interrogated by the police. It doesn't add up. The golden circle doesn't just fold, yet they've completely yielded to a single student. He can feel the shadow of Hee-woo's influence stretching all the way to his hospital bed. If Hee-woo has already seized control of the school, Myung-hoon knows exactly what's waiting for him the moment he steps back through those gates. He's finished. Choi Myung-hoon sits in the hollow quiet of his hospital room, spiraling as the realization hits that he's completely on his own. The golden circle isn't coming to save him, and if he wants to survive what's coming, he has to find another way. By the next morning, he's gathered a crowd of delinquents in the school plaza to lay out the grim reality of their situation. The teachers are useless. Their high-tier backers have abandoned them, and Kim Hyun-sung is still out there. He plays on their collective fear, pushing the idea that standing still is just waiting to be picked off one by one. When Jo Min-seok, an S-rank who should be the strongest among them, Myung-hoon mocks him for it. Min-seok snaps back in a panic, reminding everyone that even stabbing the guy didn't leave a scratch. Seeing the group waver, Myung-hoon pivots, framing their survival as a forced necessity. They can't even quit school without permission, so their only path is to turn themselves into a fortress. An Hongryol is the first to buy in, his expression shifting into something predatory as he agrees to follow Myung-hoon's lead. With the group falling into line, Myung-hoon drives the point home. They stay together, or they all get destroyed. After several days away, Choi Myung-hoon returns to school like he still owns the place, barking at anyone who even glances his way. He's already done the math. If his group jumps Hee-woo together, there isn't a thing the lone fighter can do about it. But the atmosphere in the building has shifted. People who used to look at the floor now meet his gaze, and it's getting under his skin. He kills time at his desk, checking his phone and waiting for the morning to finally get moving. The wait ends when a classmate approaches with a direct order. Hee-woo wants Myung-hoon and his entire crew in the gym immediately. They show up to find Hee-woo already waiting, checking to make sure the whole group is present before he begins. Hee-woo opens the confrontation with a greeting that carries the weight of everything they've done, and Choi Myung-hoon can't even hold his gaze. Walking calmly into the center of the gymnasium, Hee-woo acknowledges the tension in the room and starts laying out the terms of their survival. He offers them a simple deal: keep their heads down until he graduates in a year, and he'll leave them in peace. But that mercy only extends so far, and the atmosphere shifts as a predatory grin breaks across his face. He singles out the two students responsible for the incident, Myung-hoon and Jo Min-seok, and hands down a brutal command to the rest of the group. If the others want to stay in his good graces, they have to beat their own leaders right here. Naturally, loyalty vanishes the moment survival is on the line. The betrayal is instant. The delinquents turn on their own leaders with a roar, swarming Jo Min-seok before he can even process that his own crew has flipped. Choi Myung-hoon screams in disbelief, lashing out as he realizes Kim Hyun-sung has completely dismantled his authority from the inside. It's an underhanded tactic, but it works. Myung-hoon is forced to admit that Hyun-sung's reach is terrifying. The gym descends into a brutal one-sided brawl as the rank-and-file follow their new orders, while Kang Hee-woo watches the fallout with cold detachment. He mockingly reminds a cornered Myung-hoon that class is starting soon, and being late will only make the teachers start asking questions they can't answer. Hee-woo stands silent as the gym erupts, watching the final collapse of the old hierarchy. Myung-hoon screams at his own crew, unable to believe they're turning on him just to save their own skin. He tries to beat some sense into them, warning the mob that no one is getting out of this clean, but the rank-and-file thugs have already made their choice. The crowd surges forward, swarming Myung-hoon as the hierarchy of the school completely collapses into a desperate, violent revolt. In the center of the gym, the hierarchy of the school collapses in real time as the rank-and-file students turn their rage on their former leader. They vent years of bitterness into every kick, screaming that his time is over. Kang Hee-woo watches from the edge of the circle, his voice cutting through the violence with a cold, calculated authority. He reminds them that the Golden Circle is fully aware of the chaos, yet they haven't lifted a finger to help their loyal dogs. It's a brutal realization. They weren't soldiers, they were just temporary assets that have officially been discarded. Hee-woo steps in and pins Myung-hoon to the floor, his hand gripping the back of the boy's head like he's handling a stray animal. The ultimatum is simple and utterly soul-crushing. If Myung-hoon wants to keep his life, he has to end his future. Hee-woo gives him 10 days to drop out of school and walk himself into a juvenile prison cell, making it clear that this isn't a suggestion. If he wants to survive the person Hee-woo has become, he has to disappear. A few moments later, a broken Myung-hoon stands in the academy office and mumbles his resignation. The staff doesn't even look up from the desk, confirming Hee-woo's point. To the people at the top, they really were just trash. Even with his face beaten into a mess, Myung-hoon can't get a single question out of his teacher. He's trying to drop out, trying to explain the violence, but the man behind the desk doesn't care about the bruises or the reason. When the boy tries to speak up one last time, he's just called a brat and told to leave. The academy is a factory, and today, he's just another defective part being tossed out. Rage is the only thing he has left, and he directs all of it at Kim Hyun-sung. He grits his teeth, wondering what kind of monster could break a school so thoroughly that the teachers don't even look up from their desks. As he clutches the withdrawal papers, the reality of the situation settles in. He's dropping out because he's terrified, running away from a fight he can't win, and slamming his gear into his bag because there's nowhere else to go. He's seeking revenge for his shattered pride, driven by a hate that's already turning into something lethal. He walks away with the weight of a killer's intent, proving that for some people, the only way to feel alive is to make sure someone else stops breathing. Hee-woo knows exactly how the trap looks from the outside. He lays it out like a historian. You could walk away and face juvenile prison, but the shadow of what happened to Kyung-hae and Won-gi makes any offer look like a setup. It's a calculated squeeze that forces the target to latch onto the golden circle like a leech, and with midterms approaching, Hee-woo is already preparing for the inevitable counter-move from Choi Myung-hoon. Out on the school grounds, the panic is starting to set in for Myung-hoon's crew. His partner is convinced Kim Yeon-sung won't let them walk, but Myung-hoon has no intention of turning himself in. Left alone, Myung-hoon stares at his phone with a desperate, frantic grin. He's done the math. If he can just take out Hyun-sung first, he can skip juvie and earn back the trust of the Golden Circle. He reaches out to a bearded contact, offering to do anything just to get rid of his rival. The response is a lifeline, calling him to the office where a new plan is already in motion. Word on the street is that a normal high schooler just dismantled the Golden Circle's entire base, a feat so calculated that even the city's heavy hitters are forced to acknowledge him. Sitting in the shadows of his office, a veteran thug tries to make sense of the math. For a kid to pull this off, he would have had to plan every single move from the start. It's an unsettling level of foresight, the kind of talent any gang would kill to have on their payroll rather than their hit list. But admiration only goes so far, and as he marks a red X over the boy's name on his organizational chart, he decides that the kid's luck runs out tomorrow. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Kang Hee-woo, walks the streets of Gangnam and finds the silence from the Golden Circle suspiciously quiet. He expected some kind of retaliation outside the school gates by now, but he quickly realizes that even a gang has to be smart. In a district this busy, starting trouble in broad daylight is a one-way ticket to a jail cell. Kang Hyun-sung keys in the code to his secure office tel, but the moment the lock clicks open, the smile vanishes from his face. The interior is a wreck, leaving him to wonder how anyone bypassed security that was supposed to be state-of-the-art. He steps over the debris, surveying a room that has been systematically torn apart, only to find the entire place empty. A vibration in his pocket cuts through the silence, bringing an urgent message from Choi Myung-hoon that something has gone terribly wrong. Hun-sung stares at his phone, trying to make sense of a sudden cryptic warning from Choi Myung-hoon. The message claims a ruthless crew from Gangnam is coming to kill him because of a rumor that he plans to conquer their territory next. Right on cue, a heavy fist slams against his front door. A red-haired student screams for Hyun-sung to come out, his face twisted with a manic energy that fills the apartment's security monitor. Hyun-sung realizes the timing isn't a coincidence. Myung-hoon didn't send a warning, he sent a notification that the trap was closing. Looking closer at the monitor, he notices the group outside isn't some random street gang. They're all wearing school uniforms he doesn't recognize. The realization hits him that this whole scene is being staged. Myung-hoon isn't just sending hitters to his door. He's making sure there's enough evidence left behind to ruin Hyun-sung for good. The plan is clear. Frame the whole thing as a simple high school brawl to fool the public while they scrub every scrap of real evidence. Kang Hyun-sung looks out at the street, knowing he's cornered with no way to run outside his door. The group of students kicks and screams, their nervous energy high as they try to break inside his apartment. It's a perfect trap, but Hyun-sung isn't surprised. He always knew it would come to this eventually. If his opponent is going to play dirty, he's more than ready to return the favor. If they want to drag this into the mud, fine. Kang Hyun-sung is more than willing to play dirty too. He slips into his jacket, the weight of the coming fight settling over him. He knows the math. They'll swarm him like a pack of dogs, and one wrong move means he doesn't walk out of this hallway. He doesn't wait for them to make the first move, kicking the door open with enough force to catch the lookouts off guard and sending them crashing into the floor before they can even raise their batons. He steps over the bodies and looks down the line at the rest of them. They're stalling, so he gives them the only invitation they're going to get. Come and get some. The thugs shout for the pack to descend on him, but Kang Hee-woo doesn't wait for them to close the distance. He steps inside the first man's reach, neutralizing him with a clinical efficiency that leaves the others scrambled. The sudden shift in momentum catches the group off guard, one attacker sputtering in confusion as Hee-woo emerges from a blind spot, like he's been doing this his whole life. Despite his technical edge, he knows he's still playing a numbers game, and dragging this fight out is a death sentence. He decides he needs to punch a hole through the line and open a path before the weight of the crowd can actually pin him down. Desperate to pin him down, the high schoolers scramble through the narrow hallway as Kang Hee-woo makes his break for the exit. He buys himself a few seconds by locking the door behind him. Some of the guys are already starting to second-guess the plan, wondering if the backup in the corridors can actually finish the job. From Hee-woo's perspective, the Golden Circle has completely lost their edge. He sees right through the clumsy setup. They wanted to frame him as just another victim of a violent school brawl, an irony that actually brings a smile to his face. Since they went through all this trouble just for him, he wonders if he should feel honored, ignoring the mounting chaos of residents calling the management office in a panic. Deep in the school hallways, the threats are already flying, and a distant student realizes just how quickly a simple grudge turned into a full-scale war between schools that left someone dead. It was all according to plan, starting with the security feeds being cut and ending with the building staff being paid off to look the other way. This wasn't a random tragedy. It was a setup designed to leave behind exactly the kind of evidence the Golden Circle wanted found. The Golden Circle doesn't just break their enemies, they manufacture their own truth. A bearded thug presses a knife into a student's hand, outlining a cold, calculated frame-up. Stab the target, claim it was a botched attempt to help, and take a light manslaughter sentence as a minor. He pitches prison as a simple alternative to military service, promising the boy will be well compensated for his loyalty. The student is trapped, resenting the fact that he's being forced to repeat a dark history he never wanted to be part of. But while the plot thickens in the shadows, Kang Hee-woo is busy dealing with the immediate threat, tearing through a crowd of thugs who think his exhaustion is their opening. The thugs are screaming for blood, but Kang Hee-woo is already mid-swing, landing a sharp counter that catches the silver-haired thug right in the jaw. He doesn't just hit the man, he grounds him, twisting his leg into a lock that forces a pained curse out of his mouth. It's all moving too fast for the rest of them to track, as Hee-woo spins into the next movement to clear the space around him. He stops short when something catches his leg, looking down to find a bowl-cut thug clinging to his waist with a twisted manic grin. He's been baited. The others aren't going to waste the opening, shouting for their man to keep him pinned while the rest of the pack closes in for the kill. This isn't a fantasy, and Kang Hee-woo knows that better than anyone as the blows rain down on him. Training has its limits, and no amount of effort can turn a human body into iron. So he stops trying to be a superhero and starts being efficient. Standing alone against a crowd is a losing game of geometry, but Hiwoo is willing to endure the disadvantage if it means catching just one opening. He weaves through the chaos, turning his attackers into human shields and redirecting their momentum until the thugs realize too late that they're mostly just hitting each other. Dongyup's composure finally snaps, and he lashes out with a wild strike just to keep the pressure on. He forces Hiwoo back down the stairs, but he's fighting with more desperation than strategy now. Blinded by rage, Dongyup lunges in for what he thinks is the finishing blow, but the realization hits him the second his weight shifts too far forward. Hiwoo has baited him into a sprawl. The world slows down as Hiwoo drops his hips, pinning the specialist against the cold concrete. Dongyup's face grinds into the floor as he gasps for air, the pressure of Hiwoo's full weight making it impossible to move. Hiwoo holds the position with everything he has left, his lungs burning while he keeps his opponent neutralized. In the hallway, the remaining students watch in disbelief, unable to grasp why Hiwoo is still standing after everything they've thrown at him. Kang Hiwoo stands bloodied but unbroken, taunting his enemies with the idea that if they started this, they really should see it through to the end. Somewhere far from the chaos, a mysterious planner sits calmly at a table, dismissing the frantic reports of a police chief. The chief warns that with the flood of emergency calls, he can only hold his men back for 10 more minutes, but the planner isn't asking. He's telling him to buy at least 30. It's a cold, calculated bribe, with the planner promising that the higher-ups will bury the incident and ensure no one is held accountable. He paints a simple picture. The only consequence will be a story about late police response, while the chief will walk away with something much more valuable. After the chief caves and ends the call, the planner rests his hand on his phone, completely confident in the over 100 people he's mobilized to turn the city into his personal turf. The world might notice the violence for a moment, but he knows better than anyone how quickly people forget. The planner drops a cold verdict. His target is already a dead man walking. A crowd of students marches into the lobby with a calm, heavy presence, led by a boy with a bowl-cut chewing gum. The realization hits the bearded thug like a physical blow, his panic spiking as he recognizes the faces in the crowd. The leader doesn't even look at him, simply ordering everyone to get out of his way while the other thugs in the room freeze, completely blindsided by the sudden intrusion. One of them recognizes the insignia. The boys from Cheonil and Daesun High have arrived, and their presence alone changes the entire shape of the conflict. An Dong-yeop reels as the realization lands. His plan was intercepted before it even started, but he forces himself back to composure. Looking at the sheer number of Golden Circle elites in the room, he tells himself that Daesun doesn't stand a chance. Identifying the man responsible for the setup, Choi Myung-hoon. The betrayal wasn't a surprise to everyone, though. Several days earlier, Kang Hiwoo received word that Myung-hoon had been meeting with the Golden Circle's student wing. It turns out dozens of schools in Gangnam are being hit with the same tactic, using Myung-hoon as bait to lure targets out of the safety of their schools. The intelligence contact warns that the trap is closing fast, and that things will turn ugly soon. Despite the offer to find him a safe house while the tension boils over, Hiwoo refuses to hide. He's staying in the fight. Hiwoo's contact is on edge, warning him that even around Gangnam Station, the Golden Circle is too unpredictable to take lightly. The advice is simple. Move the hideout and watch from a distance until the heat dies down. But Hiwoo knows running doesn't actually solve anything. He studies his board, deciding that the only way forward is to take this head on. No matter what they throw at him, he has to show them he isn't going to budge. A new call breaks the silence, and Hiwoo answers it with the cold confidence of a man who knows he can turn any situation to his advantage. Kang Hyun-sung paces beside a park bench, his voice tight with desperation, as he tries to talk sense into his partner. To him, the risk is unacceptable. A plan this dangerous means they won't even know where the attack is coming from until it's too late. But Hiwoo isn't looking for a safe way out. Standing before his strategy board, he explains that if the goal was just to win a fight, he would have played it safe, But he isn't looking for a simple victory. He wants the complete annihilation of everyone involved with the Golden Circle. Taking down the organization itself is easy enough, but doing it the traditional way means the people at the top will just scatter and survive. He can't live with that. His plan centers on the upcoming midterms. If he takes first place while surviving their attacks, he'll finally have a lead on the mastermind. Hyun-sung can only listen in silence, realizing that Hee-woo is fully prepared to use himself as bait to draw his enemies out into the open. Kang Hee-woo knows that taking down a powerhouse like the Golden Circle requires more than just his own hands, so he starts making calls to mobilize the heavy hitters from Daesun. Meanwhile, on the school grounds of Jejeil High, the local leader lays out the brutal reality of the mission ahead, a trip to Seoul for a fight that could land them in a hospital bed or a prison cell. He makes it clear that there's no pressure and that the usual compensation applies for anyone who gets hurt. But the silence from the group is heavy as they weigh the risk. Sung Dae-yoon is the first to step forward, refusing to stay behind when he owes his entire current life to the kindness Hyun-sung showed him when he was at his lowest. Seeing Hyun-sung's example taught him that strength is the only currency that matters, and ever since that day, he's been training with a single-minded obsession to finally be someone who can give back. One by one, the students of Jejeil High start to fold, swept up by Daeyeon's absolute conviction and the promise of a payday from the man who conquered Daesan. Watching from above, Daehyun offers a silent oath of loyalty to his mentor, certain that Kim Hyun-sung is finally on the right path. While the reinforcements prepare to move, Kang Hee-woo stands among the bodies in a quiet stairwell, his breath heavy as he tries to push past the exhaustion of the fight he just survived. The thug steps out of the shadows with a grin, making it clear he's heard all about Kang Hee-woo and thinks the boy is nothing but trash that needs to be taken out. He doesn't wait for an answer before launching a heavy punch, connecting with Hee-woo's face in a strike that sends him reeling. Hee-woo pushes back through the blur of pain, forced to admit this guy is actually strong, but he knows if he stops now he's dead. He waits for the exact second the thug overextends, spotting a gap in his guard, and lunges forward with a desperate counter to end the fight. Hee-woo takes a heavy kick straight to the chest, the force of the blow throwing him off balance as blood smears across his chin. But Hee-woo isn't done. He forces himself into a sprint. The strike lands, but the impact is wrong, and Hee-woo stares in shock as the blade fails to bite. With a smug grin, the thug pulls back his jacket to reveal he was prepared for this all along. He's wearing a stab-proof vest, and Hee-woo just used his last opening on a target that couldn't be cut. Hee-woo's run comes to a dead stop when the final line of thugs catches him, but the celebration doesn't last 10 seconds before a strike from the shadows nearly takes a man's head off. Our protagonist's ally finally makes his entrance, looking more annoyed at the delay than worried about the fight. He's already bored, and as he starts wading through the crowd, it becomes clear why. The hallway turns into a meat grinder, and every time his fist connects, another body drops into the tiles. The thugs finally realize their front line has dissolved into a one-man massacre, screaming in panic to hold the line because if he breaks through, the whole operation is dead. Hee-woo's ally tears through the hallway like a natural disaster, dropping every guard in his path with a series of brutal, efficient strikes. He's nearly finished when a shout rings out. A purple-haired thug demands he stop, lunging forward with a desperate heavy swing that signals he's not just another low-level grunt. Blocking the hit, our blonde fighter does the math. This guy is strong at least in S rank, but even a high-tier threat isn't going to stop him today. He ducks a follow-up strike and looks for an opening, knowing that every second spent here is another second Hyun-sung is in danger. The thug winds up again, shouting a final threat, but his words are cut off by a sudden violent intervention from the shadows that leaves both fighters stunned. Kim Si-woo takes a breath and psychs himself up. He knows his role in this mess, and right now, his only job is to tear open a path. He flashes back to the moment the bribe was offered, a staggering 100 million won just to follow orders. A mercenary. That's what he's become, but a payout that massive makes the risk of jail time look like a huge win. Standing over a downed opponent, he screams at his subordinate to move, clearing the way for the blonde thug to escape the hallway. He doesn't care about loyalty or honor. To him, this isn't personal. It's just a job. Meanwhile, a live stream of the brawl is already exploding online, with commenters in total disbelief that a fight this violent is actually happening in the middle of a high-end Gangnam district. Our streamer is putting on a show for his live audience, shouting about how a gang just showed up to jump his friend. But then he drops the real twist. He called the police 10 minutes ago, and despite the station being just down the road, nobody has shown up. As his chat starts blowing up, with locals confirming that their own calls are being ignored, the gravity of the situation starts to sink in. He's following Hyun-sung's plan to the letter, and his channel is seeing record growth, but as he looks out at the chaos, he can't help but wonder if this is actually okay. Meanwhile, back in the stairwell, Hee-woo pulls himself back up to the 12th floor, surrounded by the bodies of everyone he's already had to go through. He's losing track of the count, his mind going hazy from the sheer volume of the fight. He knows he's reached his limit. Getting out of this building on his own has become impossible, and every remaining choice, like taking the elevator, is a gamble he might not survive. The hallway has turned into a desperate brawl, with the brown-haired thug screaming for backup before the situation turns fatal. Kang Hee-woo stands over his fallen classmates, his shirt already stained with blood, but he has no time to catch his breath before another thug launches a flying knee straight at his chest. The impact is brutal, sending Hee-woo crashing to the floor as the rest of the pack closes in to finish him off. He tries to push himself back up, his body trembling, while the silver-haired thug looms over him with a promise of a final beating. Hee-woo can feel his body giving out, the realization finally landing that even he has a limit he can't fight past. But as Cho Young-taek tries to grind him into the dirt with a lecture on the survival of the strong, Hee-woo finds one last spark of primal desperation and lashes out. The thugs can hardly believe it. Kang Hee-woo is a bloody mess, gasping for air, but the ruthless bastard still won't stay down. Cho Young-taek loses the last of his patience, screaming at the top of his lungs as he scans the hallway for his target. From an overhead view, Hee-woo is just a small white dot trying to put distance between himself and the pack closing in. He drags himself to the elevator, his hand trembling as he hits the button, knowing his only way out is a lucky break. But Young-taek spots him and orders the crew to swarm before the doors can close. Hee-woo catches a punch right to the jaw, the impact rattling his skull just as he thought he'd made it. Another thug swings, but Hee-woo pulls his guard up. He isn't done. He won't die in this hallway. Hee-woo takes a heavy strike to the jaw, followed immediately by a brutal follow-up from the blonde student that finally sends him crashing to the floor. A chime rings out as the elevator hits the 12th floor, but Hee-woo is barely hanging on, his body a mess of cuts and bruises. Hee-woo looks up from the floor, his face a mess of blood and exhaustion, and offers a jagged smile to the man standing over him. He's been holding this line alone for too long, and his only greeting is a raspy comment on how long it took his backup to arrive. The newcomer, Kim Si-woo, doesn't say a word as he takes in the damage, his face set in a hard, focused stare. He places a hand on Hee-woo's shoulder and tells him he's done enough. It's time for him to rest while Si-woo handles the rest of this mess. Si-woo immediately goes to work with a level of brutality that shifts the entire energy of the room, clearing the hallway with a series of high-speed, crushing strikes that leave no room for a counterattack. Watching the slaughter from the other side, one of the thugs realizes the tide hasn't just turned, it has completely collapsed on them. Any hope of recovery vanishes when another panicked student screams the news they've been dreading. The police are already outside, and there's nowhere left to run. The corridor turns into a mess of shouting and shoving as thugs scramble to escape, completely caught off guard by the sudden arrival of backup. Kim Si-woo watches the chaos with a sharp grin, clearly enjoying the way the tide has turned. As they hobble toward the elevator, Si-woo manages to find a bit of humor in the wreckage, jokingly asking if Hee-woo styled his hair just for his big trip to Seoul. It's a small moment of normalcy between friends who are used to this kind of violence, But Siwo's tone shifts as they step inside. He needs to know the truth. He demands a promise that once the dust settles, Hee-woo will finally explain why he's pushing himself this far into the meat grinder. Hee-woo just gives him a non-committal answer, leaving the promise hanging as the elevator doors slide shut. He's not ready to give up his secrets just yet. It all depends on what happens next. The police chief is spiraling, demanding to know why the YouTube livestream wasn't cut before the damage became permanent. If the situation isn't handled immediately, his career is over. He stares at his phone in the silence of his office, weighing the cost of a public disaster he can no longer hide. Outside the station, the weight of the scandal hangs over the city. A brutal street fight in the middle of Seoul isn't something any officer can just look away from. Inside interrogation room 1, the detective lays out the choice: talk now, or face a much harder sentence later. He pushes a sheet of paper across the table, claiming he has the chat logs between Kang Hee-woo and Choi Myung-hoon that prove the boy planned to seize control of Gangnam. Our protagonist doesn't flinch, calling the messages fake and pointing out that his reputation in Daesan doesn't prove a thing. The man leans back, arguing that while they might lack a smoking gun, a judge will see through a dozen coincidences that all point toward the same motive. He finishes with a sharp grin, accusing Hee-woo of calling in his classmates specifically to start a war. Kang Hee-woo doesn't even sound surprised as he lays out the detective's plan to feed a bribed judge fake evidence. He admits he's lucky, showing off a phone screen to prove his friends from out of town were nearby on a field trip and are ready to back him up. Out in the hallway, an officer confirms the alibi is real, leaving the frustrated detective to realize his setup is falling apart. He scratches his head in a rage, unable to believe the timing could be a coincidence, but he knows he's in a corner. Desperate for a new angle, he decides to pivot his pressure elsewhere. He marches into a second room to corner Bae Seung-ho, threatening the man that his life is effectively over unless he starts talking. The detective leans in, reminding the suspect that since he's an adult, he won't be getting off easy like the others. Prison is the only thing waiting for him. He doubles down, warning Bae Seung-ho that the golden circle itself will ensure he rots behind bars for the rest of his life. It's a setup for a bargain. If Seung-ho testifies that the fight was Kim Yeon-sung's fault, the detective can make his problems disappear and throw in a reward for the trouble. Seung-ho doesn't bite. He knows the golden circle is powerful enough to erase someone like him without a second thought. But he also knows there's one person in this world you never want to make an enemy of. He's seen enough of Kim Hyun-sung to know the man doesn't do anything half-assed, and the mere thought of betraying him is more terrifying than a life sentence. He's done weighing his options. He tells the detective to do whatever he wants, then adds a final mocking request: make sure the report says he was just a bystander helping a junior, because without a testimony, he's not giving them a single thing. Several hours after the chaos, Kang Hyun-sung steps out into a media firestorm, facing a wall of cameras and reporters, screaming for answers about the group fight he supposedly led. Despite the bandages covering his face, he remains perfectly composed, feigning confusion about how he even got involved before dropping a calculated bombshell. He links the night's violence to a prior incident at Daesung-mire High School, and a woman in the crowd immediately presses him for a specific name. Hyun-sung doesn't give her one. Instead, he suggests the person behind it all is too powerful for any average citizen to handle, and tells the reporters to go find the truth themselves. It's a masterclass in manipulation, lighting a fuse that spreads across Seoul within hours as the public latches onto the idea of a model student being hunted by a hidden master of evil. Park Hyung-jun is a man who just lost everything. Leaning back in the shadows, he realizes he isn't alone in his despair as his subordinate grovels on the floor begging for a forgiveness that isn't coming. The younger man is spiraling, unable to grasp how a foolproof plan was dismantled so perfectly by Kim Hyun-sung. Hyung-jun isn't interested in the logic of the failure. He's already found his target, grabbing the man and revealing that the interrogated survivors pinned the blame entirely on him. To Hyung-jun, there is only one explanation for how the enemy was so prepared. He has a mole. The accusation sends the man into a hysterical panic, pleading for his life and arguing that he'd be the first to die if the plan failed. but the shadow of betrayal has already been cast. Hyungjun starts with a lie designed to keep his victim from screaming, a simple claim that he knows Myunhoon didn't betray them. He reasons that if the boy were truly the mole, he would have vanished into hiding instead of staying within reach. But the false hope doesn't last long, as Hyungjun explains the brutal math of their situation. For the rest of them to survive, someone has to be labeled the traitor. Myunhoon realizes his role as the scapegoat a second too late, given just enough time to clench his teeth before the execution begins. This was never about guilt or innocence, only about Hyungjun buying himself one last chance by presenting a broken body as proof of his loyalty. With a man whose status alone is enough to make him stumble, the heir to the Great Sun Corporation. Under that gaze, the ruthless interrogator disappears, replaced by a man who can only offer a trembling greeting to his master. The heir of the Great Sun Corporation picks at his meal, noting that his subordinate at least knows how to read a room. He asks Park Hyungjun why the Golden Circle has managed to survive this long, and the big man knows the only right answer is confidentiality. It's been their shield for years, but the heir admits they've finally reached the limit of hiding who they are. In the future, he sees, secrecy won't matter because everyone will already know they exist. Wealth and power won't just be inherited, they'll be protected by a massive cartel that has woven itself into the very fabric of society. He wonders aloud if they're ready for a world where they can operate in the open, a world where the public sees the rot, feels the wrongness, and is still forced to look away like bystanders. Image is everything now. To make sure no one dares to stand against them, they need to project a terrifying level of power, and he's decided to give that opportunity to Park. The deal is simple. Park must take the fall for everything. He needs to go to prison and shoulder every sin of the organization, serving as a brutal reminder that the Golden Circle will cut off any loose end that threatens them. In exchange, the heir promises him a high-ranking position the moment he's back on the street. For a second, Park feels the walls closing in, wondering if he'll ever actually walk out of a cell once he's inside. But the fear passes, replaced by a cold realization. This isn't just a sacrifice, it's his one chance to finally reach the inner circle. Park Hyungjun is already thinking about the exit, wondering if he can find a weakness in the Golden Circle's leader to use as leverage later. He doesn't get a second to breathe before the heir of the Great Sun Corporation cuts through his thoughts, demanding to know if Park understands why a man of his status would reveal his identity. The threat lands with surgical precision. The heir has plenty of fall guys ready to take a prison sentence for him, but Park will simply disappear without a trace. Seeing the terror sink in, the heir just laughs, savoring the exact expression of a man who realized he's completely outclassed. This isn't just a threat, it's the power dynamic he demands for the future of his entire organization. Once the subordinate is sufficiently shaken, Bae Sung-ho approaches, questioning if it was wise for his master to show his face so openly. The heir isn't worried, believing that making his identity known is the fastest way to ensure everyone does exactly what he wishes. With that piece of the board settled, he turns his attention to Kim Hyun-sung. Curious why the man is pushing so hard, though Bae admits they still haven't found a clear motive. Across the table, the heir to the Great Sun Corporation realizes the game has changed, seeing that Kim Hyun-sung isn't just out for a simple blood feud. He orders a total deep dive into the boy's background, wanting to know every second of how he's lived, and when his subordinate asks for a reason, he just offers a cold, predatory smile. He wants him. Back at his place, Hyun-sung scrolls through the news, noting how neatly the media has packaged the recent violence. Back then, a student's death exposed the Golden Circle's name, yet the group barely took a hit. He has to wonder if the authorities were actually that blind, or if they were just part of the shield. He knows he needs to unmask the master of that circle while they still feel safe hiding their identities. His first move is a psychological play tied to the upcoming midterms, calculated to weaponize the students' own families. Even after a major incident, the elite parents are already screaming over the phones, more worried about their children's exam conditions than the truth. He's going to use that entitlement to push them all into a corner. Hyun-sung realizes the parents of his enemies are starting to sweat, seeing his current state as their only window to act. At home, Hong Soon-ho's son is having a complete meltdown, throwing his bag across the room as he screams about his ruined academic record. The boy is losing it, demanding to know why the Golden Circle hasn't fixed his grades yet, leaving Soon-ho scrambling to calm him down. Later, the elite parents of the Golden Circle gather around a dinner table to air their grievances, realizing the organization has failed to keep a single one of its promises. Trust is officially dead, and as Soon-ho questions if they should even stay with the group, the very cracks Hyun-sung was looking for finally starts to open. The Golden Circle is on edge. Their plan was leaked to the press, and the blowback has already forced them to sacrifice their broker just to keep the heat off the top tier. The president of Daetaeyang is walking into this disaster alone, hoping a face-to-face meeting will settle the anxiety he can't seem to shake. He arrives demanding a clear explanation, leaning on the trust they've built over the years, but the director cuts him off with a single word. He reminds the president that top-tier members never meet in public without a valid reason, a rule designed to keep them all in the shadows. The president tries to argue that the crisis justifies the risk, but for the director, there are no exceptions. By showing up here today, the president hasn't just been reckless, he's broken a code that's held for decades. That clinical dismissal finally snaps the man's patience. He slams his hands onto the table, shouting that rules don't matter when their targets are still standing. He paid for results, yet after multiple attempts, they still haven't managed to bring down Kim Hyun-sung. The president of Daetaeyang slams his ultimatum onto the table, threatening to sever ties with the Golden Circle if another mistake happens. But the director doesn't even look up as he calls the man's bluff. He built this organization for mutual profit, not to act as an errand boy for a partner who can't hold his own weight. As he stares the president down, he flips the script on the recent failures, pointing out that the blame actually lies with the man who brought a traitor into their inner circle. The president freezes as the director reminds him that they stayed quiet when he personally introduced an informant to the group. He had let the massive oversight slide for the sake of their partnership, but this latest outburst has shifted the dynamic. The power in the room has completely pivoted, leaving the president with nothing to do but swallow his rage as he's told to go back and keep his people quiet. Forced into total submission, he bows and promises to wait, knowing he no longer has the leverage to demand anything else. The director starts damage control immediately, ordering his people to get the press moving so he can spin a public lie to cover the truth. He wants the leak framed as a normal business deal, but behind closed doors, the loss of his privacy is clearly getting under his skin. This all traces back to Kim Hyun-sung, though the math doesn't add up. Kim has enough dirt to cause a real disaster, yet for some reason, he hasn't pulled the trigger. Most enemies are easy to read, but this irregular behavior is actually starting to impress him. It doesn't change the power balance, since the man feels like he already has the whole country in his grip. Still, if the kid continues to be a problem, he'll have to find a permanent way to remove the eyesore. In the quiet of his office, the president of Daetaeyang paces with a resentment he can barely contain. He curses the man he once considered an equal, realizing that Yoon Hyun-min has become a predator who will drag everyone down with him if their secret circle collapses. At some point, the power dynamic shifted, turning them into subordinates bound by a forced fate he absolutely loathes. He stares at his buzzing phone in silence, trapped between his hatred for the man and the benefits he can't afford to lose. A little while later, the director arrives in person, admitting he knew his introduction would put the president in a bad spot, but showing up anyway with a cold, shameless smile. The director offers a quick apology, but he's already thinking ahead, explaining that he kept Hyunmin's name out of the introductions to protect his standing. It's a calculated move on both sides, as Hyunmin realizes there's no point in burning a bridge with a tycoon when there's still a profit to be made. He pours a drink and smooths things over, framing them both as victims of a clever trick. It was a simple oversight, he claims, because no one could have guessed a high school kid would have a direct line to a member of parliament. Inside the office, Yoon Hyunmin pledges his loyalty, thanking Lee Kyung-chel for the support that solidified his position. Kyung-chel accepts the tribute with a glass of whiskey, noting that for a politician, relationships and long-held grudges are the very lifeblood of their power. Back in his room, Kang Hee-woo maps out the connections he's spent weeks tracing, starting with Jo Hae-ju, the parent who first put a target on his back at school. That thread leads straight to Park Hyung-joon and the Golden Circle, eventually hitting a tax investigation that was quietly shut down after Jung Se-hoon pressured a member of parliament. It's a massive, tangled web of professors and investment presidents, all serving the same hidden interests. And while Hee-woo knew there were at least 10 people pulling the strings, he lacked the hard proof to name the man at the top. But his recent moves finally forced their hand. The moment he poked the Golden Circle, the high-ranking Lim Chil-young went straight to the heir of the Great Sun Corporation, Yoon Hyun-min. Kang Hee-woo obsessively tracks the movements of the elite, noting how a sudden meeting between Yoon Hyun-min and Lim Chil-young sent the stock market into a tailspin. He studies his board, picking up on the visible anxiety between the power players and wondering if a rift is finally forming. He continues connecting the dots back to the Great Sun Corporation, realizing that every historical bailout and political crisis eventually leads to a single architect. A low laugh escapes him as the sheer scale of the conspiracy settles in. He stares at the names pinned to the wall, his search finally over now that he has a face for his obsession. It's a moment of manic triumph as he names the man at the center of everything, Yoon Hyun-min. Thinking back on the pain he suffered, Kang Hee-woo wants to kill the man right now, but a quick death would be too merciful. He lets out a dark smile, realizing that an immediate end is far too easy compared to the slow torture he has planned. Our protagonist refocuses on the board, knowing he must confirm that Yoon Hyun-min is the one truly in charge before making his move. He's waited far too long for this moment to waste his one shot on a random underling, and he forces his murderous rage back under the surface. Failure is not an option. Hee-woo leans over his desk, resolved to let his plan for destruction unfold, one cold, calculated step at a time. Who tracks the footsteps echoing across the floor until he recognizes the newcomer as Yoon Hyun-min, and the captive explains that Hyun-sung treats the organization as a sworn enemy. Hyun-min admits that a common threat has actually helped unite his followers before deciding to kill the man to send a message to any other traitors. In a dark warehouse, a captive pleads for a second chance as thugs hold him back. Yoon Hyun-min walks away from the bloodied man, ordering his men to announce that he'll be handling the next target personally. He's playing a longer game, though, and wonders how our protagonist will react once the news reaches him. Back at school, Kang Hee-woo keeps up his routine, letting the dangerous days pass while he maintains a peaceful facade under his alias, Kim Hyun-sung. He focuses on his schoolwork by day, but every free moment is spent digging into Yoon Hyun-min. The lack of concrete evidence is a problem, but to him, the clean trail just makes the man even more suspicious. He's already looking past the mystery, because the plan to finally dismantle Hyun-min is already starting to take shape. Assuming he's found the right target, Kang Hee-woo knows his plan has already shifted to accommodate the new reality. He's been working toward this moment for so long that his goal is finally within reach, but he forces himself to stay patient just a few seconds longer. As he reaches for the door, an alarm goes off in his head when he hears the faint click of a lock already being tampered with. He looks down and sees a small piece of tape lying on the floor, and the world suddenly sharpens. He had placed that tape in the doorframe specifically to track any intruders, and seeing it on the ground means someone is already inside. The predatory smile across from him confirms the recognition. Yoon Hyun-min has found his target. Hyun-sung stays composed, but his mind is already racing to keep up with the threat standing in his living room. It makes no sense for a man like Hyun-min to show up in person, especially with the home security systems actively recording every move he makes. The bodyguards aren't making a move yet, which means this isn't a hit, at least not right now. Our protagonist spent 10 years in the dark wondering who destroyed his life, and now the man is sitting right in front of him. The leader of the Golden Circle finally steps out of the shadows. Yoon Hyun-min leans back with a smile, promising that he doesn't plan on starting a fight in this house. That mask, slips for a second as he notices the boy already knows his face, so he stops playing games and confirms he is indeed the head of the Golden Circle. Kim Hyun-sung sits with the weight of a decade on his shoulders, remembering the long nights spent wondering who turned his world into a nightmare. He realizes his old assessment was only half right, seeing a man who is just as bold as he is cautious. Yoon Hyun-min was born into a world where everything was handed to him, and he has spent his entire life moving from one success to the next. He extends a finger and makes an offer that shifts the entire room. He wants them to work together. Kim Yeon-sung doesn't take the bait immediately, asking why a man like Hyun-min would reach out to him. The answer is purely pragmatic. Hyun-min sees a tool capable of handling the chaos currently rotting the Golden Circle from the inside. In his eyes, Hyun-sung's past attacks weren't crimes. They were a resume. He sees a man who moved with purpose and got results, and that's the only currency Hyun-min values. Hyun-sung cuts straight to the heart of the threat, asking if his people are about to become hostages. Hyun-min doesn't even bother denying it, treating Hyun-sung like a wild animal that needs a leash and promising him a comfortable life in a golden cage. An academy guard rushes in, carrying another student and shouting to check on Hyun-sung, but our protagonist only raises a hand to hold him back. Hyun-sung stares him down, glad to finally confirm that the man in front of him is irredeemable scum. Hyun-min takes the rejection in stride, deciding he's seen enough for one day as he turns to leave with his security detail. He walks away with a grin, leaving Hyun-sung simmering in the hallway. Hyun-min throws one last taunt over his shoulder, daring the boy to try something while reminding him that a single death won't be enough to end this. Yoon Hyun-min brushes past the protagonist with a smug smile, ready to put this meeting behind them. As they walk toward the elevator, his assistant questions the unnecessary danger of the encounter, pointing out that they could have handled things much more safely. Yet the boy was able to suppress that murderous intent, even when the perfect opening appeared. To Hyun-min, a person who can hold back that much hate is the most dangerous kind of enemy. Someone who will do anything to win. The test is over, and the verdict is simple. Use every resource available to get rid of him. Evaluating his opponent, Hee-woo acknowledges that Yoon Hyun-min is as dangerous as he expected from the head of the Golden Circle. Compromise isn't an option. True revenge means a head-on collision to make Hyun-min feel the same helpless despair Hee-woo once endured. Right now, he's outmatched in power and money, but he's already moving to force a change in the enemy's plans. As he reflects on his time spent as a vegetable, he finds a familiar sensation in the weight of the moment. This isn't fear, but a calm clarity as he picks up a call from reporter Bang Hyun-tae to confirm he's finally made his decision. Reporter Bang Hyun-tae is frantic. He just heard the news that the protagonist barely survived the day, and he can't wrap his head around why anyone would take such a risk. Several days earlier, the two had met in a quiet cafe to discuss the same impossible target. Bang explained that the Golden Circle is a name whispered in fear even among seasoned reporters, a group so powerful and untouchable that attacking them isn't just difficult, it's social and physical suicide. He couldn't understand why our MC was choosing this specific fight. Watching the man's concern, the protagonist recalls a different version of this reporter. In his past life, when evidence against the Golden Circle finally surfaced, it was this same man who charged after them like a mad dog, refusing to let go. Realizing he needs the media's reach to finish what he started, our lead leans in with a smirk and asks the reporter what he would do if he actually had the chance to burn the Golden Circle to the ground. The question hits like a physical blow, leaving Bang stunned by the sheer scale of what this young man is truly planning. Hyun-sung puts the choice on the table. If the reporter wants in, he has to prove he's got the stomach for it. He drops the name Lee Cheong-soo, the son of a powerful parliament member, and challenges the man to expose him to the world. Reporter Bang Hyun-tae hesitates for a second before committing to the truth, and Hyun-sung gives him a strict 1-month deadline to make it happen. Looking into Lee Cheong-soo's history changed something for the reporter, moving him past his professional distance into a place of genuine outrage. Hyun-sung warns him that this isn't just a story, It's a move that will put his entire news organization in the crosshairs. Bang has already thrown the dice, and he's ready for the article to go live tomorrow, regardless of the risk. Hyun-sung is already weighing his next move, but the window for careful planning is closing faster than he expected. Kim Hyun-sung is walking into a trap he likely saw coming. They take him into custody, moving the confrontation from the street to a police station. Inside the interrogation room, a detective pressures Park Min-chul to testify against him. Min-chul is clearly terrified, stumbling through a script about how Hyun-sung beat him constantly and supposedly tried to kill him. It's a staged performance under duress, and everyone in the room knows it. Hyun-sung doesn't bother defending himself against the lies, cutting the detective off to tell him to stop the act. He knows the goal isn't the truth. They just want him expelled. Even the victims, who should be terrified of their attackers, are refusing to change their stories, anchored by a fear that runs deeper than anything their local bullies could dish out. Yoon Hyun-min leans into the leverage, wondering out loud what would happen if Hyun-sung got expelled for a little extracurricular violence. Meanwhile, director Go Chang-byom is finding out exactly how far the situation has spiraled out of control. His company is healthy on paper, yet every bank in the city has suddenly slammed their doors shut on his loan requests. When his assistant asks if this financial blockade is tied to that kid Kim Hyun-sung, the weight of the mistake finally lands. This is the response of an enemy with more power than they ever imagined. Go Chang-byom's world is coming apart. The failed tax investigation was only the start. Now, their funding is being cut to force a total bankruptcy. His assistant tries to suggest meeting with the president to draft a countermeasure, but a buzzing phone cuts the meeting short. It's the chief, and the news on the other end makes the situation even more dire. A new lawsuit has been filed, accusing his people of sexual harassment in connection with a past school violence incident, and the higher-ups are refusing to help. This isn't just a legal battle, it's a targeted execution. Even the chief is being pressured by someone far higher in the chain, leaving Chang-byom to realize the golden circle is finally closing in to finish him off. Go Chang-byom sags into his chair, the weight of the call finally hitting him as every one of Hyun-sung's predictions starts coming true. His loans are blocked, a lawsuit is landing, and the walls of his professional life are closing in all at once. He can still hear the warning in the back of his mind. Hyun-sung telling him to be honest if the pressure became too much, almost as if he were waiting for the cracks to show. Everything is falling apart exactly as predicted. Gripping the nameplate on his desk, the man finally starts to question if he was ever meant to be in this position at all. Go Chang-byom paces his office, the weight of a heavy conversation pressing down through the phone line as he questions the sheer determination of the person on the other end. He hears the truth. The Golden Circle's leader has already made his move, and an associate warns that things are spiraling as the opposition does everything in their power to erase them. Chang-byom demands to know exactly who they are dealing with, and the name Yoon Hyun-min stops him cold. Dealing with the heir to the Great Sun Corporation, a man seen as a model citizen and a cornerstone of the national economy, makes this a suicide mission. Knowing the odds are now stacked impossibly high, the question is finally put to him. Will he stay, or is this where he walks away? The associate confirms the deal over the phone with a short, cold promise. Go Chang-byom isn't one for sugarcoating. He admits he was a troublemaker in his youth, but even he's never seen anyone push things as far as the current opposition. He considers himself a simple man who speaks the truth. And right now, his truth is that he's putting his full faith in his partner. Hyun-sung doesn't blink, promising that just like before, he's going to exceed every expectation. The scene shifts to a high-stakes board meeting where President Go Myung-jin sits at the head of the table with a cold, commanding authority. Standing at the podium, Executive Director Go Chang-byom presents a crisis response proposal, laying out the first moves in a corporate war where every word carries the weight of the company's future. Executive Director Go Chang-byom lays out the harsh reality: Myungjin Construction is under siege by the Golden Circle. The board members are reeling, having walked into the room expecting a routine discussion about loans, only to find themselves staring at a shadow organization they thought was a myth. Chang Beom reminds them that despite their recent success and stellar reputation, the company is now standing at a crossroads. He asks if they should simply join them, but Chang Beom's refusal is absolute. He believes the moment they leave their survival in someone else's hands, Myeongjin as they know it will cease to exist. Standing before his father, Chang Beom makes a definitive vow. He will not leave their future to a corrupt organization, and he will make Myeongjin the best in the industry on his own terms. Go Myeongjin lays it out clearly. If they don't reach an agreement now, the fallout from the latest accusation will become a permanent risk to the owners. His son, Executive Director Go Chang Beom, leans into a show of humility, asking the board to look past his weaknesses and believe in the vision. He's selling a dream where surviving this crisis is the only thing standing between Myeongjin Construction and becoming a truly massive enterprise. The room falls into a heavy silence as the board members weigh the gamble. One executive breaks the tension, noting that the employees have finally found a sense of pride in the company. He pledges his full support to Chang Beom, deciding that a tough road to a bright future is better than the alternative. The sentiment spreads through the room as others fall in line, claiming they'd rather earn money with a clean conscience than entertain the demands of wicked people. Seeing the board unified, Go Myeongjin turns to his son with a satisfied look and asks for the next move. Chang Beom is already ahead of the game, prepared to let the media in Daesan loose with a coordinated wave of articles to flip the narrative. Myeongjin Construction is already fighting a public war, framing the bank's refusal to grant loans as unfair pressure while they double down on their charitable housing projects. It sounds noble, but the board members are already sweating, knowing a company without cash is just a corpse waiting to be buried. Executive Director Go Chang Beom isn't worried, revealing they have enough retained earnings to keep their head above water and cover the loan installments. To him, this is just a small risk that will eventually save their reputation, and his confidence is infectious enough to win over the skeptical board. His father, Go Myeongjin, seems impressed by the preparation, but he knows there's a deeper rot that no amount of corporate accounting can fix. The real danger isn't the bank, it's the owner himself. A harassment scandal involving Chang Beom has just hit the headlines, and the public's image of their hero executive is dissolving in real time. Go Chang Beom finds himself at the center of a massive scandal, walking straight into a wall of camera flashes and shouting reporters who demand to know if the charges against him are true. He keeps his head forward, refusing to break under the pressure of the crowd, while on the other end of a phone call, Kim Hyun-sung urges him to face his past head-on. Hyun-sung knows this is the only way through, admitting the risks and coming clean before the public decides his fate. Steeling himself, Chang Beom finally speaks, admitting that he's lived a reckless life and has no intention of making excuses for his behavior. He bows deeply before the cameras, promising to cooperate fully with the investigation and accept whatever punishment comes his way. He's betting everything on this moment of honesty, hoping that by reflecting on his mistakes, the public might eventually find a reason to give him a second chance. Inside the interrogation room, the pressure is already on. The investigator leans back, genuinely baffled why Go Chang Beom would choose the hard path when a simple agreement could make this all go away. It's a blatant offer for a corrupt deal. Bow his head, promise to assist the Golden Circle, and the charges vanish. The man even tries to use Chang Beom's position as the Myeongjin heir against him, reminding him of the thousands of families that depend on his freedom. Chang Beom doesn't flinch. He tells the man to proceed with the questioning and not to worry about him, choosing to face the music instead of taking the easy exit. Seeing the bribe fail, the interrogator shifts gears, his expression turning sharp and cynical as he starts the formal record. He begins rattling off a laundry list of crimes, 15 cases of violence and 3 counts of sexual harassment, mocking the audacity of Chang Beom's past. With victim statements and evidence already piled on the table, the interrogator leans in to corner him. He throws Chang Beom's own public confession to the reporters back in his face, demanding he admit to it all right here. But before Chang Beom can speak, his lawyer steps in to kill the momentum. He points out that the police have already handled most of these accusations, and bringing up cases his client was already punished for is going to be a problem. The defense lawyer lays his cards on the table, claiming he can prove his client shouldn't be punished for these new accusations. Across the table, the interrogator seethes, his jaw tight as he forces out a promise to take whatever punishment is coming, if it's actually required. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Go Myung-jin considers the chaos his young relative has stirred up. He's almost impressed by the boy's arrogance, even if it is a headache for the family business. The financial hit is real, though. Myung-jin Construction shares are tanking, and the chairman notes with a scowl that his sponsorship stream has just dried up. Go Myung-jin takes in the shifted landscape, noting how the public perception in Cheonil has flipped thanks to Kim Hyun-sung. The board has been reset, and it seems the players he once looked down on have finally made it to the big leagues. He knows his own reputation is on the line, and if he wants to maintain his standing, he has to make a cold calculation. Since his relative Go Chang-byom is the one dragging the family name through the dirt, Myung-jin decides to cut the cord entirely before the fire reaches him. His plan for a quiet cleanup is cut short when his phone rings with news he didn't see coming. While he's busy calculating his next move, the authorities are already descending on the academy office, cornering Kim Young-chul with evidence that his bribery schemes have been leaked. Young-chul tries to hide behind privacy rights, but the inspector isn't playing games, presenting a tablet that shows exactly where the staff has been spending their time. The inspector isn't holding back, listing every dirty detail of Kim Young-chul's double life. It turns out the teacher's habit of adultery was more than a one-time mistake, but the real nail in the coffin is the bribery. The inspector reveals that the school's main bully was paying Kim to look the other way, and by the end of the day, an investigation will start and his bank accounts will be frozen. When the teacher asks what his future looks like, he gets a blunt reality check. His career is over, and prison is the next stop. Watching the collapse from the hallway, the principal realizes the fire is spreading too fast. If a low-level teacher is being dismantled this quickly, his own neck is on the line. Panicked, he reaches out to his one lifeline, begging for answers as the world falls apart around him. But Superintendent Jo Dong-jin has bad news. The pressure from the top is too heavy, and even a man in his position has been forced into a corner. The order has come down to dump the entire school, leaving the principal to rot as the higher-ups protect themselves. Panic ripples through the principal's office as an academy employee loses his nerve, shouting at Aniksu about the madness of seeing this through to the bitter end. The principal offers no comfort, simply turning his back and walking away while the man's desperate questions follow him into the hallway. The scene shifts to an Iksu on his knees in a cold, sterile room, begging for his life before a specialist named Daehwan. He offers to do anything, including testifying against his benefactor, Kim Hyun-sung, just for a single chance to walk away. Iksu continues to stammer for a way out, but Daewon cuts him off, revealing he knows exactly who the principal called for help. As the specialist suggests, Iksu might have arrived with a hidden motive planned by Hyun-sung himself. The old man freezes, realizing he's been caught in a trap far deeper than he ever imagined. Hyun-sung doesn't see the point in taking risks anymore, telling the old man he's officially outlived his usefulness. Back at home, the teacher takes a hard slap to the face as his wife demands to know how he could cheat on her. Panicked, he starts spinning a desperate story about being framed by the Golden Circle for protecting his students, claiming they're trying to get rid of him for interfering with their plans. His wife plays along for a second, asking if he's really just a dedicated teacher who never stepped out on her, and he's stupid enough to double down on the lie. She doesn't buy a word of it, looking at him like the trash he is. The trap finally closes when the teacher's wife dumps a box of photos onto the floor, daring him to explain them away. Her eyes are cold as she looks down at him, admitting she actually considered forgiveness until he lied to her face one last time. The quiet judgment snaps into explosive rage as she demands a divorce, screaming over his desperate attempts to apologize. Minutes later, he's standing alone in the hallway, his life dismantled. The initial panic is already curdling into suspicion as he realizes the photos at the bar were taken from the inside. which means someone was watching him from the next table over. The teacher is still fuming in the stairwell, muttering threats about lawsuits, when his phone starts vibrating in his pocket. He picks up to find Kim Hyun-sung on the other end, calmly asking if he enjoyed his gift. The realization hits like a physical weight, and the man freezes as the pieces of the puzzle finally lock into place. Hyun-sung is lounging comfortably at home, enjoying the total destruction of a life he spent years calculating. He hasn't just ruined the man's career, he specifically sent the incriminating photos to the teacher's wife. The man snaps, screaming into the phone about betrayal and asking what kind of monster he's dealing with. He thought he was being hunted by a massive organization, but the truth is much smaller and far more personal. Hyun-sung ignores the screaming and tells the man to just listen. He starts a story about a 17-year-old kid who was being bullied until he couldn't take the hellish days anymore. When that kid finally went to a teacher for help, things only got worse. The teacher stammers that he has no idea what Hyun-sung is talking about, but the answer lands with cold finality. He knows exactly who that student was. Kim Hyun-sung drops the truth like a hammer. A student died because the people who were supposed to protect him chose to look away. He puts a question to the man on the other end of the line, asking if a student should ever be expected to forgive a teacher like that. The man finally breaks, stumbling over names and offering a pathetic promise to repent if he's just given one more chance. Hearing the desperation, Hyun-sung can't help but smile. It's actually helpful that the man is still the same piece of trash he remembers, because it makes what comes next so much easier. He mentions a common saying about how people live to be 100 these days, and he genuinely hopes the teacher and his accomplice live every one of those years. Death would be an escape, but Hyun-sung wants them to stay alive long enough to feel every bit of the pain he's about to deliver. He lets the phone drop to the sofa, satisfied that after years of holding back, he finally found a fate much worse than a quick end. Hyun-sung is officially done with Oh Dae-won and Kim Young-chul. Leaving them behind is a calculated move to scrub his own history and tie off every loose end that could lead back to him. His plan worked perfectly. By framing the chaos as a golden circle operation, he's successfully turned Dae-san's anger against them, just like he intended. For the first time in a long while, the protagonist feels like he can actually rest. Standing in a swarm of angry reporters, he faces the heat head-on. They scream about assault and the damage he's done to his family's company, hounding him for answers about his legal battles and whether he plans to sue for false accusations. Through careful planning, he's avoided the absolute worst-case scenario. Now, he plays the only card he has left: total repentance. He promises the cameras that he's a changed man who won't repeat his past mistakes, vowing to prove he's finally worthy of leading Myeongjin Construction. It's a calculated performance, and his rivals at Golden Circle aren't exactly thrilled with how he's spinning the news. Safe in the back of a moving car, Go Chang-byom pulls his phone to his ear, wondering what the next move is. Hyun-sung has kept him out of prison for now, but his hands are tied. He questions the logic of letting the others walk free, knowing that if their crimes come to light, they're all going down together. Hyun-sung paces the school hallway, explaining that his sudden decision to stay in school was never about the classes. It was a strategic shield to keep the heat off Chang-bom while they prepared to strike at the Golden Circle. But that was only half the plan. He wipes fresh blood from his lip, finally revealing his true objective. He was hunting for the man at the top. The name Yoon Hyun-min lands like a hammer, and Chang-bom can't hide his shock as he asks what Hyun-sung is really planning. Hyun-sung doesn't give a straight answer. He's just getting a gift ready. The classroom falls into a heavy silence as our protagonist stands over his final target for the day. Yoon Hyun-min, once the untouchable son of the man at the top of the Golden Circle, is reduced to a bloody heap on the floor, stammering out a desperate plea for his life. Hyun-sung grabs him by the hair and pulls him close, noting with cold satisfaction that the boy has finally stopped screaming. This is the pivot point for everything that comes next. Hyun-sung isn't just winning a fight. He's delivering a message to the man who actually runs this city. He forces the boy to look him in the eye and repeat his name until it's burned into his memory. Once the boy stammers it back, Hyun-sung offers a chilling smile. He wants Hyunmin to go back to his father with one specific instruction. Tell him exactly who did this. The war isn't coming anymore. It's already here. He forces himself to stay calm, acknowledging that his opponent is clever, but labeling the move as nothing more than a minor annoyance. When the person on the other end of the phone starts to panic, Kyung-chul snaps, demanding absolute silence with a cold, sharp edge. He reminds the caller that his money is the only reason they have a position of power in the first place, shifting the blame entirely and suggesting they start begging for their life instead. He ends the call without waiting for a reply. Turning to his assistant, Kyung-chul orders Hyun-sung's immediate expulsion, planning to use a trumped-up violence charge to finish the boy off quietly. The news that Hyun-sung has already dropped out catches him completely off guard, and for the first time, a flicker of genuine uncertainty crosses his face as he wonders exactly where his target has gone. Outside interrogation room 1, the call finally goes through. Inside, Kim Hyun-sung sits quietly as Lee Kyung-chul taunts him over the line, laughing at what he calls a weak, unpolished attempt to start an internal war. To the director, Hyun-sung is a nobody who made the fatal mistake of leaving the safety of his school. The confidence in Hyun-sung's voice sends a chill through the director, who realizes the dropout didn't walk away from his old life just to roll over and die. Before he can press for more, his assistant rushes in with a tablet, interrupting the call with urgent news. The counterattack has already landed. An article is tearing through the news, exposing Kyung-chul and his son by name, and detailing the corrupt social hierarchy they've used to rule the school. This isn't just criticism, it's a targeted strike meant to burn their entire world down. Kim Hyun-sung doesn't just win. He twisted the knife over the phone, asking Yoon Hyun-min if the next news cycle would be dedicated to proving Lee Chung-soo's many sins. Hyun-min sat in his office, stunned that a reporter like Bang Hyun-tae actually had the backbone to run the story. Our protagonist leaned into the silence, sensing the rage on the other end of the line. Hyun-min didn't say a word, but the look in his eyes promised murder. Hyun-sung kept pushing, daring the Golden Circle member to come find him and finish what was started. He laid out the trap plainly. If Hyun-min tried to make him disappear now, the public would only dig deeper, asking why Hyun-sung had attacked in the first place and who was really pulling the strings behind the scenes. Standing under the spotlight of a national scandal, Hyun-sung challenged the man to be brave enough to kill him while the whole world was watching. He's finished playing defense. The time has finally come to finish his plan and destroy Yoon Hyun-min for good. The situation has become desperate, and to buy himself some time, our protagonist makes the wild decision to go see Lee Chung-soo. Kang Hee-woo walks away from the wreckage of the warehouse, leaving the bodies behind as he heads for the exit. He offers a quiet word of thanks to Bae Sung-ho, but the massive Golden Circle member isn't interested in being polite. Sung-ho brushes it off as just doing his job, asking the boy what he expects them to do with the trash left on the floor. Hee-woo doesn't look back, noting that the Golden Circle can do whatever fits their plans. Anyone who makes the mistake of bothering his brother is no longer his concern. He offers a final, detached farewell and steps out into the light, leaving Sung-ho staring at his back in silence. Sung-ho can only shake his head at the pure insanity of the situation, realizing that Hee-woo is just as unhinged as his brother. Lee Chung-soo watches with a wide, eerie smile, practically delighted by the family resemblance. The scene shifts to the present, where Go Chang-beom is losing his mind inside a car. His subordinate finally admits that the Daesun group has already formed a plan, confessing he only stayed quiet because he was terrified of the punishment for failure. Go Chang-beom can feel the walls closing in, realizing too late that the silence from his field agents was a death knell for his current play. He's desperate now, barking orders to mobilize whatever support remains, because he knows if this next move fails, they're both as good as dead. Chang Beom stares down the growing defiance, listening as his subordinate makes it clear they won't be fooled by the group's power anymore. He tries to hold the line, insisting that no matter the force brought against them, Daesun is too big to fall, but his own composure is starting to crack. On the other end of the line, A Daesun representative watches the panic unfold with a mocking grin, enjoying the sheer leverage he holds over a man who has everything to lose. He knows Chang Byom is too terrified of the cost to make a real move against him, making the entire struggle nothing more than a source of amusement. The representative dictates the terms of his exit with a sharp, confident smile, leaving Chang Byom with the hollow promise that his chance will come eventually, just not today. Go Chang Byom sits in the quiet of his office, tallying the damage. His assets at Myeongjin are gone, and his key players have been captured by the enemy. He forces a submissive tone into the phone, agreeing to back off for now, but his face tells a different story. He's seething. The retreat is just a tactical move. Outside, Bae Songho checks in on the Daesun representative, surprised to find the man completely unfazed by the day's violence. The representative doesn't even blink, claiming that if they had killed him, he simply would have planned his own death to be the most profitable move for his organization. It's a level of cold calculation that leaves even a man like Songho stunned. Still, he offers a cryptic way out, suggesting the representative meet someone specific if he actually wants to stay alive. Meanwhile, at the Park Jong-soo law firm, the investigation into the Golden Circle has finally yielded enough proof for the law to step in. Park Jong-soo makes his position clear as he slams the paperwork down. He believes the story, but he isn't about to play by a criminal's rules. The corruption involved is too deep to ignore, and even with a valid excuse, he won't let a citizen act as judge and jury. However, he warns that his duty as a prosecutor comes before any personal alliances or requests for help. There are no exceptions for the law. Instead of being intimidated, the representative just grins, telling the prosecutor to do exactly as he pleases, because a thorough investigation is precisely what he was counting on. Standing over a burning barrel in the dead of night, a representative from Daesun takes a call to confirm that their latest hit piece landed exactly as planned. Inside a car nearby, the reporter behind the story is practically buzzing, clearly riding the high of the chaos he just helped create. Even when warned that things are about to get far more dangerous than he can imagine, the reporter just laughs. He's already committed, and at this point, he has no intention of slowing down. Back at the fire, the representative begins tallying the names of those he's already systematically destroyed, burning through the list of culprits, one by one. Most of the main players have already been dealt with, but he isn't finished yet. There's still one more name on his list for revenge: Yoon Hyun-min. Yoon Hyun-min is deeper into this than anyone realized. With the Golden Circle now firmly under his control, there's nothing left to check his power. And he'll be coming to finish this. Standing alone in the dark, the weight of the odds finally starts to press in. Is it even possible to pull this off when he's already been backed into a corner? The doubt doesn't last long. He has to succeed. Seeing this through is the only reason he returned in the first place. He leaves the fire behind and walks into the night, ready for whatever the next day brings. 6 months have passed since the dust settled, and as the year draws to a close, Yoon Hyun-min has completely solidified his grip on the Golden Circle. He spent that time purging internal rivals and rising to the top of the food chain, using his knowledge of everyone's darkest secrets to rule with an iron fist. Even those with lower status have learned to fear him. In his private office, Hyun-min leans forward and asks if a certain goal is truly out of reach. A politician, visibly sweating under the pressure, explains that while public opinion is slowing them down, he's still pushing through a corporate tax cut for their chosen industries. He begs for just a bit more patience before he can deliver the results Hyun-min demands. Hyun-min isn't angry. If anything, he's satisfied. He reminds the man that this entire policy was bulldozed so they could all live comfortably, and seeing the Great Sun Corporation reap those benefits is a win for everyone in their circle. The politician bows his head in total submission, promising to follow through. Yoon Hyun-min's idea of a perfect world is finally becoming a reality. Everything is falling into place. Inside his office, Yoon Hyun-min demands to know what happened to Kim Hyun-sung, but the news is bad. Despite using every government resource available, the man has vanished without a single trace. Hyun-min isn't buying the disappearance for a second. He knows his rival isn't the type to just give up, and he's convinced Hyun-sung is off the grid preparing a countermove. To flush him out, Hyunmin orders his subordinate to have their operative in Daesun start making things personal. He knows Hyun-sung's one massive weakness is his family, and he's willing to exploit that connection to force a confrontation. Following orders, the politician checks in with his contact on the ground, only to find that the situation in Daesun is already slipping out of control. Han Sin-cho, the Golden Circle's supervising manager, warns that the entire city has started to feel a little strange. A month ago, at Daesun Science High School, the strange shift was already taking a violent turn. Without any warning, a student is struck from behind while a voice taunts him for his very existence. The attacker is Jang In-ho, a high-ranking hitman for the Golden Circle, who leans into the provocation with a manic grin. He dares the student to actually do something about it, practically begging for a reason to escalate the cruelty. Jang In-ho has completely lost it, leaning over his victim and telling the kid to call his brother if he wants to stay alive. It's clear he has no intention of stopping, and as he walks away, he's already counting the reward he expects to get for this job: a luxury apartment in Gangnam. But his celebration is cut short when a teacher calls him over. The man confronts him about the assault on Hyunjin, but In-ho just scoffs, asking why it matters. The teacher's patience is gone, and he orders the boy to follow him to the staff room. In-ho doesn't move, mockingly asking if the teacher can really handle the fallout of messing with him. The teacher doesn't blink, warning In-ho that he's headed straight for jail like the other thugs before him. When the boy continues the threats, the teacher snaps, lunging at In-ho and screaming for him to get his head on the floor. Meanwhile, Han Seung-jo is on a call with the school principal, reminding him of their deal. He had promised a massive reward if the school looked the other way, but now he's hearing that In-ho was just beaten up by a teacher. The principal sounds cornered, wondering if he's going to be ruined next. And Seung-jo doesn't offer any comfort. He lets the man know that if he isn't satisfied with the results, the principal is going to prison. Han Seung-jo isn't even slightly bothered by the threat. He knows exactly what the man on the other end is afraid of: the terrifying realization that people like Seung-jo never stop until they've dragged everyone down into the dirt with them. The principal is clearly cracking, sweat beads and stress lines mapping out a man who's lost control of the situation as he barks into his phone for the boy to just stop. The current chaos traces back to a meeting 6 months earlier, held just after Go Chang-byom's press conference. He had gathered the most influential figures in Daesun, ignoring their nervous murmurs about the risks of being seen together, just to tell them he was tired of how things were being handled. He reminds the room that while he was the one investigated for his ties to the Golden Circle, that kind of heat could fall on any of them at any time. None of them are safe, and he's making sure they know it. Standing at the podium before the most powerful figures in Daesun, Go Chang-byom begins with a history lesson. He quotes a famous warning about the cost of silence, recounting how one group after another was taken while those left behind watched and did nothing. The weight of the words hangs over the room as he finishes the poem, reminding them that when the end finally came for the speaker, there was nobody left to stand up for him. Chang-byom doesn't hide his grudge, pointing out that these same men turned their backs on him when he was at his lowest. Despite that betrayal, he offers them a different path, promising that if their enemies in the Golden Circle ever come for them, he won't stay silent like they did. He demands they show him a reason to trust them, shouting that if they can prove they're in this together, he will take the lead and act as their spearhead. After a long silence, the pressure finally breaks the room, and one of the politicians quietly admits that the young man is right. In the back rooms of power, the plan is set: follow director Go Chang-byom and move as one to survive. It's the day the Daesun cartel is reborn, though the world doesn't know it yet. But to understand how we got here, we have to go back 1 month, to a time when Han Seung-jo and Jang In-ho were still planning their mission with a simple strategy, completely unaware of how much Daesun had already changed. On the street, Kim Hyun-jin finds himself cornered by a group of thugs who give him a very short list of options: follow them quietly, or die on the spot. Surprisingly, the boy complies, trailing them all the way to a warehouse where the lead representative mocks him for being so cooperative. He asks if Hyunjin is brave or just an idiot, but the kid isn't even listening to the taunts. His mind is somewhere else, stuck on the memory of his brother's final apology before he left home. Hyunjin is beyond frustrated. It's not just the danger his brother left behind, but the sheer amount of trouble he has to clean up now. The thugs surrounding him think he's just a schoolboy out of his depth, but Hyunjin doesn't care if they understand his brother's mistakes or not. He's finished talking. Bae Seon-ho signals the attack, and the warehouse explodes into a chaotic brawl as the gang rushes in to end the boys' interference. Amidst the violence, Seon-ho flashes back to the weight of his own contract, a massive payment just to keep one man's family safe for a single year. But the fight is over as quickly as it began, and Hyunjin walks through the aftermath with a terrifying calm. He offers a polite thank you that catches Seon-ho completely off guard, making the mercenary realize this kid isn't a victim. He's something much colder. Hyunjin knows the Golden Circle has its own agenda, but he has no sympathy for the trash who made the mistake of bothering his brother. With a casual goodbye, the boy walks out, leaving a stunned Seon-ho to wonder exactly what kind of monster he just let walk away. Looking at the fallout, Seon-ho realizes he's dealing with a pair of monsters, but Chang-soo only finds the family resemblance amusing. Far from the school, a panicked driver reports that the Daesen group has already mobilized a counter-strategy, admitting he was too terrified of the consequences to speak up sooner. The representative in the passenger seat knows they're in trouble. He promises to call in support, but the ultimatum is clear. If this fails, they're both dead. Back in the conference room, Jong-soo reveals his personal connection to the disgraced faculty, acknowledging their crimes while warning the auditors that their methods have officially crossed a line. The Daesen director grits his teeth, acknowledging that while his opponent might hold the company's fate in his hands, they aren't about to be fooled any longer. He spits out a desperate warning. No matter how much power is brought to bear, Daesan isn't going down without a fight. Sitting in his car, Bae Song-ho weighs the resistance he's faced so far. The local teacher won't cooperate, and surprisingly, even the Golden Circle's influence couldn't sway the chief of police. He had hoped for a quiet resolution, but survival in his world requires clear results, so he decides to give his enemies exactly what they're asking for. He's seen this play out before, 6 months ago, and he's certain that a sharp enough fall will finally bring everyone to their senses. The fallout is immediate. Jang In-ho's homeroom teacher is fired, and toxic rumors regarding the principal begin to tear through the school. Back at his workspace, Hyunjin's associate watches the chaos with growing concern, asking if this is really the outcome Hyunjin wanted. Hyunjin remains silent, watching his predictions unfold exactly as he said they would. Hyunjin sits at his desk, flipping through pages with a cold, detached focus. He isn't interested in taking action just yet. Instead, he tells himself to keep watching, noting that eventually everyone involved is going to end up as a witness in the legal wreckage he's preparing. While the Daesen cartel reorganizes itself around Go Changbyom, Myeongjin Construction is catching the full weight of the Golden Circle's revenge. Negative media starts flooding the public eye, dragging Changbyom's name through the dirt for 6 months straight until the industry starts whispering about a total bankruptcy. It's a calculated smear campaign, and by all appearances, the company is hanging by a thread. Despite the pressure, Changbyom remains isolated in a lounge, weighing his remaining chips. He still has the police chief and the local school administration in his pocket, and for now, those alliances are the only things keeping him from going under. Daesan is more than a hometown to Go Changbyom. It's his base of operations, the only place where he feels he can truly trust the people around him. But loyalty is a fragile currency, and he knows that sharing a birthplace isn't enough to keep a man from turning. If he doesn't provide concrete results, desperation will eventually drive his allies to do whatever it takes to survive. Every key player in this city is a breadwinner with something to lose, and while he briefly considered letting Changsuk shoulder this burden, he decided against it. Maybe he's finally maturing, or maybe he just wants to be the one holding the leash. Time is running out before Hyunsung's plan goes live, and Changbyom needs to cement his foundation here before the first move is made. His pride won't allow him to be sidelined by his enemies, especially not when the stakes have become this high. This isn't just a rivalry anymore. It's a game of chicken where one side has to die for the other to move forward. The doors creak open as Go Changbyom steps into the hall, fully aware that he's walking straight into the lion's den. The room is already thick with skepticism, as the gathered crowd whispers about Myungjin's lack of preparation and desperate need for a win. In the audience, reporter Seo Jae-gyu tracks every move, noting that while the project has the city's support, the stakes have never been higher. He senses blood in the water, calculating that any single flaw found today will tear down the perfect cover story Myungjin has spent months building. For Jae-gyu and the rest of the room, this isn't a presentation, it's an execution, and they're all waiting for Myungjin to finally fall. Go Changbyom prepares for his performance. He knows today's announcement is a high-wire act where the slightest mistake could end everything. But he didn't come here to fail. He's already adjusted the construction schedules to create a new playing field, and he's walking into this room with the confidence of a predator. Stepping into the light, he starts with the one dream everyone shares: owning a home. He addresses the residents of Daesan Center Forest directly, promising that his company has secured multiple sites nearby with perfect accessibility. As reporters track every word, he leans into the logic of it, explaining how they calculated travel times and walking distances to keep the commute to Seoul easy. The crowd starts to lean in as he lists the luxuries: private gyms, swimming pools, and libraries, painting a picture of a life they never thought they could afford. Go Changbyom acknowledges that while the new apartment complex is a massive achievement, it isn't perfect. He pivots to the single biggest issue on everyone's mind: the cost. He lays out the cold reality that housing prices are outrunning wages, widening a gap that makes these homes unreachable for most people in the city. Before taking the stage to address the hard numbers of the current economy, with 3 fingers raised, he drops the final price at 300 million. Go Changbyom makes his move, standing before the microphones to announce a price point for his new apartment brand that borders on impossible. The room erupts as the crowd realizes he's selling the lots for just 300 million, a shocking figure that satisfies the public's demand while cementing Myungjin Construction's reputation for success. But public opinion is a battlefield, and Hyunjin has already deployed his assets to hold the line on the community sites. Posing as a member of the construction staff, his operative hammers away at the keyboard, flooding the boards with testimonials to defend the company's honor against the inevitable backlash. The counter-strike starts with a single post calling out the recent media hit pieces against Myungjin as a desperate move by paid competitors. As the keyboard clicking intensifies, and wave of support floods the forums from the people who actually live in the buildings, residents start vouching for the company's quality, pointing to homes built a decade ago that still haven't shown a single cracks, while mocking the critics who clearly don't know the first thing about real construction. This reputation for excellence wasn't built overnight. It was a standard set years ago by the CEO's father. Even when the boy was young, he watched his father fight against the industry's greed. While every other company was cutting corners and using cheaper materials to pad their profit margins, his father refused to budge on quality. Changbyom admits that he didn't understand his father's logic at first, calling his past choices seemingly foolish. But through this project, he finally grasped the weight of what they build, how much a house truly means to the person living in it. He realizes now that the trust his father built over decades was their real shield, a light that only shined once the crisis hit. Seeking validation, he looks to the man who started it all, and his father finally gives it, pulling him into a proud embrace. Changbyom corrects himself. He isn't just speaking to a parent, but to the president who entrusted him with the future of the company. Meanwhile, in the silence of an elevator, the Daesan director checks the damage on his tablet and realizes the tide has fully turned. Myungjin Construction is back on top, and his attempts to sink them have failed completely. He grits his teeth in disbelief, knowing Changbyom risked everything on a move that most businessmen would call insane. To him, giving up profit for principle is unthinkable. But the boy's gamble just paid off in a complete victory. Frustrated and running out of ways to kill Kim Hyun-sung's momentum, the Daesan director decides to play his final card. He issues a blunt ultimatum: abandon Hyun-sung now, or the Myungjin company is finished. It's a dirty threat, promising that people on the ground will die while the government shreds whatever is left of the firm. But Go Chang-byum doesn't even flinch. He laughs off the desperate warning, mocking the director by asking if any of his big threats have ever actually come true. To Chang-byum, Hyun-sung is the only sure bet in the room, a man who has consistently turned the worst odds into total victory. Go Chang-byum isn't interested in listening to another word, telling the man on the other end to stop wasting his time with a final, blunt insult. Han Sun-jo stares at the screen as the line goes dead, letting out a sharp laugh as he considers the rejection. It was the last chance he was willing to offer, and now that it's gone, he walks away from the mess, washing his hands of Myeongjin construction entirely. Back in his office, Chang-byum clears his head and calls for the next person at the door, shifting back into business mode before the echo of the call has even faded. But that phone call was the tipping point. That same day, Sung-jo is stripped of his position, and the fallout leads to blood being spilled within the Golden Circle. As the old order cracks, the most influential people in the country decide the wait is over and finally begin to make their moves. While everything else spirals, the rest of the world is focused on a different kind of storm: the National College exams. Inside the RTN news station, a junior staffer asks his senior if anyone actually managed a perfect score this year, but the woman is dismissive. She's heard nothing but complaints about the difficulty, and as far as she's concerned, a perfect grade is impossible. The conversation shifts to Kim Hyun-sung, a student who dropped out months ago and technically qualifies for a GED, though his timeline makes taking the actual exam a lost cause. Just as they're counting everyone out, the junior staffer catches a breaking update. Someone named Choi Jung-woo just cleared every single mark. The senior staffer jumps on the phone immediately to dig up the details, learning that the outlier is 23 years old and sitting for his very first attempt. Outside the Gyeonggi-do Province Hospital, a swarm of reporters has turned the entrance into a battlefield. They're being told to stand by, but in this business, standing by is the same as losing. One young reporter is losing his mind on the phone, screaming at his team that the first person to break this story makes their career. This isn't just another case, it's the kind of news that resets the board. He identifies himself as Choi Jung-woo's father, and the air in the courtyard changes instantly. He tells the crowd he has permission from the hospital and invites anyone who wants to cover the story to follow him. The reporters don't need a second invitation, swarming him with microphones and shouting their network names as he leads them inside to finally tell the world what happened. The father walks through a storm of questions, ignoring the reporters who want to know how a boy just waking from a 3-year coma could possibly ace the national exams. He leads them to the door, inviting the press inside for the reveal they weren't expecting. The room goes silent as the cameras find the bed, but the boy they came to see is still unconscious. If the son is still asleep, then the person who actually took the exams under his name is someone else entirely. 4 months ago, Hyun-sung had approached the grieving father with a file from a private detective. He knew the man was hunting for the person who had put his son in that bed, and he had a very specific question. Was he actually planning on getting revenge? Choi Jung-woo's father stares in disbelief at the evidence Kim Hyun-sung has produced, his mind racing for any way to deny what he's seeing. Hyun-sung doesn't give him the chance, laying out the brutal reality of how the man's son was bullied into a coma. He twists the knife further, recounting how the father blamed himself for an argument they had, only to learn the crushing truth later from his son's friend. Hyun-sung warns the man against self-destruction, telling him he needs to be there when the boy finally wakes up. He describes the son as a soul clinging to life in a dark abyss, a description so visceral it drives the father to slams the table in a desperate, panicked rage. The outburst dies instantly when Hyun-sung offers to handle the vengeance himself. As the father tries to process the sudden offer, Hyun-sung drops the catch. He needs to borrow the son's name. Standing at the center of a media storm, Hyun-sung faces the crowd as reporters demand answers about his identity and the test he just finished. They want to know if he really took the exam under someone else's name, But their questions mean nothing to a man who has spent every school day living a life they couldn't even imagine. To them, this is a scandal. To him, it's the moment he's been waiting for, the official start of a plan months in the making. Amidst the flashing cameras, he takes control of the narrative, promising to explain exactly where he's been for the last half year. Kim Hyun-sung stands before a sea of cameras, ready to tear the lid off the secrets he's been carrying. As the reporters record every word, our protagonist reminds them of the recent violence at the official. These weren't accidents. Someone has been trying to kill him. Across the city, bystanders watch the broadcast as he finally names the organization that threatened him, the Golden Circle. They first targeted him back in high school using a pair of local bullies as their tools. Passengers on their commute lean in as the story gets even more personal. The person who started this whole vendetta was a former classmate he once rejected. That petty grudge changed his life forever. In that moment, he decided he wouldn't stop until the entire group was dismantled. Hyun-sung lays it all out for the cameras, from the teachers and police to the politicians who acted as paid puppets for the Golden Circle. He explains that the disciplinary meetings were just a failed attempt to bury him, which led directly to the violent office-tell incident. Standing his ground had become too dangerous for everyone he cared about, so he made the decision to drop out and disappear. But he wasn't the only target. Countless other victims like Choi Jung-woo were crushed by the Circle's commissions. To make sure nobody else has to suffer, Hyun-sung is finally naming every crime the organization committed. This was the whole reason he borrowed Jung-woo's name to take the CSATs. To force this moment into the light, as the room reels from the reveal, a student raises his hand to ask the only question that matters: who is actually running the show? As the broadcast reaches every corner of the city, from crowded subway cars to quiet offices, Kim Hyun-sung finally names the man at the center of the web, Yoon Hyun-min. He isn't just a face in the crowd, he's the heir to the massive Great Sun Corporation and the secret leader of the Golden Circle. The revelation hits the public like a physical blow, igniting a firestorm of disbelief across social media. People can't wrap their heads around it. Why would a man who already owns everything risk it all to build a criminal shadow empire? But as the shock settles, the pieces start to fit. For those watching the chaos unfold, this is the only answer that explains the hell Hyun-sung has been through. The world is finally realizing that the truth was hidden behind a wall of money and power they were never meant to see. Online, the spark turns into a forest fire as netizens begin connecting the dots, realizing that if these rumors are true, they're looking at a massive cartel involving the city's most powerful figures. While the internet demands a personal explanation, Yoon Hyun-min sits in his high-rise office and finally sees the shape of the trap. It all makes sense now. Kim Hyun-sung didn't just leave school to hide, he left to build this. By using someone else's name to move under the radar, Hyun-sung effectively locked Hyun-min out of the conversation while weaponizing the media's obsession with a good scandal. Over the last 6 months, Kim Hyun-sung has been tracking down other victims of the Golden Circle, gathering people who thought they could leave their nightmares behind, only to find the trauma had followed them home. For some, the damage is so deep they can't make eye contact or handle a sudden noise without flinching. The pain turns to pure fury when they realize their tormentors didn't just get away with it. They thrived, moving on to successful careers while the people they broke were left to rot. It feels like a total betrayal of the way the world is supposed to work. Seeing the man across from him unravel, Hyun-sung reaches out to steady him, grounding the room before dropping the truth he came to deliver. As he starts his story, the weight of it hits the room like a physical force, leaving the survivors in a mix of rage and disbelief as they realize they aren't just here to mourn, they're here for a reckoning. Hyun-sung isn't looking for soldiers or loyal followers. He tells them to forget about helping him and just focus on their own hunger for blood. If they want to tear down the Golden Circle themselves, he's already built the arena. All they have to do is step out and burn it down. The stage is set, and one by one the people the Circle crushed start stepping out from the shadows and into the blinding light of the press cameras. Lee Chan-jo is the first to grab the mic. He starts with his name and a memory of high school, the moment he ranked first and his nightmare began. He doesn't just give them a story, he brings the receipts. Every bribe and backroom deal is laid out for the whole world to see in detail. Lee Chan-jo shouts into the microphone that his situation isn't a coincidence, but he's just the first in a line of victims finally stepping out of the shadows. One by one, they tell their stories, coming forward with tearful accounts of lost children and showing the physical proof of the money transfers that destroyed their families. As Bae Min-woo lashes out at the crowd, dozens of pieces of evidence begin to surface, leaving the media crew paralyzed as they realize the conspiracy is far too big for anyone to bury. It's a complete collapse of the Golden Circle's secrecy, and as the public picks up the trail, the scandal begins to move straight toward the heart of the country's political elite. Inside the Welfare Party conference room, the air is thick with the scent of a desperate political gamble. The public is demanding the exposure of the Golden Circle, and with an election looming, standing still is a luxury the party doesn't have. Despite the pressure, a veteran politician argues for a tactical retreat, noting the madness in the streets and the danger of acting solely on the word of a 19-year-old. The party representative listens, a cold smile tugging at his lips. He agrees that while getting ahead in the polls is tempting, avoiding a fatal mistake is the higher priority. As he begins to issue a final warning against anyone breaking rank, a gray-haired politician stands his ground, declaring that as a member of Congress his duty isn't to the party line, it's to the truth. In a room full of shadows and forced silence, Congressman Kim Pan-ho addresses the collective guilt of the Welfare Party, calling their gathering exactly what it is, a bullshit meeting. He tries to frame it as a strategic move, arguing that following the public's lead is their only real shot at becoming the ruling party. The room doesn't buy it, and a bald politician leans in to ask who's going to take the fall when this fails. He slams his fist down, reminding Pan-ho that they're picking a fight with Great Sun Corporation, a move that could destabilize the entire country if they're wrong. He ends the lecture with a smirk, reminding Pan-ho that the party has already made its choice and he should probably fall in line. Pan-ho stares at the documents under his hand, letting that ultimatum sink in before reaching his limit. Kim Pan-ho finally draws the line, announcing his total withdrawal from the party to follow his own path. The room erupts in disbelief as he calmly explains that a representative who no longer stands by his word has no business staying in power. His colleague tries to play on his fears, warning that another party change without a major victory will destroy his reputation and cost him the public's trust. The establishment looks down on him with open mockery, telling him he needs a reality check if he thinks he can survive this. Pan-ho stands his ground in the face of their judgment. He isn't interested in their concern or their threats. He knows exactly what his responsibilities are, and he isn't asking for permission anymore. Before Kim Pan-ho walks away from his career, he leaves the door wide open for anyone else with a conscience to follow him. The room is stunned into silence, and while some are quick to mock the idea of joining a political suicide mission, their laughter dies when several members actually stand up and walk out with him. It's a full-scale defection, leaving the remaining party members staring in disbelief as their colleagues abandon the room in a single silent file. Once they're out in the hall, the weight of the moment starts to settle. His new allies are clearly shaken, questioning if they'll actually be okay after burning their bridges so publicly. Pan-ho knows the risk he's taking is massive, and when he's asked if he actually has a plan for what comes next, he doesn't have an immediate answer. He just keeps walking, the memory of a promise made 6 months ago finally coming due. It's time for him to stop being a follower and become a candidate for the presidency itself. Hyun-sung lays out the opening move. Congressman Kim Pan-ho needs to recruit every clean politician he can find to take down the Golden Circle before the current scandal goes public. It's a simple trade. If they expose the Circle's secrets now, the public will crush the other candidates, leaving Pan-ho a clear path to the presidency. Pan-ho admits the offer is tempting, but he wants to know exactly what the boy's role will be in all of this. Running for president is never a sure thing, but Hyun-sung's confidence is infectious. For a man who just left his party, Pan-ho is suddenly looking at the highest office in the land as a real possibility. Standing before the cameras, Manhwa doesn't flinch, claiming this new faction exists for a single reason: to finally bring justice to the capital. Backed by allies who have had enough of the corruption, the congressman officially begins the war that Hyun-sung set in motion. On the television screen, Manhwa declares his refusal to sit by while corruption rots the country, reaching a fever pitch as he promises the people he will drag the truth into the light. He's making a dangerous play, publicly swearing to expose the Great Sun Corporation. In a private office, Shin Ha-jin watches the broadcast with cold amusement. He'd already accounted for the victims coming forward, but this media storm is a variable he didn't see coming. He dismisses the mastermind behind it all as nothing more than an ordinary student, but his pride is clearly stung. This is a mess he failed to contain, and now he has to clean it up. Shin Ha-jin sits in the dark of his office, his mind already churning through a list of people to ruin. Every politician who turned their back on him is now a target, but a knock at the door cuts through his concentration. His secretary rushes in, hands trembling as he offers up a tablet with a news broadcast already playing. On the screen, Manhwa is making a public declaration that was never part of the script. He confirms the Golden Circle exists. Ha-jin watches his composure shatter in real time, staring at a man who just became his biggest problem. Manhwa handles the press with surgical precision, refusing to rule out any of the recent allegations while promising a full investigation. Then comes the checkmate. Manhwa looks directly into the camera and tells the public that if he stops this investigation or steps down, it only means the Golden Circle pressured him into silence. He just built a wall around himself that Ha-jin can't tear down without proving Manhwa right. Chief Prosecutor Kim starts with a question about ambition, asking if Dong-chol is looking to trade his badge for a seat in politics. The answer is a flat no. Kim snaps back that everyone already knows what's happening, but knowing isn't the problem. The Golden Circle has buried its roots deep inside the prosecutor's office, and Kim warns that any move against them is a death sentence for both of them. Dong-chol doesn't flinch, offering a quiet apology for the trouble he's about to bring to Kim's door. He's already made his peace with the cost. The day he took his oath was the day he accepted that his career might end like this. As the chief watches in stunned silence, Dong-chol explains that losing his title doesn't matter as long as he stays on the side of justice. To him, the only thing that carries weight is being a man he can actually be proud of. He bows deeply, formally declaring that he will be the one to handle the matter. Kim finally lets out a long, weary breath and relents. If Dong-chol is determined to put his life on the line, Kim won't stop him, but he gives a fair warning. He'll offer his support, but he can't hold the line for long. Prosecutor Kang Dong-cheol stares at the name of the man who just upended his world, Kim Hyun-sung. He holds a note that defies every rule of self-preservation, where Hyun-sung invites his own imprisonment and total exposure just to ensure justice lands. It's the kind of sacrifice that leaves a man like Dong-cheol shaken, wondering what could possibly drive a youth to throw away his entire future. With his grades and potential, Hyun-sung could have lived a life of comfort and prestige if he had just stayed quiet, yet he chose this path instead. Seeing the boy's resolve, Dong-chol makes his own choice to join the fight against the corrupt network known as the Golden Circle. Between the power of a tycoon like Congressman Kim Manhwa and his own reputation for integrity, the stage is set for a counterattack that will change everything. As the public's agitation reaches a boiling point, Yoon Hyun-min steps in front of the cameras the next day to perform some high-level damage control, calmly dismissing the entire situation as a series of groundless rumors. The prosecutor starts the interrogation with a simple question: why would a man like Yoon Hyun-min walk into a high-stakes investigation alone, without even a lawyer? Hyun-min doesn't seem worried at all, claiming he just wants a sincere conversation between the two of them. Seeing an opening, the prosecutor agrees to keep their talk off the record, offering a space where Hyun-min can speak without it hitting the court files. Hyun-min leans back, explaining that he's tired of the silence and wants to face the conspiracies against him head-on. When the prosecutor asks if this is a formal claim of innocence, Hyun-min only smirks, noting how confident the state seems in its ability to expose him. He even begins to clap, mockingly encouraging the prosecutor to use every tool at his disposal to prove that he is the leader of the Golden Circle. But then the mask slips just enough to show the threat underneath. If this investigation fails to stick, every person in this room is going to find themselves in a massive amount of trouble. The prosecutor holds his composure, letting a heavy silence hang in the interrogation room before clicking his recorder to signal that the real questioning is finally underway. He cuts straight to the point, pressing Yoon Hyunmin on his ties to Congressman Lee Kyung-chel, but the Golden Circle leader doesn't flinch. Hyunmin admits the politician supports his company publicly, but he dismisses any idea of a personal connection with a mocking shrug, suggesting that men of their influence are simply prone to being misunderstood. The prosecutor isn't buying the act and slides a document across the table, citing a tax investigation into a construction firm that was mysteriously killed by political influence. He reveals the probe was buried only after investigators found out the company had taken a bribe from the Golden Circle. But Hyunmin just feigns innocent surprise as if he's hearing the name of his own organization for the first time. Even when confronted with a suspicious meeting that happened right after a major incident, our antagonist has a clean alibi ready, claiming it was nothing more than a routine investment talk that already made the morning news. Deep in the city at night, a high-stakes game of chicken is playing out in the interrogation room. The prosecutor rubs his eyes, finally understanding why Yoon Hyunmin was bold enough to walk in here alone. Hyunmin knows they don't have a single shred of concrete proof, and he's turned the entire interrogation into a trap designed to waste their time and burn their reputation. Sitting with a calculated grin, Hyunmin points out that he agreed to this without a lawyer, but if they fail to link him to the Golden Circle, the prosecutor's career is over. As they head for the exit, Yoon Hyunmin's guard offers to fix his suit, but the heir is already thinking 3 steps ahead. He knows exactly who is waiting on the other side of those doors. Looking a little messy is the whole point. If the heir to a massive corporation looks disheveled after a long interrogation without a lawyer, the public will see a victim instead of a suspect. It's a calculated move to kill the conspiracies by looking like the man being wronged, leaving his guard feeling completely outclassed by the strategy. Surrounded by cameras and shouting reporters, he puts on his best face, claiming he cooperated fully just to make sure the truth came out. He lets the lie land as fact. He is an innocent man. Facing the crowd outside the prosecutor's office, Yoon Hyunmin plays the victim, claiming the authorities have no real evidence and that his allies warned him of a conspiracy. He presents himself as a man of integrity, insisting his choice to appear stems from his duty as an executive of the Great Sun Corporation. With cameras flashing, he shifts the focus to the company's falling stock and the supposed suffering of his employees, performing a show of resolve to prove he can stand proud once the case is closed. He even goes so far as to distance himself from the Golden Circle, promising to bring them to justice and claiming he wants the truth revealed just as much as the public does. His performance is interrupted by a reporter who isn't buying the script. She steps forward, holding a recorder out as a direct challenge, and asks if he can truly say everything he just told the world is the truth. Yoon Hyun-min maintains his mask of control even as the tension of the investigation pulls at the edges of his expression. Stepping out before the cameras, he doubled down on his lies, confirming his fabricated story to a reporter who promises to take it straight to the public. Watching from the sidelines, the prosecutor can only seethe as he realizes he was baited into a public spectacle, provoked exactly when the cameras were rolling. It feels off. Looking back, even a heavyweight like Kang Dong-chel was far too easy to handle, offering zero resistance during their encounter. Just as Hyunmin prepares to leave, his guard interrupts with a strained warning that something has gone wrong. Back inside, the prosecutor weighs his options, knowing that a man with Hyunmin's status is essentially untouchable in a courtroom. Without the information from Kim Hyun-sung, he wouldn't even have a lead to follow. He knows he's outclassed by these men, but while he might only be good with words, he isn't done playing his hand. The mandate is cold. Ensure the target publicly claims his innocence, and the master will handle the rest. It's a move that caught the office ace off guard, realizing he was never more than a pawn in someone else's much larger game. He accepts the role, surrendering to the scheme and waiting for the next act to begin. In another office, the phone goes silent as the weight of the betrayal sinks in. Survival is a thin line, and the stressed man is no longer sure if he's on the right side of it, but he knows he doesn't have a choice. This deal was struck months ago, under the shadow of a warning that coexistence with the Golden Circle was never an option. The man across the table has done his homework, leaning into the silence with the revelation that Yoon Hyun-min doesn't like Chan-soo. He claims the CEO told him everything, and frankly, the friction was getting too obvious to ignore. This isn't just small talk. He's putting his entire political career on the line to destroy the Golden Gate. The price for failure is absolute, especially if Jung Chan-soo stays on as the main traitor used to expose Hyun-min's identity. But since Chan-soo is already a dead man to the Golden Circle, the boss offers him one last exit. Put his bets on a new master. Chan-soo realizes he's been hunted from the start, a pawn targeted specifically for this moment. The pressure finally snaps him, the weight of his own desperation boiling over into a single jagged outburst. He slams his glass down and asks for his orders. He's in. The plan is simple. Burn everything down from the inside by exposing the truth as an internal whistleblower. Back at the office, a frantic CEO Lim Chol-young finds himself cornered when his assistant shoves a phone toward him, insisting he take the call. When Lim hears it's director Yoon Hyun-min, he explodes, screaming that he's in no position to be answering to anyone right now. The assistant doesn't flinch, dropping his professional act for a look of cold authority and telling Lim he has no choice. The betrayal is immediate and sharp, leaving the CEO with the realization that even his own staff is now working against him. Lim finally takes the phone, and as Yoon begs him to stop what he's doing, the CEO offers only a grim laugh. It's already too late for talking. In the back of his car, Yoon Hyun-min delivers a final, cold warning over the phone. Provocations against him and the Golden Circle have a high price, and he's not sure his target can pay it. CEO Lim Chol-young isn't listening to reason anymore, screaming back through the receiver that he knows exactly how this ends. He's already being cut loose, so there's no reason to trust a word Hyun-min says. Hyun-min tries one last time to dangle a way out, but Lim is finished with deals and snaps the phone shut, leaving the threat of regret hanging in the air. Lim enters a full-blown frenzy back in his office, clearing his desk with one violent sweep and firing his assistant on the spot. He's burning every bridge he has left, but as he steps onto a podium and faces a swarm of cameras, he swaps the rage for a mask of humble repentance. He starts by admitting his own guilt, before dropping the bomb that will tear the city apart. The Golden Circle is real, and he's been a top-tier member the entire time. In his own office, Congressman Lee Kyung-chel watches the broadcast in pure panic as Lim begins naming names, starting right at the top with the congressman himself. The room of reporters is stunned as the CEO explains the organization's true purpose, a machine built to pass down power across generations, using targeted school violence as a tool to smoke out Kim Yeon-sung. Pressed for the truth behind the Gangnam Officetel incident, Lim finally breaks. He explains that the Golden Circle operates on a simple, cruel system. If someone performs too well or simply gets in the way of a powerful client, a hit is commissioned. Kim Hyun-sung happened to check both boxes, and Lim admits that if the boy had died that day, the entire tragedy would have been buried as a simple case of school violence. When a reporter demands to know Lim's own role in the shadows, he doesn't hide. He reveals he was a client first, and eventually became the bridge that connected other influential people to the group's services. But the press isn't finished with him. A reporter from Junhan News steps forward to deliver the final blow, naming director Yoon Hyun-min of Great Sun as the real power. The name carries enough weight to send a congressman into a panic, while others watch from the wings with professional interest. Jung Chan-soo watches the broadcast from his car, sweating as the most dangerous secret in the country is finally spoken out loud. Lim stands before the world and confirms it, finally branding the Golden Circle for exactly what it is. The mask slips, and for a split second, we see the man behind the curtain, Yoon Hyun-min, a director driven by a fury that doesn't just want to win, it wants to burn everything down. Shattered glass litters the floor of the director's office, where Yoon Hyun-min is currently losing his mind. He screams into the empty room, reeling from the shock of a betrayal he never saw coming and demanding to know why his world is falling apart. The answer is playing out in public as Lim Cheol-young begins naming the elite circle one by one, starting with the silver-haired Go Chang-beom. Bang Hyun-tae is next, his cold, calculated expression captured in the broadcast, right before the camera cuts to the sweating, wide-eyed panic of Choi Sung-pil. The names keep coming, dragging Kim Pan-ho into the light as he grimaces at the exposure, followed finally by Kang Dong-cheol. The sheer scale of the group is enough to leave the observers stunned, realizing just how deep the rot actually goes. To Hyun-min, the whole exposure campaign is nothing but useless noise. The arrogance only lasts a moment before he brushes it aside, turning his back to the room so he can start putting out the most urgent fires one by one. Everything shifts the next morning when news breaks that Congressman Lee Kyung-chol has taken his own life, and forcing Great Sun Corporation into a desperate attempt to distance their funding from the Golden Circle. The prosecution's investigation into the Golden Gate case hits a wall, officially paused because they lack the authority to move forward. Looking at an old photo of his son, Choi Sing-pil seethes, cursing the people who just slipped through his fingers. Outside, director Yoon Hyun-min walks through a swarm of reporters, smoothly playing the part of a relieved man just looking to move on. He steps toward his car, announcing that his corporation will set up a foundation to support victims of school violence. While the director's voice carries over the news, Kang Hee-woo stands alone in the shadow of the building, watching the world rearrange itself in the villain's favor. Kang Hee-woo doesn't hesitate, his focus locked on the final target as he prepares to settle the score. He arrives at a luxury villa on the outskirts of Seoul, passing through a wall of guards without a second glance. Walking into the main hall, he notes the clean modern layout and wastes no time linking it to the meticulously planned attack on Lee Kyung-chol. Yoon Hyun-min watches from the couch, genuinely amused that the boy would walk into this trap with so much confidence. The air in the room shifts as Hyun-min drops the act, offering a cold promise that this villa will be Hee-woo's final resting place. Yoon Hyun-min stares at the man across from him, momentarily caught off guard by a lack of fear he didn't expect. Kang Hee-woo doesn't just look unbothered. He invites the threat, noting that while his past actions were ignored, his death now would bring everything down. Our protagonist has already stacked the deck, calmly explaining that a meticulous man like Hyun-min wouldn't risk an unplanned murder when his arrival was filmed and a will is already waiting to be opened. Hee-woo leans back, fully aware that the very fact Hyun-min showed up to meet him is proof that the leverage is working. A dark curiosity flickers in Hyun-min's eyes as he wonders how a stranger could understand him better than his own father ever has. But Hee-woo isn't here for a psychological deep dive and demands to know the real reason for this meeting, prompting Hyun-min to flash a sharp, cold smile as he claims they're just here to talk. Yoon Hyun-min toys with a piece of food while admitting the situation has turned ugly, finding it almost tragic that people who have lost everything still throw themselves at him without a hint of fear. He leans back with a cold smile, noting how quickly society forgets a death, comparing the fading public memory to a tea kettle that loses its heat the moment the fire is out. While his group will take some losses, he believes Hee-woo's failure has only made them stronger, savoring his wine as he wonders who would ever dare to challenge them if Hee-woo himself couldn't bring them down. It's a blatant flex of authority that leaves Hee-woo completely unimpressed, as he bluntly asks what the man is actually getting at. Hyun-min sets his glass down with a sharp click, warning Hee-woo that no amount of preparation matters when the final outcome is Hee-woo taking his own life. The threat is direct, but Hee-woo doesn't flinch, reminding the man that he claimed to know him better than his own father ever did. He brings up the story of a child who spent 10 years trapped in a coma because of the Golden Circle, a boy who was fully awake and mentally sound the entire time, even while his body refused to move. He spent 10 years listening to the cries of his own family, trapped in a silent body while his attackers lived as if nothing had ever happened. Every day was a fight to keep from losing his mind as he built a foundation of evidence to find the one responsible for the Golden Circle. Hyun-min can't see the link yet, wondering if this is a message from some hidden boss, but the kid finally drops the mask. This isn't someone else's case. It's his own story, one he lived through every agonizing second of that decade-long coma. Back in that hospital bed, Kang Yeon-sung had made a choice. He would start by dismantling Park Min-cheol's gang. There would be no holding back, no mercy, and no hesitation the moment he was finally given a chance to move. After 10 years of darkness, that chance has finally arrived. Hee-woo's resolve is absolute. He's going to end this evil, even if it costs him his life. Sitting across from the man who ruined everything, he admits that destroying someone like Hyun-min should have been impossible. Killing him would be the easy way out, a quick flash of revenge that he could take right now if he wanted to. The Golden Circle thugs flare up at the threat, but Hyun-min stays silent, watching the boy he thought he'd already broken. Hee-woo isn't looking for a quick ending, because salvation through Hyun-min's death isn't enough. He wants the man to suffer, to crawl through the exact same pain he was forced to endure. A cold smile spreads across his face as he delivers the warning. He hasn't even shown them everything yet. Hee-woo stands up and looks down at the director, relishing the fact that this man has never actually felt what it's like to lose everything. He promises to be there when that changes, promising Yoon Hyun-min a future that won't even be worth living. Leaving the room with a cold smile, our lead leaves the seeds of doubt exactly where he wanted them. Behind him, the thugs are ready to kill, begging for the order to tear Hee-woo apart. But Hyun-min is too shaken to give it. He can't shake the feeling that he's just been stared down by a monster. He starts piecing the deception together, realizing that the story about the child in a coma was a lie, that history actually belongs to Choi Jung-woo, not this man. But the truth of the identity doesn't make Hee-woo any less dangerous, and the director can already feel the weight of whatever horrific plan is about to unfold. Yoon Hyun-min watches the wine swirl in his glass and decides to let the target breathe for a few more days, ordering his men to wait exactly 1 week before they make their move. Meanwhile, Kang Hee-woo walks back through the gates of Cheonil High School, pushing open the same heavy doors he's entered 1,000 times before. The place is a graveyard of bad memories, a reminder of every beating and every look he had to swallow just to survive. He's realized that this school was his first real lesson in how disgusting the world can be. He doesn't slow down as he makes his way through the familiar corridors, reaching for the handle of the principal's office with a purpose he didn't have the last time he stood here. Kang Hee-woo steps out onto the school rooftop, surveying the quiet world below. Every step he's taken toward revenge has left a trail of ruined lives in its wake, and looking back at those victims forces him to wonder what he's actually fighting for. He questions whether killing Yoon Hyun-min and dismantling the Golden Circle will ever be enough to fix things. Is there even a way back to a normal life after all of this? He knows the answer is no. Simply destroying his enemies only leads to mutual ruin, a hollow victory that leaves everyone broken. What he really needs isn't just an end to the feud, but the hope that a new life is actually waiting for him on the other side. He sees the world he's fighting to build, a place where people find the strength to keep going just by looking at him, and that vision hardens his resolve for the total annihilation of his enemies. Following the fallout of the Golden Gate incident, the news names Lee Kyung-cheol as the mastermind, but the prosecution's investigation is only just beginning. Today, they reveal that lawyer Park Dong-seop is a secret member of the Golden Circle, a connection no one saw coming given his public image. The public is hungry for targets, and the authorities are more than happy to provide them as they dismantle the organization piece by piece. Next to be exposed is the man known as the Gangnam Chaebol, followed quickly by a high-ranking congressman from the opposition party. With every passing day, the studio lights stay on as a new name is dragged into the spotlight, ranging from provincial councilors to the city's most powerful elites. In the wake of the scandal, the government makes its move, promising to hunt down and convict every single person tied to the Golden Gate. The fallout turns South Korea into a crucible of chaos, as groundbreaking disclosures keep hitting the headlines. Congressman Heo Dong-young remains composed, reminding them that they won't be caught in the crossfire because another man already took the fall for them. Even with their tracks covered and their business distanced from the center of the storm, the tension in the room is thick. There is always a what if, and they all know the incident has already exposed far more than they ever intended. But for the man leading the meeting, the chaos is a tool. He smiles, watching as the waters finally split. CEO Park Jung-hak scans the room with a mocking smile, acknowledging the tension but claiming he shares their anxiety. He reminds the gathered elites that they've already committed to Yoon Hyun-min's side, and at this stage, trust is their only option. The room relaxes slightly as they convince themselves the chaos is finally dying down, dismissing the recent fallout as nothing more than nonsense from a man who's already been dealt with. To Jung-hak, the real danger is internal unrest, and his plan is simple. Use Hyun-min to clean up the mess, then force him to take the fall for everything once the dust settles. Meanwhile, back at Seoul High School, a student in a white hoodie stares at his tablet, his frustration mounting as he hunts for a specific target. Song Jae-ryong stares at his tablet, his face twisted in a silent rage as he scans a new upload. He wants to find the man responsible and end him right now. But his orders are clear. The Golden Circle, the shadow organization he serves, has told him to stand down and look after himself while other members are being swept up by prosecutors. His gaze sharpens as his eyes lock onto a specific section of the text. It's a list of names and disclosures, a full confession from a whistleblower claiming that a man named Yoon Hyun-min is the true leader of the Golden Circle. Jae-ryong scoffs at the move, wishing the traitor would just rot in jail until he sees a single detail that makes the world stop. Song Jae-ryong opens the file, and the names start hitting him like physical blows. This isn't just a list. It's a ledger of lives destroyed for profit. It details how Kang Kyung-ho was paid 30 million won to systematically break a student named Yoon Byung-hae, driving the boy to drop out just to lower the school's grade average. Then there's Han Moo-young, another shadow operative delivering calculated violence as a tool for the elites who hide behind these clean-cut graduates. These are the secrets only those on the inside were ever meant to know, and Jae-ryong just found his own name on the list. Song Jae-ryong explodes in a blind fury, screaming for the identity of the person behind his exposure. He stands in the middle of the classroom trembling with rage, but it's a hollow display. The dam has already broken as Yoon Byung-hee goes public with a video statement. Once just another victim of school bullying, Yoon now names the Golden Circle as the true source of his suffering, and his testimony is only the beginning as more victims come forward to share their stories from the insider documents. The leak sends shockwaves through the organization, creating a crisis for those who thought they were untouchable. Under the cover of night, the commissioner meets with a secretary to assess the damage. Despite the walls closing in, the commissioner only smirks, reminding the secretary that his own illegal commissions are on that leaked list, making them both part of the same sinking ship. The secretaries claim that they're doing their best isn't enough for the commissioner, who isn't interested in excuses about the risks of taking action now. To him, the Golden Circle has a very specific purpose: total privacy and fixing problems at the source. If the news gets out that his own son is working as a commissioner, everything he's built comes crashing down. The secretary offers a hollow apology and a promise to fix it, but the trust is already gone. The commissioner lets the threat hang in the air. If he goes down, he's taking the people at the top with him, and he wants that message delivered clearly. As he sits alone, he weighs the situation. The man who forced a witness to write a final will is clearly only looking out for himself, and the commissioner is starting to wonder if trusting him was his biggest mistake. The message lands like a physical blow, identifying the man in the car as a top-tier member of the Golden Circle and claiming to have the evidence to prove it. For a high-ranking CEO, it's the kind of nightmare that ends a career before the next stop. Under the dim lights of a subway station, Kang Hee-woo waits, watching as the powerful man humbles himself by navigating a public transit system he's likely never used. He cuts through the excuses and gets straight to the point. The Golden Circle is a sinking ship, and its secrets are already leaking. With the insider documents in his hands, Hee-woo makes it clear that he can unmask every instigator in the group, leaving no one safe from the fallout. Hee-woo leans in, pressing the commissioner for any scrap of recognition, but he finds only a man visibly shaken by the name he just dropped. Behind the scenes, the investigation had been a grind of dead ends and frustration, leading Hee-woo to the name Yoon Hyun-min, the man at the center of everything, yet a ghost in the system. He had spent hours mapping the organization, placing Hyun-min at the peak of a hierarchy that funneled down through top-tier elites and into a massive web of lower-ranked filth. As he drew the lines out, something caught his eye, a hidden pattern in the way the connections were built. This was it. Everyone in this syndicate is tied together by blood and greed, but Hyun-min has designed the entire structure as a shield, leaving himself perfectly clean while the others do the heavy lifting. Hee-woo looks at the commissioner, questioning why a man of his standing would ever bow to Hyun-min when they should technically be equals in power. He wants to know exactly what kind of leash Hyun-min is holding. Kang Hee-woo lays it out plain. The man at the top is the commissioner's biggest weakness. Yoon Hyun-min used the golden circle as bait for every corrupt act he committed, making it so that if he falls, everyone else goes down with him. But the math doesn't work both ways. If the commissioner and the rest of the inner circle were the ones to go, Hyun-min would walk away clean while they all took the fall for protecting his secrets. It leaves the commissioner with only one simple path to survival, and our protagonist isn't whispering, "Ditch Yoon Hyun-min." There's no reason to feel guilty about it either, because in a system like this, the man at the top has already abandoned him. Kang Hee-woo leaves the commissioner with a final weighted hope that he makes the right decision quickly. Left alone, the commissioner spirals, wondering how his life ended up in this corner. He grinds his teeth as the pressure of the situation finally starts to sink in. Elsewhere, Yoon Hyun-min bows his head in shame before his father, the CEO of Great Sun Corporation. Byung-ho doesn't offer comfort, telling his son he should be begging for forgiveness on his knees until they wear out. The CEO reveals the only reason he hasn't stepped in yet is because Hyun-min has never disappointed him until now. He tells the boy not to worry about stepping down, since they are family, but the relief is short-lived as a heavy condition follows. Inside the quiet office, Yoon Byung-ho presses his son on his greatest failure. Yoon Hyun-min offers a safe answer about putting the corporation at risk, but his father isn't interested in safe answers. To Byung-ho, the real failure wasn't the risk, it was letting the golden circle be exposed to the world. He doesn't want his son to feel bad or take moral responsibility. He just wants things done perfectly. Hyun-min can only look down and offer a quiet promise to remember the lesson. But the warning doesn't stop there. Byung-ho reminds him that his inheritance isn't guaranteed and demands he find a way to fix the mess he made. As the door shuts, the weight of the dismissal lands. Alone, Hyun-min's submissiveness snaps into a murderous rage directed at Kim Yeon-sung. He resolves to get back everything he lost, both his secret organization and the reputation he once held. He finally makes it to the heart of Great Sun Corporation, where the man he's looking for is waiting just behind the next set of doors. Go Byung-ho sits in his office, weighing a report that Kim Hyun-sung has requested a meeting. It's a bold move considering how badly the kid just humiliated his son, and Byung-ho can't help but see it as a walk into the lion's den. Instead of refusing, he sees a chance to teach Hyun-min a lesson about the real hierarchy of power and orders his secretary to bring the boy in. He times the arrival perfectly, forcing a confrontation in the hallway where a stunned Hyun-min demands to know what his rival is doing there. Our protagonist doesn't even slow down, dismissing the outburst with a cold reminder that he's here on business. Hyun-min looks to his father for backing, but Byung-ho shuts him down instantly, identifying the high schooler as his invited guest and ordering his son out of the room. Go Young-ho dismisses his son with a single cold command, leaving the younger man to retreat in silence. As the door shuts, Kang Hee-woo doesn't wait for the executive to get comfortable, immediately steering the conversation toward the very person who just left the room. Byung-ho plays it cool, questioning why he should discuss his family with a stranger, but the protagonist isn't guessing. He knows Hyunmin is running the golden circle. Kang Hee-woo leans across the desk, pinning the chairman down with a question he can't dodge. Does he plan to act as a CEO protecting the company, or as a father protecting a son? Go Byung-ho sits in the silence of his office, the weight of the choice visible as his phone rings with a call he didn't expect. On the other end, Park Jung-hak leads a group of familiar faces who are finished watching from the sidelines. He lays out the ultimatum plainly. The director has been killing too many people lately, and they've decided his reckless violence is a betrayal they can no longer afford. Go Byung-ho tries to lean on his status, warning the teenager in front of him that making an enemy of a great son executive comes with a heavy price. But the voice on the other end of the line doesn't flinch, calmly explaining that they'll do whatever it takes to survive, starting with a full-scale assault on Byung-ho's corporate empire. The call ends with a chilling handoff, as the contact makes it clear they are merely acting on the wishes of the boy standing right there in the office. Kang Hee-woo leans in with a terrifying grin, asking if Byung-ho still thinks this conversation is a waste of time. He's not just guessing at corporate secrets, he reveals he's the one who orchestrated the Golden Gate case from the start, and he's ready to pour gasoline on the fire. Hee-woo looms over the desk, laying out the final political death blow, the upcoming election and a congressman who needs a high-profile villain to crush for votes. Byung-ho can only stare in silence as he realizes the corporation he spent his life building is about to be sacrificed for someone else's political gain. Kang Hee-woo claims he isn't here to threaten anyone or start a war, but he has a plan for exactly how they can keep great son safe, leaving Go Hyunmin stunned until his father tells him to pull himself together. There's only one path forward: win back the majority of the group and pick a single person to act as a scapegoat. If he can pull that off, his father promises to use every bit of his power to shield him until the very end. Go Hyunmin sits alone as the news of the betrayal finally hits him, and his first instinct is to burn it all down. He pieces the strategy together and realizes Hyunsung never actually had any proof. He just sparked an internal conflict to strip away Hyunmin's loyal shields. It's a desperate move, and it leaves Hyunmin with nothing but a murderous resolve to survive long enough to kill every last traitor. He reaches out to Yoon Hyunmin, who takes the call in the back of a car with a smirk that says he's been waiting for this exact moment of weakness. The irony isn't lost on Hyunmin as he looks over his desk. The man who used to keep him at arm's length is now the only conversation that matters. The director mocks Byung-ho's sudden change of heart, surprised to see the man acting so generous after everything that's happened. Even back at the building, his appeals for a long-standing partnership fall on deaf ears as he's told that life is all about timing, and he's simply too late. The director cuts him off for good, questioning why he was so distant before, if he was just going to fold the moment things got difficult. The mask of humility slips the second the line goes dead, leaving Byung-ho to stew in a blind, helpless rage against the people who used to answer his calls. With his world collapsing, he desperately dials his final contact, praying for anyone to pick up as the silence on the other end starts to feel permanent. Yoon Hyunmin puts on his best fake smile, his voice dripping with forced politeness as he checks in with the congressman. The second the call ends, the act drops. He demands his car keys from his secretary, announcing he's stepping out for a moment while giving a brutal order: find someone to take the fall in his place. The secretary watches him go with a cold, focused stare, leaving Go Byung-ho alone in a private room to stew in his own growing panic after waiting an hour for a man who has no intention of showing up. Go Hyunmin slides into the room with a shallow apology, claiming public sentiment kept him away longer than planned. His guest, Go Byung-ho, keeps a careful mask of patience and thanks the young man for his time, while Hyunmin plays the gracious host and offers him a seat. There's a thick tension in the air as Byung-ho settles in, deciding to cut past the pleasantries with a desperate bribe. He offers to comply with any request Hyunmin has, provided he retracts a statement made to Byung-ho's father. Hyunmin finds the offer amusing, and Hyunmin doesn't hold back. To him, trust is a fragile thing, and while they were willing to overlook a single betrayal, Byung-ho didn't stop there. He kept pushing until he forced them both to the edge of a cliff. Go Byung-ho Min isn't interested in mercy. He cuts the man off with a cold reminder Byung-ho never gave a second chance to the people who failed him. Calling out the hypocrisy of the man's double standards, Hyun-min decides he's said enough and prepares to leave. Alone in the silence of the lounge, Byung-ho lets out a hollow, broken laugh as the reality of his situation finally sets in. The laughter turns into a hysterical, quiet giggle, the sound of a man who has completely lost his grip. He knocks back his drink, trying to numb the weight of a world that just collapsed around him. Go Hyun-min is spiraling, his grip on the table tightening as he curses everyone involved in this mess. But as the walls close in, he reaches for his phone, desperate to find anyone who might still be on his side. The busy signal on the other end is the final straw, a sharp, mocking sound that snaps whatever composure he had left. He explodes in a fit of violent rage, shattering the furniture as he realizes he's been abandoned by the very people he trusted to protect him. Go Hyun-min has finally reached his breaking point. Barely holding it together, he pulls his phone and places a call that changes everything, demanding the life of the one man who put him in this state, Kim Hyun-sung. The scene shifts to a quiet neighborhood under the cover of night, where An Dong-yeop moves through the shadows, scouting the area in total silence. A pair of thugs nearby weigh the odds, laughing off the thin security as a piece of cake, while Hyun-min doubles down on the phone. He offers them a bribe big enough to disappear overseas forever, telling them to record the call if they need proof. Because tonight, he doesn't care about the cost, as long as Hyun-sung is dead. The lead thug smirks as he considers his next move, certain that Kim Hyun-sung made a fatal mistake by leaving his family unprotected. He knows that in a world like this, caring about someone is just giving your enemy a target. A metal door buckles as it's kicked inward, and a group of thugs spills into the hallway. The lead thug calls out for the grandmother in a mocking, predatory sing-song, his voice echoing through the apartment. He orders his men to fan out and check the rooms, but as they scramble to obey, the air in the hallway seems to change. He reaches for a cigarette, his hand pausing as a sudden sharp chill runs down his spine. He's been in enough fights to know when the atmosphere shifts from a hunt to something else. The house is unusually quiet, and for a man who makes his living on violence, that silence is starting to feel like a threat. The lead thug is blindsided, his shock cutting through the dark as the room explodes into a struggle he never saw coming. Before he can even process the threat, our protagonist has one of the men pinned hard to the floor, leaving the leader staring in disbelief as his control of the room vanishes in seconds. The boxer and the rest of the crew tower over them, trying to laugh off the intrusion as nothing more than a few kids sticking their noses where they don't belong. The lead thug settles back into his cruel rhythm, dismissing the sudden resistance as a pathetic attempt at a trap that's only going to get them killed. He doesn't realize he's just invited a monster inside. From the shadows, Kang Hee-woo lets his voice drop low, a chilling challenge that cuts right through the man's fake composure. He's done waiting. Hee-woo mocks the group, asking if they really think they can win while their backup is being dismantled. The lead thug finally snaps, the insult cutting through his fake composure. A sudden, violent strike sends a man skidding across the floor like he weighs nothing. The thug is rattled. He tries to hide it, but the smirk on his face is twitching with genuine fear. He calls his opponent a gorilla, but Bae Sang-ho isn't listening to names. He stands his ground, a wall of muscle that isn't going to budge for anyone. The thug tries to play it cool by asking about the grandmother, but Sen-go gives him one last chance to leave quietly before things get ugly. The lead thug's kick connects with a heavy impact, pushing Bae Sang-ho back as the massive man barely manages to keep his guard up. Seeing that a direct one-on-one isn't ending the fight fast enough, the thug signals his crew to stop watching from the sidelines. He isn't interested in a fair duel. His men swarm in from every angle, and he gives the order to beat some respect into the kid. Bae Sang-ho braces himself, but the weight of the numbers is about to crash down on him. Inside their apartment, a man and woman watch the street with growing terror, wondering how much longer the violence will continue as they weigh whether calling the police will even help. Outside, An Dong-yep moves with the cold precision of a specialist, leading with a high kick that catches his target flush. He follows up instantly, grabbing his opponent's arm and driving a heavy punch into his chest to drop him before he can recover. The remaining thugs scream desperate threats, but the boy just keeps moving through the brawl, his expression shifting into a rare, aggressive grin as he catches another one in his reach. Once the noise settles, a student in a tracksuit catches his breath and notes that the area is finally clear, leaving the two of them alone among the bodies in the alley. Bae Sang-ho realizes too late that they aren't just fighting kids, they're fighting a trap, and Kang Hee-woo is the one spring that won't stop snapping. The lead thug can feel the momentum shifting, realizing these high schoolers were waiting for them to show up all along. Sang-ho tries to rally his man, banking on the idea that if they just break enough bones, they'll find the answers they came for. But a heavy blow to the gut sends him reeling, his vision blurring as he realizes he's taken a critical hit he might not recover from. Hee-woo doesn't give him a second to breathe, pinning the massive man down with a cold, professional efficiency. In the dirt, the lead thug can only scream through the pain, his rage boiling over as the realization hits that they've been completely outclassed. Bae Sang-ho is clinging to consciousness by a thread, his vision blurring as he tries to force his body to stay in the fight. It's a losing battle. The lead thug slams a final blow home, looking down at the broken student with nothing but annoyance for how long it took to finish him. He's already moving on to the next task when a shadow stops him cold. Hyun-sung is standing right there in the alley, the kid who should be in a hospital bed, not out here looking for a fight. He didn't come to talk. Someone warned him the Golden Circle was targeting his family, and now he's here to end every single one of them. The thug isn't just looking for a fight. He's savoring the moment, lunging forward with a manic grin as he mocks Kang Hyun-sung for showing up in person. He thinks he's already won, but his wild swing doesn't even land. Hyun-sung parries the strike effortlessly, telling the man he's being way too impatient before burying a fist into his face. Blood sprays as the thug stumbles back, his desperate rage quickly turning into shock when the next heavy blow catches him right in the jaw. Hyun-sung doesn't give him a second to breathe, staying glued to him with a pressure that feels like a physical weight. Pushed to the edge, the thug lets out a psychotic scream, refusing to believe he's losing as he throws everything he has left into one final desperate kill shot. The lead thug doesn't even see it coming, just a blur of gray fabric and a speed he can't track. Terror hits him before the fist does, and he realizes he's completely outclassed. A dead-on liver shot lands with sickening force, folding the man like paper as Kang Hyun-sung hauls him back up by the collar. Hyun-sung looms over him, his face masked in shadow and his focus cold, and asks if the man is prepared to die before delivering a final, brutal blow. The fight has devolved into something far more brutal than a simple street brawl. Kang Hyun-sung looms over his opponent with a terrifying grin, any trace of mercy replaced by a predatory hunger for violence. He asks if his victim is prepared to die, and then he begins to deliver a systematic beating. Each strike lands with sickening force, crushing bone and drawing blood, as Hyun-sung completely loses himself to the adrenaline. He's still raining down blows when a hand grips his shoulder and An Dong-yep's voice cuts through the frenzy with a command to stop. The intervention works. Hyun-sung freezes, his chest heaving as the immediate bloodlust begins to recede under the weight of his friend's steady gaze. Hyun-sung starts searching the lead thug's pockets, ignoring An Dong-yep's question as he hunts for a specific prize. Meanwhile, in a lavish lounge, the director notices his phone vibrating and assumes the hit on Hee-woo is already finished. He answers with casual confidence, asking for a report or if his man needs more resources, only to be met with a cold, heavy silence. The world tilts the second Kang Hee-woo finally speaks, promising the man on the other end nothing but his own downfall. The director nearly drops his drink, the wine spilling as the realization lands. This isn't the report he was waiting for. He stammers out a question of how Hee-woo could possibly know his involvement, but the response is a verbal execution. Hee-woo mocks his naivety, letting the director sit with the fact that his control over the golden circle is gone and he has absolutely no one left to trust. Hee-woo drops the hammer with cold indifference, reminding the director that in their world, karma hits just as hard as rock bottom. Even Hyun-sung joins the psychological assault over the phone, taunting the man with a visit to his superior and asking what he possibly has left to play. The director finally snaps, lashing out at his surroundings in a desperate explosive rage. As the reality of his collapse sets in, he spirals into total denial, muttering to himself that someone like him simply can't fall this far. Hyunmin is left alone with his own reflection, trying to soothe the panic as he searches for a way out that no longer exists. At the private estate of Yoon Byung-ho, Hyunmin drops to his knees, begging his father for a single lifeline. He's a man who has clearly run out of options, but the elder Yoon remains unhurried, staring out at the night while reflecting on the difficulty of raising a child. He turns back with a look of cold disappointment, admitting he was mistaken to ever be proud of a son who can't survive without his shadow. Hyunmin scrambles across the floor in a panic, reminding his father that he's his only son, the only legacy he has. Byung-ho doesn't deny his love for the boy, but for a man in his position, love is just another variable. He won't choose a failing heir over the great Sun Corporation. As his father walks away, Hyunmin is left in the dirt, screaming at a back that has already decided he's no longer worth the investment. Hyunmin pleads for his father to reconsider, clinging to the identity of the proud son he used to be, but the enforcers move in with clinical precision. He lashes out with every curse he knows, his voice breaking as the reality of the betrayal finally lands. This was his father, the one man who wasn't supposed to abandon him. Even as they pin him down, he screams about his own sweat and blood being part of the company's foundation, but the needle finds its mark, and his defiance dissolves into a slow, involuntary fade. Standing over Seo Jae-gyu's desk, Hee-woo lays out the terms for the heir's final destination. He demands that Yoon Hyun-min be buried in a psychiatric hospital where he can never return to the world, ensuring the man feels even a fraction of the agony he inflicted on his victims. Hee-woo leans in with a cold smirk, throwing Jae-gyu's own words back at him. He won't accept a simple cover-up. He expects the company to show their sincerity by putting the boy in a hole so hopeless that he eventually self-destructs. Locked away in isolation, Hyunmin is already starting to break, screaming at the door and clawing at the floor of his hospital room. Back in the office, Hee-woo offers a hollow concession, telling the executive they can deny any connection between the corporation and the Golden Circle to the press. It's a mercy that doesn't reach the isolation ward, where Hyunmin's mind begins to fray, shrieking his own name and his title as an heir into a room that no longer cares who he is. Hee-woo leans in and drops the mask, making sure the chairman understands that they aren't negotiating. This is a threat. He twists the knife further, forcing Yoon Byung-ho to weigh the survival of Great Sun Corporation against the life of his own son. The choice is a slow-motion car crashes, and as Hee-woo walks toward the door, he tells the old man to look back at everything he's already done. Once the chairman realizes Hee-woo is a man who finishes what he starts, the decision will get a lot easier. Once Kim Pan-ho stabilized his regime, his first move was to address the nation regarding the Golden Gate incident, a scandal that left the public demanding blood. Despite the rumors of a mastermind pulling the strings, the investigation had stalled into a series of unresolved dead ends. Standing before the cameras, the president framed the situation as a cancer eating away at the country, vowing to uncover the truth before his term ended. He meant for this to be his legacy. To lead the charge, he appointed Deputy Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul to head a new special task force dedicated to cracking the case. The alliance between Kim Pan-ho and Kang Dong-chul isn't just a political move. It's a direct challenge to the establishment that makes the entire country sit up and take notice. Pan-ho walks away from his own party, despite massive pressure from the top, while Dong-chul goes for the throat by openly opposing the leadership of the prosecution. It's a partnership built on high stakes and shared enemies, and for a moment, it feels like the kind of momentum that could actually change things. The Academy chairman replays the threat in his head, a single week to watch his world fall apart. It wasn't supposed to go this way. The deals were made, the plans were set, and yet Kim Hyun-sung has flipped the script on him. Panic sets in as he grips his phone, the realization hitting that this wasn't some last-minute change, but a calculated execution. He's done the math and he's the only one left on the losing side, discarded by the very people he thought he served. He starts dialing, but the silence on the other end is deafening as his allies vanish into the shadows. The professional mask finally breaks into a frantic scream for anyone to pick up, but the ringing stops and leaves him alone with a voicemail. The weight of the situation finally hits the Academy chairman, and he realizes he made a fatal mistake by cutting ties with Yoon Hyun-min. It only took a month for the newly formed special team to start tearing through the network, arresting every member of Heaven One until a single name surfaced from the wreckage. Staring out his office window, Yoon Hyun-min finds the turn of events almost poetic. He truly believed he had scrubbed every trace of his connection to the Golden Circle. But some stains never quite wash out. His quiet reflection is cut short as investigators barge past his staff, led by a man who seems annoyed that he even had to come in person to serve the summons. Hyun-min tries to hide behind the claim that he hasn't committed any crimes, but the investigator isn't buying the act. Just because he wasn't pulling the trigger doesn't make his hands clean. The order finally comes down to take him in, and Chairman Yoon Byung-ho begins his long walk out as his employees watch in terror. He tries to throw the weight of the Dae Taeyang group around, asking if they really think a conglomerate like his can be toppled this easily. The investigator doesn't flinch, telling the chairman they wouldn't have shown up if they weren't prepared for the fallout, and invites him to try whatever he wants. Byung-ho's arrest immediately becomes a national scandal, with every camera in the country focused on his upcoming verdict. He hires the best legal team money can buy, and they immediately move to distance the company from the Golden Circle by pinning every crime on his son's personal misconduct. But Kang Dong-chul is ready for them, leading a special team that uses testimonies from the Heavens members to turn their mountain of circumstantial evidence into a locked case. After a long legal battle, a year has passed, and the news finally drops: the Dae Taeyang group has been found guilty. The anchor reports that the Golden Circle was the creation of the group's heir, Yoon Hyun-min, a man whose crimes have horrified the entire nation. While Chairman Yoon Byung-ho claimed he never officially supported the group, the investigation proved he profited from its actions and looked the other way while his son committed atrocities. As an accomplice, the chairman receives a 20-year prison sentence, and the court orders the company to pay massive reparations to hundreds of victims. It's total destruction for the family legacy. Hyun-min himself remains in a mental institution, currently unable to serve time, but a life sentence without parole is waiting for him the second he's ever discharged. Yoon Byung-ho and his son have finally crossed a line they can never come back from. Inside a quiet convenience store, the clerk scans a bag of chips while a news report about a massive corporate collapse plays on his phone. He can't help but vent his outrage, calling the wealthy elite worse than animals for what they've put regular people through. Hye-ji, buried under a hat and mask to stay hidden, can only offer a short, tense agreement when he tries to pull her into the conversation. She just wants to finish the transaction and vanish, but the clerk's focus shifts from the news back to the customer standing right in front of him. He pauses while grabbing a plastic bag, a sudden realization pulling his attention away from his work. His eyes go wide as the pieces click together, and he drops the one question she's been dreading. Isn't she Oh Hye-ji? Oh Hye-ji remains curled in a corner, paralyzed by the fear that stepping outside means another disastrous run-in with Kim Hyun-sung. Her life has become a series of walls, but even she is starting to wonder if she can keep living this way. Her past was a constant wreckage, defined by a father who spent his nights drinking and blaming the world for his own failures. He'd stagger through the house, pounding on her door and screaming that everything wrong with his life was her fault. It was a cycle of abuse that felt like a literal hell until the Golden Gate incident changed everything. Since she was only an attempted offender, she avoided prison and was sentenced to community service instead. Surprisingly, being forced back into the world brought a wave of relief she didn't expect. That small spark of hope gave her the courage to start navigating society again, one cautious step at a time. She truly believed today would be a normal day until a hand on her head and a familiar insult proved her wrong. Recognition hits the store clerk like a physical blow, and the realization that the most hated girl in the country is standing in his shop sends him into a panic. Oh Hae-ji can only stammer out an apology as the man's shock turns into explosive, jagged hatred. He screams for her to get lost, and Hae-ji bolts from the store, her world narrowing down to the sound of her own desperate footsteps. Back behind the safety of a locked door, she collapses. The terror is paralyzing. She doesn't understand how they could have known it was her. Her hands shake as she pulls up her phone. Oh Hae-ji stares at the screen as the public backlash hits her all at once, the realization sinking in that her reputation is gone forever. She's paralyzed, her future erased by the same social circles she once tried to manipulate, and for the first time, she's facing a world that has no intention of forgiving her. Meanwhile, in a local prison, other lives are unraveling just as fast, with the hierarchy of the cell block making it clear that some men are only there to serve as targets. Young Chul is paralyzed with fear as his cellmate looms over him, clutching a fistful of hair and demanding a cleaner room. The threat is blunt and lethal. If he doesn't start falling in line, he isn't going to make it out of this cell alive. Later that night, he hides under his covers and tries to muffle his sobbing, wondering what he could have possibly done to deserve this constant abuse. He's reached his breaking point. If he wants to survive, he has to make a choice, because he simply cannot keep living as the cell's punching bag. The prison guard delivers a standard warning to keep the peace, and young Chul is quick to bark back his compliance, desperate to stay on the right side of authority. Surprisingly, the guard stops and offers a different kind of help, suggesting that in a place like this, a crooked guard is a much better ally than some distant human rights committee. It's a bad omen, and the second the guard is out of sight, the cell's dynamic shifts back to the predators in the room. The bullies have been watching the whole exchange, and they aren't impressed by the boys' reliance on outside rules. Young Chul tries to stammer out an apology, but he's already past the point where words matter. One of them promises to make him suffer not just while they're locked up, but even after they've both been released. The realization finally lands when the man shouts the truth. Someone powerful is pulling strings behind the scenes to make sure young Chul's life is a living hell. In this prison, a school bully is the lowest form of life, and they intend to treat him exactly that way. Kim Young-chul thought about dying dozens of times a day, but he never actually had the courage to go through with it. His world is one of constant, grinding fear, interrupted only by the sudden impact of a boot. He's a man broken by his environment, reduced to begging for mercy while he's kicked into the dirt of the prison yard. Amidst the pain and the tears, something shifts. A memory or a vision of a younger face cuts through the noise, leaving Kim paralyzed by a jarring realization. The name slips out before he can stop it, a title from a life he thought was buried forever. The principal. The shock of recognition hits Kim Pan-ho like a physical weight when he sees young Chul standing in the white void, and he can only whisper the name of the man who shouldn't be here. People are watching the news everywhere, on their phones in transit, and on screens in hospital waiting rooms, because even if the truth is ugly, it's the only way to make sure this doesn't happen again. Despite being proven guilty, the man at the center of it all, Chairman Yoon Byung-ho, is still using every legal trick he has to drag out the appeal and stay out of a cell. He leans into the camera with a cold, performative conviction, sticking to the simple logic that crime must lead to punishment. From her living room, an elegant woman watches the broadcast as Dong-chul continues his speech. 2 years ago, Yoon Hyunmin was still holding on to the wreckage of his pride, convinced that his father's power could protect him from any scheme Kim Hyun-sung could dream up. He shoveled food into his mouth with a frantic, desperate energy, promising himself that he would outlast his enemy and personally ruin the man's revenge. But time has a way of grinding down even the hardest resolve. After a year of rotting in isolation, Hyunmin was reduced to doing push-ups on a cold floor, clinging to the fading hope that his father was still fighting for him. That hope finally died when he realized the truth. The great Sun Group was gone, and the man he worshipped had simply left him to rot. Yoon Hyun-min sits alone in his hospital room, trying to convince himself that his father is still coming for him. It's the only realistic option he has left, but the longer he sits in the dark, the more his mind starts to waver. For days, he's endured the routine of forced medicine and isolation, clinging to the single thought of finding the man who put him here and making him pay. Survival is the only goal, and revenge is the only thing keeping him breathing. As the effects of his last dose begin to wear off, the hospital staff enters to check on him. The staff walks away without a shred of pity, leaving him to rot for his crimes, while he erupts into a panicked, helpless rage. Yoon Hyun-min snaps awake in a cold sweat, the weight of yesterday crashing into him as he realizes it wasn't just a nightmare. He kicks the hospital sheets aside and hammers his fist against the door, screaming for answers about the Great Sun Group, but the only response is the hollow echo of a room that feels more like a prison cell. The world stops as the reality of the ruin finally settles in. This is the pivot where everything he built just ends. A frantic, broken laugh bubbles up as he realizes his enemies got exactly what they wanted. To Yoon Hyun-min, the only way out of this ruin is the end. He tries to take it in the most brutal way possible, pushing himself to finish what he started even as the first drops hit the floor. But the door bursts open before he can find peace, and staff swarm the room with a practiced urgency that tells him everything. He looks at the sensor on the ceiling, and the truth sinks in. They were always watching. They don't want him dead. They want a living corpse, a trophy they can keep on a shelf. Outside in the corridor, the doctor is met by a man who views Hyun-min as an asset rather than a patient. The report is cold and clinical. His life is safe, but the damage he did to himself is likely permanent. It doesn't bother the man in the dark jacket. He decides right then to transfer Hyun-min to a special ward, a place where their star patient will be kept very safe from himself for a long, long time. Yoon Hyun-min's father walks away, weighing his son's resilience with a cold, clinical detachment. The boy had endured more than expected, proving he hadn't built a name for himself by accident, but one targeted push was all it took to lead him straight into a trap. He checks his phone, already calculating how to turn the situation into his next win. Kim Hyun-sung had been very clear about the terms. Absolute silence unless it's vital, and in exchange, he'd ensure the man never had to worry about money again. It was obvious that Hyun-sung wanted to erase the boy from existence entirely, and reporting this latest success is exactly what's needed to keep the checks coming in. He knows the employer doesn't waste words. If a job is marked as unnecessary, pushing the issue usually leads to a coffin, so he convinces himself that walking away is the only smart move. Meanwhile, over at Korea University, a high-energy streamer kicks off a new video for his channel, welcoming his subscribers to one of the most prestigious campuses in the country. He's there to verify the rumors that every single person walking these halls is a top-tier student or a perfect scorer. Pulling aside a student in a varsity jacket, he asks about his rank in school, only to get a nonchalant confirmation of first place that proves the legend is real. On the Korea University campus, a streamer is out hunting for content, cornering a student to ask about his entrance exam scores. The student nonchalantly admits he only missed a single question, sending the streamer into a frenzy for his viewers about the insane standards of the elite. Looking for his next target, the streamer spots a young man with deep dark circles under his eyes, who looks like he has a real story to tell. He stops the student, Kang Min-woo, and hits the jackpot when he learns he's talking to a medical student. Min-woo tries to stay modest, explaining that even though he missed 3 questions during a notoriously difficult year, his standardized score was high enough to get him in. Realizing he's standing with one of the top students in the entire country, the streamer pushes him to share his secrets for the viewers back home. Kang Min-woo tries to stay humble, claiming his success was all thanks to an amazing tutor who carried him through the finish line. It's the kind of honest interview that goes viral instantly, leaving everyone desperate to find the secret teacher who managed to get a bottom-ranked student into medical school. As the comments explode, his DMs flood with desperate parents and recruiters from top academies. For Minwoo, the attention is more of a headache than a victory. Both his father and his tutor are already famous enough that he can't risk naming names. He's halfway toward turning his notifications off for good when a message about a blind date with dance majors hits his screen, and suddenly, the fame doesn't feel quite so annoying. Getting ready for the night, Minwoo feels untouchable. He's leaning hard on his status as a medical student from a top university, certain that his future career alone makes him the main attraction of the group date. But the moment the night starts, his confidence hits a wall when he hears the girls whispering about someone else. Min realizes the organizer made a massive mistake. They forgot to mention who else was coming. He's seething because they brought along a guy who looks like a celebrity, and to make it worse, the guy didn't even try, showing up in a simple tracksuit while Minwoo spent an hour on his hair. The focus of the entire table is locked on Kim Si-woo, who introduces himself with a quiet, composed energy. The dance majors are already hanging on his every word, from the sound of his name to his personal preferences, leaving our med student to watch his perfect plan fall apart in real time. Kang Minwoo is panicking, his pride stung by the realization that he's being sidelined in his own circle. He refuses to just be a background character in this conversation and starts hunting for any opening to claw his way back into the spotlight. Finally, he finds it, abruptly derailing the mood to ask everyone their opinion on the trending prosecutor, Kang Dong-chul. As Hyun-sung's long-running quest for revenge finally nears its end, Si-woo finds himself drifting, wondering if he should double down on the physical training that has defined his life lately. He's got the skills to make a real go of it, but the memory of giving up once before still stings, and at the end of the day, he just wants the quiet, normal life that seems to come so easily to everyone else. Reaching for his phone, he wonders if Hyun-sung might have an answer for someone like him. Back together on a park bench, Hyun-sung offers a different path, suggesting that since Si-woo's grades are already solid, he'd be happy to help him hit the books even harder. Si-woo doesn't really see the point in hitting the books, but Hyun-sung has a different vision for his future, majoring in sports to become the kind of mentor who helps people find their way while keeping them safe in the gym. It's a pitch that actually lands, sparking a flicker of hope that he might have a path forward after all. Fast forward through 2 years of grinding, and the kid actually makes it, landing a spot at Korea University. Life on campus is everything he hoped it would be, filled with a new sense of purpose and the confidence that he can handle whatever comes next. He's enjoying the studies more than the social life, but he still decides to take Hyun-sung's advice and try everything at least once, starting with his first blind date. Hyun-sung is officially out of his depth. Sitting in a quiet classroom, he stares at his phone and admits to Dong-yup that he has no idea how to handle his current situation. For a guy used to high-stakes combat, navigating a casual text thread is proving to be a much more complicated mission. Dong-yup takes one look at the logs and can barely contain his cringe, asking what kind of mindless conversation he's even looking at. It's the kind of mundane back and forth that feels like a waste of time to a specialist, but when Dong-yup asks if he's actually into the girl, Hyun-sung doesn't hesitate. He confirms he's interested, leaving Dong-yup completely stunned that the mission-focused lead is actually trying to make this work. An Dong-yup is hitting a wall with the way Kim Hyun-sung handles a simple conversation. Hyun-sung doesn't see the problem, but when he admits he's never actually been in a relationship, his friend finally breaks. Dong-yup screams that Hyun-sung is wasting a perfectly good face, leaving the guy wondering what he did to make everyone so mad. After Golden Gate is dismantled, a quiet question begins to ripple through the online communities. What happened to the man who started it all, Kim Hyun-sung? He seems to have vanished into thin air, leaving people to wonder where a guy like that even goes when the dust settles. The theories start piling up immediately, with some arguing his grades were high enough to land him in a top-tier university, while others point out that the rumors would have leaked by now if he were actually on a campus. On the subway and in the streets, the speculation turns toward the professional fighting circuit, especially since he proved he wasn't exactly normal during the Gangnam incident. Reading through the wild guesses, Kim Si-woo can only scoff at how far off the mark they are. The truth is much less dramatic, as Hyun-sung is currently right there in the office with him, carrying a tray of coffees and playing the part of the perfect helpful colleague. In the offices of Myungjin Construction, the atmosphere is bright as the staff fawns over their chief, but for the newer employees, his youthful appearance is a shock. They soon learn he didn't just climb the ladder. 2 years ago, when the company was on the brink of collapse, he arrived like a comet and single-handedly stabilized the firm. Known as the real power behind the scenes, Chief Secretary Kim Hyun-sung is the one name every ambitious employee is told to remember. The legend of his rise traces back to a massive public scandal 2 years prior. Standing before a swarm of reporters, the chairman of Myungjin had watched the government begin its crackdown on corporate corruption and decided to get ahead of the fallout. He publicly confessed that his own company wasn't clean either, a calculated move that signaled the start of a deep and necessary purge. The chairman of Myungjin takes the stage to announce his resignation. He plays the martyr for the cameras, claiming this total transparency is the only way to build a future they won't have to hide from. But the public isn't buying the noble act, watching the headlines and seeing nothing more than a powerful family finally forced to dig its own grave. Ko Chang-byum eventually steps in to fill the vacuum as the new chairman, but the internal rot goes too deep, and his own history makes him a liability for a company already on the brink. Chang-byum makes the offer plain. It's time for Hyun-sung to stop talking about making money and actually start doing it. Between his grandmother's health and his sister's future, the weight of being the breadwinner has finally landed, and all he wants now is the stability of a normal life. The terms are massive: millions in salary, stock options, and a direct line as the man's personal secretary, leaving Chang-byum wondering why there's any hesitation at all. Hyun-sung only has one condition: Myungjin Construction has to follow his plan to the letter. With a frantic nod, his new boss agrees, and the first meeting is set. Facing the board, Hyun-sung lays out the reality that the Golden Gate scandal isn't going away, and the corruption under the current administration is about to be dragged into the light. His strategy is a total gamble: confess everything before they get caught. Seeking forgiveness first is the only way to survive the coming purge, even if it triggers the biggest crisis the company has ever faced. Hyun-sung isn't just offering empty reassurances. He knows the foundation of this company is different. He reminds the room that Chairman Ko Myungjin never compromised on quality, a philosophy that's about to be tested by time. The chairman listens, his sharp eyes weighing the warning about prosecutor Kang Dong-chul's recent unusual movements. Instead of backing down, the old man sees the coming storm as an opportunity for the company to leap ahead, admitting he's ready to let the next generation lead. With a flood of projects and soaring revenue, Myungjin Construction has finally reached the level of a major corporation. Inside a luxury car, Kang Hyun-sung chides the current chairman, Ko Chang-byum, for letting his emotions get the better of him during a recent interview. The chairman, usually sharp and professional in his white suit, takes the correction with a quiet apology. Hyun-sung is already looking ahead, warning Chang-byum to keep a healthy distance from the government to protect their independence. He knows that once the current president becomes a lame duck, the prosecution won't just sit by and watch. Still, Hyun-sung offers a bit of a carrot after the stick, admitting that despite the emotional slip, the chairman remains surprisingly eloquent in front of a camera. Reassured, Chang-byum tries to play matchmaker, suggesting a blind date with the granddaughter of a powerful chairman. Hyun-sung tries to deflect by pointing to his humble roots as a vocational school kid, but his boss isn't having it. To the rest of the industry, Hyun-sung isn't just an employee, he is the backbone of the company itself. Declining the date for now, Hyun-sung shifts the focus, inviting the chairman over for dinner since his sister is away. He announces his arrival at the door, leaving the corporate world behind to step back into his role at home. Back at the apartment, the atmosphere is a world away from the cold politics of the boardroom. Chang-byum is already there, eyeing a massive spread of food that threatens to break the table, while Hee-woo's grandmother jokes that Hyun-jin is likely to finish the entire feast single-handedly. Hyun-sung drops his bags to help out as Chang-boom admires how much Hyun-jin has filled out, though the young UDT member just shrugs it off as the military standard. It's a rare moment of normalcy, a reminder of the family and friends he's actually fighting to protect. He tosses his briefcase aside and finally lets the professional mask slip, pulling out his phone to scroll through a contact list that reads like a map of his influence. His thumb pauses on one name in particular, Yoon Hyun-min, as he wonders what's become of the man since their paths last crossed. Kang Yeon-sung reaches a final verdict on his own journey. He won't check on those he left behind. Real revenge isn't the satisfaction of watching an enemy fall. It's the quiet choice to live well for himself. Everyone deserves happiness, and he's finally ready to claim his. With that weight gone, he steps out of his room and toward a future that actually belongs to him. Meanwhile, Yoon Hyun-min starts his morning with a mischievous grin as his wife presses him for advice. She dries her hair after a shower, asking how he thinks the new batch of prosecutors will perform on their first day. It's a normal morning in a life defined by power, and Hyun-min seems more than ready to see what the new talent brings to the table. Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul isn't one to trust rumors. He prefers to size people up for himself, starting with the new batch of talent headed for his office. His wife teases him as he gets ready, warning him that his reputation for being scary has started to precede him. She knows the kinder side he keeps hidden, sharing a quiet moment together before he heads out to face the day. Once he steps into the office, the family man disappears, replaced by a leader who commands the room the second he introduces himself to the new recruits. The junior prosecutors are quick to show their respect, eager to prove they're exactly the kind of smart hires he was looking for. A new face arrives with a polite greeting, introducing herself as Choi Seon-ah, the newest prosecutor to join the Seoul Central District Office. Kang Dong-chul takes a moment to study her, noting the sharp innocence in her eyes that reminds him of something he hasn't seen in a long time. As she shares her excitement to get started, he realizes he's looking at a mirror of his own younger self. Author Siwon pulls back the curtain on the production, explaining that while he handles the storyboards and line art, the final look is a team effort involving a retouching artist for special effects and a dedicated editor for the final dialogue and lettering. Looking back on the long journey of completing the series, Siwon admits he once believed he could do everything alone, but this project proved otherwise. Without the support of his production team, family, and readers, he knows he wouldn't have made it this far. It's a humbling realization for the creator who feels the opportunity was more than he deserved. He closes out the series with a sincere thank you to everyone who stuck by him despite his shortcomings, wishing his readers nothing but happiness in return.